A warm welcome back to the 15th WEC, the World Esports Championships, live from Iasi, Romania. It is time for the final day of some Pubg mobile action. So let's get right into the 6 games. We have the last 6 games actually, right? Ready to go. But first of all, we have to talk about the total leaderboard. But let's keep things slow, right? Let's keep things slow because the games are starting very soon. My name is Felix. Joined with me today is the beautiful Kovo. And we have some storylines to unpack here throughout the last 2 days that have developed that are just nothing short of sensational.
At the end of the day, we'll have a winner taking home $40,000 of the prize pool. We have $24,000 for second place and $16,000 for the third place. But don't kid yourself. Everybody in the lobby is still trying to finish up as high as they can on that total leaderboard. Right now, the clear favorite, still Kyrgyzstan, still quite ahead of second place. And then a tiny gap between Turkey and Romania, and a reasonable gap, I'd say, towards Argentina. So this is the top pack. Those are the teams with the best positions to fight for the top spots. But we have 6 games left, Felix. Lots can happen.
Absolutely. I mean, there is, you were talking about a reasonable gap, and it really is just like that. I mean, it's more than 20 points. It is 21 points separating the third and fourth place. So everyone trying to catch up essentially below that third place. As you were saying, the prize pool is only for the first 3 teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
So anyone below the third mark is essentially going to try to catch up to Romania in this case. Or depending on how the first games go, maybe even Turkey. I mean, it could very well happen that Romania is going to overtake Turkey with the way they performed yesterday, especially in the last game, last Miramar game that we saw.
I think that is where it's super tight. Argentina is absolutely in reach of the prize pool as well. Everybody below that needs to step up today. Like you said, that's a 20-point gap. There's another 25-point gap down below Argentina. You have to be considerably worse to catch up that. Sure, 15 points, 15-kill win, 25 points. You can do that in one game, but then you still would have to keep up the pace throughout the rest of the day. So Morocco, Georgia, all those teams, Egypt, they were coming in with maybe slightly higher expectations, especially Egypt after day one, especially Brunei after how they did last season. Those teams, they really wanna catch up a bit here. We talked to Brunei a little bit. They said, well, we're realistically we're fighting for 4th place, but maybe someone trips, maybe something happens. If Romania slows down, if Turkey slows down, if they maybe try a little bit too hard to get first, they take too many risks, they have a really bad day, something could open up.
Absolutely. I mean, also we were talking about this yesterday, despite not us focusing on the teams as much that are below the top 8, it's still a big difference. After all, you're representing your nation. Yeah. You want to get the best placement you can, so I don't expect there to be too much, I'd say, in the realm of hot jobs, in the realm of just too aggressive, or in the realm of any kind of random decision-making. So I expect all of these teams to still perform to the best of their abilities. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going live with SANHOK in just a couple of seconds. So once again, keep your eyes peeled on these top 3 especially.
There's one thing as well. You said it's very close. You can do a whole lot. You don't want to end up. Let's look at Serbia really quick before we jump into the game. 50 points right now, 12th place. One good game, they could be in 5th in theory. That's crazy, right? 5th, 12th, that's a completely different result that you're taking home. That's a completely different mindset that you're going to be taking away from this tournament. And they're definitely one of the big names that you would expect to do better, right? And as I said, it's super packed around the mid. We have some gaps at the top, but that mid pack is super duper close.
Absolutely. Let's take a moment to talk about the games that we saw yesterday, because I feel like it was kind of a extension of the storyline that we had on the very first day, right? Kyrgyzstan, we got to talk about that team to start things off. How in anyone's name have they been able to keep up that performance that we saw in day one? They started off with a back-to-back chicken dinner. Not only that, they started off with a 15 elimination game, an 18 elimination game, and we kind of saw similar things happening on day 2. What is their recipe? I want to ask you specifically, because it feels like they just do something differently than anyone else.
It's crazy, because we said after the first day, it's going to be very hard to keep up that pace. 74 points after the first day. They have more than just kept up that pace. And I think there's a clear answer, because realistically, the thing they do differently, the thing they do better, is the team fights. We just saw it multiple times yesterday. Again, they've had some good rotations here or there, but they're not a team that finds crazy ways into circle, not a team that finds crazy edges. They play solid PUBG, and then they run over teams, over and over again, remember the ERANGEL game, east of the apartments, where Turkey has a 4-man compound hold, looking poised to take that match. They've got all the control they need. Kyrgyzstan rolls in there, claps them down. I think one Turkish player survived at the end, but that's not an outcome that should ever happen when you have such a strong combat and you're holding it completely. Same thing in the last game. We lost our minds at the 1v3 clutch with the M249. Flyke going absolutely monstrous versus Algeria. It's keeping them in these games when they should have no right to.
Absolutely. I mean, you can tell these guys are some of the most experienced fraggers in the European region. I mean, they've played the Pro League for the last 2 years, so I mean, at some point you do have to stop and wonder whether or not that's gonna translate. And translated really well. You can see that is the average amount that you can see on the right-hand side of your screen. So on average, they get 8 frags per game. That is actually less of a distance to Turkey than I would have expected, to be honest. They've got 6 eliminations on average because they seem to be kind of off and on. They seem to be
less consistent.
They seem to be less consistent. But then again, rotation-wise, they really aren't that much less consistent. Because I feel like the thing that separates them so far is Turkey just having a little bit more structured early and mid-game presence. I feel like there's this red line you can almost follow throughout any of these games. Same goes for Argentina, though.
These are, I think, the second, third, and fourth team that you see on your screen right now. They seem very, very good at getting into late games, good positions early. The way that Romania does it is by rotating super late. We see them in the blue a lot. Phase 2, Phase 3, still in the blue. Argentina, super controlled early games. They know where to position themselves to play out into good positions. They have just been faltering in the late game, and it's cost a massive amount of points. If you look at the full-time squad, right, that's the alive time, the average one per game. Argentina is the clear winner, but they're only in 4th. So you can clearly tell there's a difference in play style. There's a difference in approaches, because the lowest one on that list with a lifetime is Turkey. So they are still fragging out quite heavily.
Now, the one thing that we touched on briefly yesterday was that what would have happened to the overall leaderboard if Argentina was able to take some of these wins that they haven't been able to. Because Argentina was the one team that consistently got into the very late game, I'm talking top 3 situations, but just wasn't able to capitalize on that, wasn't able to finish off these games, despite having man advantages even in some of these rounds. We remember the Miramar game yesterday. They were on top of the ridgeline for pretty much the whole game. They were the one team that was able to control everyone around them, but they still missed out on that chance to take it home.
They've really been faltering. We talked about it so much, right? We talked about how much that can hurt your mental as well. We talked about how much that can be an issue. Because, again, surviving doesn't really give you that much confidence. Sure, you'll see the points on the board, but it feels much better to be rolling over teams, winning 1v1s, winning 4v4s. That's what really gets you going as a momentum-based team. And you could tell what happened when they finally won a game. They were screaming across this lobby here. And you could tell all that pressure sort of kind of fallen off a little bit in the last game of day 1. Now, they haven't been able to repeat that all that much. Still, I think it's very respectable what they've been able to pull off, and they are also showing us that with just a tiny tad more late game decisiveness and 1 or 2 1v1s going their way, they could be a top 2 team here.
Absolutely. I do hope we're going to see that today. I feel like it would give them the position in the leaderboard they deserve. I feel like top 4 sure is great, but just talking about the difference, as we said, between 3rd and 4th, it just really doesn't do them justice. Doesn't do them justice. We'll see what they'll be able to pull off as we are heading into our first SANHOK of the day, the last SANHOK of the tournament. The plane's in the air. We're ready to jump on over. And, well, SANHOK so far, Felix, has absolutely delivered every single time. Oh, yes, it has. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the last SANHOK. As you said, it is time for once more going over to the beautiful green island. We have not seen hot drop since the very first day, so I'm not expecting that to change. We saw some of the circles on the northwest, some of the circles more towards centralized. So let's take a look at where these teams land. I mean, as we said, we don't expect there to be too much early aggression. We did see something yesterday, actually, southeastern side. We did see Armenia fight off against the Philippines. The Philippines won that quite convincingly. The Philippines played that very well, I think. But both sides had very good ideas, very good approaches to how what they wanted to do, very clear strategies as well. It just Philippines pulled that off a little bit better. Their off angles worked out a little bit more. They got the entry knocks and they closed it out, like you said, convincingly, not messing around, not waiting around. And that was good to see. And as a result of that, they will now claim that space on the map. Camp Charlie is firmly in their hands. And
well, the BX brothers, Armenia, will have to diverge. Circle's about to pop. It's going straight to the north. Nexus in the center. The Nexus players on Team Romania. And then obviously, who else than Turkey to be in a good position? We'll see what they can do with it.
Yes, who else is going to be in the circle centers? I mean, apart from Turkey and, to be honest, Argentina. But even Argentina has a pretty easy way into it. But yeah, Romania. We haven't really talked about them too much today, at least. Also, the one team that we said was definitely in the top 3 favorites when we got into this tournament, and they have delivered as well. Some of the strongest figures also coming in from Romania in regards to the European region as a whole. So Romania, yeah, I mean, they've got the home ground advantage to some degree. We're talking about them, whether or not they're going to be able to catch up. And actually, they came up to us yesterday and asked, do you believe? Do you believe? And I said, what the hell do you mean? Of course I believe. I believe in your abilities. It's still going to be really, really tough, though.
Yeah, it's also, we talked to some of them, and, well, obviously, sometimes you're going to hear the classic, well, we're always going to win. We only care about winning, and that's all we're going to do. But as we are looking to have a little bit of issues, there we go. Seems fixed for now. There was also a voice amongst the lines of, well, probably, unless Kyrgyzstan slows down, we're going to be fighting for second place. So we're going to see what happens in the first 3 games. We're going to see what we can achieve, what we can do. And if we get close, we play for first. But if we realize after game 4 or something like that, we realize it's not going to happen, then we're going to make sure to keep that second place locked in. Because, well, sometimes you have to make sure you keep what you have and accept that something is lost.
Yes, yes, indeed. Armenia, they did have the BX Brothers fan group in the chat. We did see you guys up there. But so far, it hasn't helped them too much in terms of actually getting the points on board. They are sitting comfortably at the 13th place with 34 points. We do expect them to maybe rise up there today. They're not a bad team at all. I think, once again, that's one of the teams where the 13th place just doesn't do them justice. And we'll see how far they can go.
It's the nature of the game, right? Somebody will always have to be at the bottom of the scoreboard. You never want to see it. Nobody wants to be last. Nobody wants to see someone in last or 13th in that scenario. But you have 16. You have these amount of teams. You're gonna be having someone at the last place in the scoreboard. It's just how it goes. Romania, we talked about them. Solid position in the circle. Lots of ground control for them right now. Kapahala is split off a little bit to the west, looking to inquire what's free, what's able to take, what he can do with it. I might have spotted Lazy Boy there. Might just have decided that this is the position he's going to anchor down in to pretty much deny any approach towards the rest of his teammates from that side of the circle. That being said, he is now very close to Morocco, and Chile is very close to the rest of his squad. Doran, half HP in the car, is trying to grab an off angle as the res is coming down through. This is some early troubles for Team Romania.
Yes, it is. Doran kind of is trying to look for some better position to potentially third-party that fight in towards Chile and Turkey. But I don't think he's going to find the angle. Turkey, first of all, is going to start things off. That's Hamzy G with the first one. Franco gets taken down. That's the first elimination, as I've said, in total in this 3rd day so far. Now, Romania still has to be careful. There is one cheeky Chile player still lurking around on that northern side. But I don't think he's going to try anything, at least not for now. While we still have Turkey looking for these remaining 2 Chile players. But at the moment, you see Skella actually takes down Dorian. Is that going to be a flush? That would be so bad for them.
Yeah, and I don't think they had any idea. He's walked in there all by himself. There's the flush on Dorian. That's problems for Romania. They might have also been driving off, so maybe they're not even able to react on it. Dreamzitsky, he's waiting patiently for his chance to knock down one of these Turkish players, but he's also lost Edo in the same time. 2 players gone for Team Chile. 1 defeat is all they have to account for at the moment. And yeah, like we said, Romania caught off guard there a little bit. They spread themselves wide, but they weren't ready for the snake in their lines.
Well, that is so good for Turkey, though. That is exactly what they need. If you're a Turkish fan right now, spam the national flag, cheer on your national team, because they have to catch up. We were talking about, I think, 38-something points. So then starting off with 2.
38.
I mean, sure, it's not 10 or anything. Yeah. I mean, that's to be seen what happens in this game. But it's a good start to open things up. And yeah, they can't afford a single bad round, I think. With this big of a distance, they cannot afford a bad round. And that was already a pretty explosive start.
Let's put it that way. 38 points behind, 6 games to play. You want to be catching up more than 6 points per round. That is that is either insane pop-offs or insane consistency. You don't do that any other way. You've put yourself in a position where, yes, you can fight for first, but you really are behind. You really have to be just nuts today. And we'll see if they can pull that off. Turkey, again, like we said, they have to do a lot. They're trying to do a lot as well. Splitting themselves around that Paradise area, looking for a few frags, looking to keep control. Hamzi has to be a little bit careful if there's another team pulling up on the southwest side, for example, but his team will try and cover that for him. Serbia, I'll keep mentioning them as the team where I have high hopes still that they can come back quite a bit today.
Yeah.
The individual class on some of their players is insane. And like we said as well, one win, and they shoot up that scoreboard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were talking about Biscuit and Koa, obviously. We're talking to them after the games as well. And yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be tough breaching into that top 3. Some would say impossible.
Yeah.
I think it's not that far off, actually. But you still want to get the best placements you can. I mean, a top 6, a top 5 is 100% possible. We're talking about how big that middle kind of group of teams really is and how close they are in terms of points. So one good game, maybe even this round, is definitely going to teleport them upwards. And we'll make sure they will leave this tournament with the confidence they deserve.
Yeah, it just feels way better. And yeah, like we said, maybe a top 5, like a top 5 is super mega possible. Top 4 is going to be a little hard.
That's a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, it's a big possibility. Super mega ultra possible for Serbia right now. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they can do. The same that we're saying about Serbia is true, obviously, for everyone around them. Kazakhstan, Brunei. We've all seen them have their pop-off moments. Some would have even said Kazakhstan is one of the big teams coming into this. Some would have given them some favor here. It's not been proven true so far. But that's the nature of every tournament. You have this many teams. Some of the favorites are not going to perform, and some of the underdogs are going to pop off. That's just because you have so many teams, so many possibilities. And I think a team that I didn't expect to do so well is Morocco. I think they've shown up big, and they're in 5th place right now, fighting for 4th, fighting for 3rd. We'll see how much they can pull off, but definitely been impressive so far.
Absolutely. I mean, coming into the Africa qualifier, being one of the teams that has performed really well so far in their respective Pro League as well. It was kind of, I wouldn't say to be expected that they would perform this well, but definitely one of the teams that, you know, also has the advantage of coming here as a full 4-man roster.
Yeah, that's what they got going.
That's always something you can never underestimate. Also, same goes for Brunei. Getting the first frag onto Kazakhstan, looking for the second one.
Ooh.
Might just be too short, actually. Kazakhstan down to a single player now. I think they've gotten the rest of these 2 frags as well. So 6, Puncher, and Exer all taken down. That means it's just one left alive standing. Let's see if Brunei is actually going to chase this. I could imagine them doing so. It's kind of a tricky spot he's in. Yeah,
Brunei has actually taken off all 3 of his teammates off the map at this point, as Romania is incredibly close to Morocco there. You could see Redux had no idea. And oh boy, we said they had a good position early game. We said they were spreading themselves thin, and they continuously are getting punished. I love this from Morocco as well. Walking up there, we saw them. They were planning this for quite a while. They were taking the compound first, and then they were walking up, taking the aggression. And it's looking like they are very likely to get that flush. And that's going to hurt so much because, as you said, their position in the early game was essentially one of the best one. You could see the northern shift happened, and usually they tend to center up around that coastline, just short south of it, exactly where Romania is right now, center around that area. So they would have been in an absolute prime spot to make the best out of this round, and obviously due to the fact that Chile with that one single player kind of caught them off guard, that was kind of the start of their downfall. Either way, Morocco is going to chase this. Octavian tries to get the spray down. He gets one, doesn't get the second one. He does get traded immediately. Senkai is going to be there to cover for him. And Lazy Boy gets the flash. Octavian down and out as well. That means it's only Kapahala left. Romania, they are not off to a good start. Terrible start for them. You can already see in the distance. There's other teams, though, taking that space away. Morocco has just left. You can see Senkai. He has to worry a little bit about his backside now, as Algeria has pulled on up. Carry Boy and him are left holding the back lines. That's an easy 2 kills, though. Easy 2 points for Morocco. Well done. Well-timed aggression. They realized what they could do, and they decided to pull it off. And that's not only going to give them those 2 points, it's going to give them so many possibilities towards the north side of that circle, towards the northern edge. Love to see that. Big shots coming out from Algeria. And that's, oh my goodness, that's Turkey losing a play. That's Turkey losing a play. We might just see a flush as well. No, that's a second down. Sharko gets the flush, though. Kalsi
is eliminated and out, and they do have another knock lying on the floor. That is disaster. That is disaster, not only for Turkey, but for Kyrgyzstan as well. Both of these teams falling short, but that's not what you need. In the meanwhile, Shekel picks up his 3rd elimination. That's at least not what you need if you want to catch up to Kyrgyzstan, who are playing such an incredibly, actually kind of an unfathomably well-played tournament so far. And there we can have it. Silas and Razy going to be the last ones alive.
Both of our top teams struggling right now. Maybe all 3 of our top teams, depending on how you define it. 2 on Turkey left to deal with the Brunei squad. Silas is getting aggressive with the DBS, but instantly caught, instantly put down. No chance to get anything going. It's the Philippines that picked that one up. Razy, he's stuck between multiple teams here. No chance to go anywhere. But as we saw for a split second there, Kyrgyzstan has the same kind of problems. Just 1 player left standing. The other one is on his feet, on his knees. Not a good start for our top teams here, but that is still okay news for Kyrgyzstan. If nobody else is getting these points, they don't have to worry about falling out early.
Yes, it is. That's perfect. That's actually, Kyrgyzstan must be celebrating right now, no matter what happens. And no matter what happens against this fight against Egypt either, they will actually take 1 down. Flyke's knocked off. That should surely be the try. He's looking for the flash, you can tell, but he's just not going to get it. He's 1 hit, and Agnesser comes and picks it up. 4 frags for Egypt, but then again, Kyrgyzstan being eliminated doesn't really matter too much. Turkey just behind them, got eliminated. Romania is left alive with 1 play. They haven't gotten a single point so far, and I mean, they aren't going to, unless he's going to make a frag for the next 4 teams that will be eliminated. So it's going to be absolutely tough for Romania. Kapal is just kind of hiding out in that one single kind of hunter stand, I think, is what that is that he's sitting in. So it's going to be absolutely brutal.
The thing is, there is a chance, right? There is a chance Morocco stays busy enough that they don't have to aggress him, and nobody else wants to make the run through the open. If someone aggresses him, there's a chance he stands up, gets a kill or 2, but he is hoping that just nobody comes his way. Maybe Georgia can keep Morocco busy. Maybe Algeria from the south, we saw them pull up into the compound. Maybe they can just keep that team on their toes, because Morocco is the team that knows that there is a solo around them. They've killed 2 of his teammates. Chile's killed 1 of his teammates. They are well aware that there could be a solo somewhere here, but they all have their own issues. They'll all have to spend their own time. And right now, Lazy Boy is looking like he's going to spend a little time fishing.
Looks like it. I mean, he's kind of the anchor player, just watching the back, and he might just split out the Georgian squad. That's his job to do so. And if he does, that's going to be in absolute trouble for Georgia. I don't think they're going to be able to make it on land. As soon as he gets spotted, they should be focusing on that. Either way, Philippines now making their way towards that single-story compound. Really tough spot to be in.
Yeah. It's no one else than Brunei as well on the other side. They've had a hot game so far. 5 kills for them. Like we said, we talked about them before the games. They're a little bit disappointed with their performance so far, but they can still make this a very respectable 4th place easily today. And they're off to a pretty hot start. Philippines 2 kills for themselves. Not the worst thing in the world, but a hard cross to make. You can get the smokes out, though. You can smoke both these doors off. You can try to cross. The problem is the potential third parties from the west and from the east that could come in. Especially a team like Argentina is posed on the hill on their western side and could provide massive issues when they want to cross that road.
Definitely. You were talking about Kapahara maybe just hiding out in there and maybe staying alive for a couple of more zones. I think now with the new shift, that might be an actual possibility. I don't think anyone's going to come close because Morocco's just going to hold everyone off. But Morocco, on the other hand, is not going to push them, not going to push him either. There's no reason for them to do so.
Yeah.
So Kapahara might just be in a prime spot to at least pick up some placement points and get closer to Turkey after they've been eliminated too. But let's see. Georgia is still swimming there. I don't think Lazy Boy has spotted them yet. I don't see any shots. That might be a big problem.
It's a big problem because they have been knocked on the other side of things, so they have to try and pull this together. They have been aggressed, and they've even lost a player to this. Algeria has not only kept them busy, they've taken the first casualty. And like you said, like we said earlier, this is the problem. If they get too busy, they might not only miss out on Kapahara, they might even miss out on Georgia. And if suddenly there's a 4-man standing in your backs, picking up on the coastline, they've already left Jaeger up towards the east. Now the swimmers have been spotted. Now the solo that's off to the west here already made landfall. He's going to come up big. This is trouble for Georgia, but it's, again, going to keep Morocco busy.
Yes, it is. Morocco, unfortunately, due to the knock up there, had to kind of group down in the compound. They just lost. They had pretty much the whole western zone, and they just almost lost all of it. Being down there in the compound is not a place to be with this kind of circle. You will be gate-kept kind of running outwards unless you have massive amounts of smoke, so we'll see how much utility they actually have as a 3-man. But the only good message really is that Algeria up there has lost a player too.
Yeah, and like we said, the solo needs to make a play. Jäger, he's a little bit off to the west here of the Moroccan squad, but he's not managing to. He's not there in time. He has a very open run to make as well, and it's looking like he might have... No, he actually has been knocked at this point. He's been found out. That is the worst possible scenario for them. Morocco's holding on. We have another zone popping in, and for now, they're getting their kill points at least.
And look at this. This shift is perfect for Argentina. We haven't been able to talk about Argentina so far in this round because they've just been passive throughout all of this. They've only got found that one single elimination on that southern side. But look at them now. They're in the prime spot. They're pretty much in the best spot you could possibly be in without fighting anyone, without getting into any trouble. They've got all the cars, all the utility they need. Sure, level 1 was maybe only on Andy, but other than that, I think they're set up for this zone. We might actually see now a good opportunity for them to catch up to Romania.
Absolutely. I agree with you. And Algeria is already under so much pressure. They're trying to get the res back up. Morocco is trying to push them out as well. And the second that fight explodes on the western side, Argentina could go for the aggression, could go for the third party. Not sure if they will, because it is Argentina in the end. And they also have some very tasty targets there crossing the road on the eastern side of things. So maybe they'll keep themselves busy there. But again, while all of this is happening, Kapahala is mighty fine in that wizard tower. I'm saying it right now. He gets a top 4 here.
That's a bold prediction, but one that could absolutely prove to be true. I mean, look at the warehouse area. They can coexist in the next phase, I think. And even now, they're fighting ready. I think Brunei is just breaching Philippines. On the western side, even these two teams can coexist. Morocco has to fight against Algeria as well, so that's another team out. We only really have Egypt, or maybe one team on the warehouse area, apart from Argentina, that's going to make it in. Either way, Ivan is going to be tries to pick up one of the frags, but doesn't even need to. Jody is going to be there. Cover fire from up top from Kimo as well is there to prove them wrong and prove them right in taking this fight. So Algeria is going to clean up that edge. Still 3 players left alive, but Argentina is creeping up.
Yes, finally they make the move. Now they don't third party the fight, and oh no, where are they looking? What's going on? They're not ready for it at all. They pull up on this ridgeline, but they're not ready for it whatsoever. Jody finds 2. At least there's a few shots back. A little bit of a trade for Argentina. But oh my, that was not what should have happened. They're going to get one of these reses. I'm not sure how much space Algeria really has to play. I'm not even sure if that res is safe. There's a good chance Egypt peeks over the top. But that's, again, classic Argentina. They go a little too late, and it doesn't work out for them.
Oh my goodness, that trade. How important was that trade? You look at Iron, though. I think he knows he has to make a move now. Instead of actually pushing up that ridgeline, he's going to let them revive. Both these players are back up. Argentina, even though that was crazy good spray from Kimo and shouldn't have happened either way, they might find a footing back into this. The revives have happened. That's a good nade. Somehow Algeria is falling apart. Egypt from the distance now chiming in as well. And Argentina, they're back on their feet. They will have another chance at this.
This is exactly what they needed. Another breath of relief. They've gotten a few of them this game, but now they can at least peek over the top, figure out what's in front of them, weaken all these teams, make sure to clean up whatever points they can get. They still have to make a move towards Algeria here into the open arms of Egypt. So this is not going to be easy. No matter where they decide to go, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be free, but they have another chance. Lucky them. 7 kills for Algeria, not a bad result no matter what happens here, but they could provide to be the stepping stone, and they could provide to be the tripwire for Argentina right now. Fragger's pulling up to the rock, 1 HP, the shots are not landing. It's an absolute mess. It's a mess in the warehouse as well. Chewy, DBS, can he make it work? Yes, he can. Keeps Brunei in it, but I'm not even sure. He might have gone down to zone.
What a great shot from Brunei. We do have it down to the top 4. And you were saying Romania might just get in there. And they have 2 frags at the moment. I think he's found another one as well. Kapahala is still very much in this. Argentina now being taken out by the zone. The zone just shifting too much the way of Egypt. And they will not find any kind of breathing room. And now it's just Kapahala. I think he's been spotted as well. It is a 3-on-1. What can Kapahala do in this one? We've seen crazy stuff coming in from Flyke in a 3-on-1. But not in this kind of scenario. Surely not.
Surely not, but all he needs is one opening, and then it's suddenly a 1v2. A 1v2 sounds pretty reasonable, right? I mean, there's even been a team nade at this point. Toxin takes a little bit of damage from another one of the Egyptian players. Now the pull-up's there. Surely that's the first location you're going to look for, but that being said, it's still a very good position to be playing out of for Kapahala. Wow, the molly's beautiful. The molly's beautiful. The molly's what they needed. I think he even almost got one knock, but Egypt cleans it up in the end. Kapahala, though, to get these 6 placement points is massive for Romania too.
Wow, that is amazing. Egypt coming back in the first game of the last day after yesterday has been so incredibly lackluster. I mean, there's no other way to put it. They have just not been on point. The first day, they've looked kind of consistent. They have been racking up points there as well. They're in the top 5 throughout all of it. And yesterday, it's just been a couple of points here, a couple of points there. Now they're bringing it back.
Yeah.
Now they're bringing it back. That's going to be the first team in the middle of the table to bring it back as well.
Big points for them. Big climb on the leaderboard. And again, good salvage for Romania as none of the other top teams got anything going. Argentina, they had another chance. They got a few eliminations, but they got absolutely destroyed coming off that ridgeline. Just a reoccurring problem for them.
Yes.
Just a little bit too passive, a little bit too late. But it's good to see Egypt back on the scoreboard. It's good to see Morocco popping off early game as well. Some of these teams in the mid-pack that we've seen pop up and down throughout the days, showing some consistency here.
Yeah, it is sad, considering we've talked about this so often now. Argentina not making the right decisions in the late game area. That split-second decision whether or not they want to clear it Algeria would not only have meant 3 points, it would have meant they would have had time to focus on Egypt on the other side of the circle. So, I mean, them kind of losing that ridgeline to the first 2 knocks that came from Algeria is kind of, on top of the bad decision, was the worst thing that could happen, because that slowed them down even further. That's just very unfortunate for them.
Let's not dwell on about it. Let's head to a short break. And we have 5 more maps of PUBG Mobile coming back for you. So don't go anywhere, just a few minutes. We're back with the leaderboard, all the stats, everything for you. Don't go anywhere.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cele mai bune evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game as itself, right, there's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1 true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against Mo.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că Iasi o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
This is where I'm dreaming to be floating away. Beyond the mountains, the rivers, the colors, beyond time in all seasons. Only in this way could I embrace everything. This place does exist and is alive. You can feel it pulsating with life. You would really like Romania and the Romanians.
Egypt is the one to take away the chicken dinner in the first one, the last SANHOK of the tournament. A mid-pack team pushing themselves up towards the top, making themselves a contender for maybe that third, maybe that fourth place spot. We'll see what they continue to do today. Good performance from them. Solid, clean. I think very calm and collected on the northern side, Felix.
Yes, definitely. They were kind of waiting for the right. They were kind of doing the opposite of what Argentina should have did actually, not what they should have done. What they did, they were waiting for the right timings on when to engage and when not to engage. And you were saying so often, PUBG Mobile is kind of the game where these kind of decisions are the kind of things that separate you from like a first or eighth place finish. Yeah. Right. So when they engaged on that northeastern side was exactly when they had to engage. They were not overly aggressive on that Morocco-Algeria fight, for example. They didn't completely lose the position. They never lost control of the circle because of that, and that's why they ended up in the position they got it in the end. So just calm, clean, and collected, to be honest.
A lot of the times you can just push enemies into each other, bite your time, make sure you have the good spots in your own hands, and that can be enough to win the game. We have a few statistics for you guys. I think we're going to watch who performed the best in that last game. Then we're going to have a look at the leaderboard, and then we're almost ready to jump into our SANHOK. So let's make sure we take a look at some of the graphics. Man of the match, who do you think it was?
Maybe Nasser. I don't know. Maybe. I think a lot of teams, not only from Egypt, I think a lot of players actually had good breakout performances in these rounds.
We'll look at the total leaderboard first.
Yeah,
how about that?
Let's take a look. Let's see how big the difference still is. I mean, top three teams, we were saying it. Nothing really happened except for Romania picking up that second place. Yeah. Unfortunately for them, because as we said, they were in the position that it actually ended in like phase 2, I believe. So Romania should have had way more points in this one. They got caught off guard, very unfortunately, from one of the Chile players, and I'm not even sure if you can do anything about it. I mean, sometimes that just happens in an 18 game grand final.
Absolutely, stuff can always happen, and I think it's very easy to judge PUBG teams for making these tiny mistakes and getting really punished for it. I think they could have just played a little bit more laid back. They're committing for that lumber mill position a little bit early, but can't really fault them all too much, and they're very happy that they at least got the second place out of that. They're very happy that they at least got these placement points, because that means they stay in the runnings and they get a little bit past Turkey. Argentina didn't make the jump this game, kept themselves in the running. Egypt has separated themselves from Morocco at least and put themselves as a good contender for fourth place. We have an ERANGEL coming up. We're playing 3 ERANGELs today, 2 Miramars, and then we're done with this tournament. So we'll see. SANHOK has always been crazy. And then Kyrgyzstan has historically been insane on ERANGEL. So when that plane's in the air, when we're jumping over, I'm ready. I'm ready for some domination. For the leaderboard, I hope it doesn't happen, but it might.
It very much might. 100 eliminations they have, by the way, with this round. Cracked that triple-digit mark that we were so desperately hoping kind of not to see at this point, because we just didn't want them to just plow through this lobby and make it look so easy, because it really isn't. But yeah, Kyrgyzstan now cracking that triple-digit elimination mark in just, what, 13 games, essentially. That is
nuts.
That's nuts. That's seriously nuts. I mean, someone calculate that. I'm too busy for it. But that's
somewhere around 8. Somewhere around that.
It is completely absurd. Anyways, either way, we're going into ERANGEL. It's going to be the first ERANGEL of today, and one of the 3 that we have coming up. Playing path looks kind of okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks kind of okay.
Looking a little bit crowded towards the southwest of that plane path, so where Turkey is jumping towards Gatka as always. They're going to have to maybe have some struggles for vehicles. So far, they've always been coming out on top. Remember them killing players from Algeria around Pachinki, stuff like that has been pretty easy, pretty beneficial for them in the past. And yeah, I mean, I think that the crazy thing about this whole situation is, you say 100 eliminations is crazy. But by the way that Kyrgyzstan has been playing, I'm not even surprised. If you would have told me they have 10 kills per game, I wouldn't have even been surprised. They're slightly below 8 now at this point with the last game coming in. But just because of the dominance they've been showing, I'm not even surprised. And, well, you might get a little bit tired of us saying that we hope somebody catches up to them. We're just trying to have an exciting tournament, right? We're hoping that in the last game, the winner gets decided. That's what you want to see as a fan, as a viewer. And as a caster, you want it to be as close and as competitive as possible. But if they run away with this again, I'm not mad at all. They've pulled up, they've showed. We're not a full lineup, but we're coming in here with some of the best fraggers in Europe, and we're going to dominate. And there's nothing to be sad about that. They've been absolutely crazy, and if they win this, they 100% deserve it.
Yes, I mean, definitely. Ooh, that's going to be a quick entry coming in from Viking, who's been struggling in this tournament so far as well. He's lost lots of his aim fights in the last 2 days that I felt like he normally doesn't. He's going to pick up a Achilles, though, this time around. It's going to start things off. That's going to be the first casualty of the game, and it's going the way of Armenia.
Fernan, the crazy man, engaged that building with only a machete at hand. I think he might have found a pistol at some point now. Shotgun on the other side, but he's winning that out. How? He's landing the shots. Zuro not being able to connect the shotgun strongman on the other side is going to do him the favor. Now he can hunt the low HP Fernan that just has a pistol to work with. Surely going to put him down.
Wow.
The pump action is going to be good enough. Armenia just outgunning Colombia in this fight. They've also outmanned them. Legal nowhere to be found. And that's another one of our mid-pack teams that will not make the jump.
Absolutely not. No, Armenia is going to pick up 3 frags. Colombia, on the other hand, will be just with 1 player left alive. Not even sure what Legal is going to do at this point. Might try to kind of get some kind of retribution here. I mean, looks like he's going their way as well. But yeah, going over to Kyrgyzstan, first rotation, Algeria as well. It is a Western kind of circle, so I don't think Algeria is driving the way that they are opting for in terms of that first rotation. Nope, they've just arrived, actually just gotten their vehicles, obviously. So still lots and lots of time to loot. I don't expect them to leave too early either. It should be a pretty clean rotation path into the western side. Either way, Turkey though.
Yeah.
This has been the kind of circle where if they're centered up phase 1, which they are right now, they're in the military area looting, that they historically perform really well on in this tournament. So I'm hoping to see a big split again. I think that's what we can all expect to see as well. A big split, lots of information being gathered, and them just centering up phase 2, phase 3.
Yeah, it would be lovely if we could look at the map there a bit, because it's super interesting how they split up in the looting phase. They're splitting wide between the south of South Georgia, essentially, the compounds just south of Everest, and the compounds next to the chopsticks. So they have quite a bit of area, and they really have to decide what they want to do with it. A lot of the times, it's way easier to be coming in from the edge and just figuring out what's in front of you and figuring out what you can take, than being in the middle and deciding what you want to take. Because you have the priority. You can pick whatever you want. But when you then end up picking spots that you can't really play out of, you end up spots that don't make you happy in that game, it feels way more like you've made a mistake. It was in your hands, and you didn't make the right decision. The other part of that is teams will come in very early into your phase 1 looting split, where you're still looting. Teams will come very early and contest for some of your positions.
Yeah.
So you got to be really fast. You got to be quick, and you can't take your time as much as if you were an edge looting team.
No, you definitely can't. And look who's next to Turkey at the moment in the circle center. I can just spoil you guys. It is Argentina. Both these teams are opting for very centralized positions at the moment. Nothing out of the ordinary. But the way Argentina is rotating right now, we might see a little bit of a clash. Morocco coming into the northwestern side as well. In the meanwhile, Algeria, though, taking their sweet time. They did take their time bringing the vehicles in the first place. So as we said, we don't expect them to have too much of an early rotation. There we have it, Argentina. One of the teams that is trying to catch up. They did have the chance to do so in the last game. They once again missed out of it. As an Argentina fan, at least you'll have a lot of viewing time.
Yeah.
Because they almost always survive. But then again, you'll also be one of the most frustrated fans at this point.
You'd be furious.
Because they're just not winning the games. They're just really not.
It's like watching Argentina go into World Cup after World Cup and losing to Germany over and over again. It's just furious, you know? You lose in penalties, then you lose in versus Gotze making an unfortunate goal for you in the last few minutes of the game. Doesn't matter how far you got, you're going to be furious about going out, and you're going to be furious about not winning the thing.
Yeah.
They are in a position right now to get second place, at least. I am going to say it. I think Romania and Turkey can get first. I don't think Argentina has a chance. I don't think Egypt has a chance. But they're still fighting for second. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money on the line. That's a lot of pride on the line as well. It's much easier to say, well, this one team was just unbeatable, but we got second place, than to say, well, we got into all the end games, but we ended up 5th anyways. That's not going to be what they want to go home with.
Yeah. So yeah, once again, big split coming in from Turkey as opposed to Argentina, pretty much just sticking to that literally the most centralized compound. Don't really like that play too much, but so far it's worked out perfectly for them. I mean, that's part of the reason why they've almost never lost a player early, as opposed to Turkey, for example, who have very occasionally, not as much as other teams, obviously, they've still been really, really solid in the early game, but just very occasionally lost a player. Argentina, that's just never been the case, I feel like. I think in one of the rounds we've seen them fight in phase 1. I think that was yesterday, I think 3rd or 4th round, where they actually got into kind of a skirmish in the early game, but they managed to pull out of that one as well. I think even with 1 or 2 elimination points. But yeah, let's see how this one's going. Next circle is going to be incredibly influential because the middle is kind of stacked, so rotation paths are going to be cramped.
Interesting stuff here for Turkey as well. Split right around the arms of Argentina. Kyrgyzstan, no surprise, coming in slow from that Primorsk edge position I'm personally very fond of, and they will take quarry. They'll get a player towards the ferry pier area. He's got to be a little bit careful here. Effect, you can see him on the map. He's got a few players sailing his way, but classic Kyrgyzstan style. Take a lot of space, take information, don't go too deep, because they are happy to take a fight on the edge, and they are very, very good at getting out of them on top.
Definitely. Brunei. Is there... Yeah, I mean, that was a stupid question. I was just about to ask, is there a way for them to get 4th place? I think it is. They need that one win now. Just as much as Egypt just needed that win, I think Brunei needs that win as well. Some of the very individual players coming out from Brunei as well.
They're a little bit disappointed with their current results.
I can understand that. Yeah, I can understand that.
Absolutely. I think they did really well last season, and they were hoping to catch up to it. They said as well, last season was just much easier. This season, there's a lot of good teams in this lobby. It's way harder.
I mean, we have a world champion here.
Yeah, we have a world champion, and that world champion is 36 points behind first place. So that's a pretty good way of describing this lobby, I'd say.
Pretty good way.
I think that's a pretty good way of describing that lobby. Yeah, not feeling all too good. Algeria, Chile, they're going a little bit crazy. A few shots exchanged, a few drive-bys. Now, the first casualty goes the way of Algeria. Chile picks it up, resets from it, and so far nothing gained for Algeria.
Well played. That's a quick pickup. Could have been maybe like 1.5 seconds faster, but the trade was there, and unfortunately for them, the player only had a shotgun, not going to be able to take the player out of the buggy. And there we have it. Even Turkey now grouping up. They have kind of reduced that split now to a full 3-on-1 split, maybe, because the next circle shift did go towards that northwestern side pretty heavily. So good on Turkey. Quick rotation, almost immediately on circle pop. They were on their cars. The rotation timing so far impeccable for them.
Yeah, ready for it. Reacting quickly is what you want to say. This is a wild one. This is not surprised at all to see Nexus, Romania, in the blue there on the east. Very surprised to see this kind of fight. The Philippines versus Serbia. Knocks go both ways. Casino has to be so careful. Gets absolutely blown up by Bishke Koa. Close range to the DBS as well. Got to see what he can do on the long range. Player has to figure out which one he wants to aggress, which part of the ridgeline he wants to push. But now he's happy to confirm just one. The spray doesn't very well connect. There's a knock on both sides. It's an absolute mess. Phase 2 blue doesn't kill you, but it really makes makes these fights so much harder and so much more messy.
Absolutely, Nate's coming out. That might just be the deciding factor in this one, because Zito definitely gets flushed out. Genus gets knocked too. That means 2 players down. I think that's it. Philippines get annihilated by Serbia, who've just picked up 4 eliminations as well. These are so certain. I can't even describe how influential, because look at the middle of the pack. We talked about this. They're all so close. Serbia with this one round could easily go up to 8th, 7th place, and that's where they should be. That's what they should be. Unfortunately for me, my little favorites, I want to call them, Philippines. They have one around yesterday as well. Not going to be able to show their strength in this one. Oh, Salas goes down.
Going down. Yeah, that's big. That is big. Turkey, they had a 4-man compound in the center, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. As we see Kyrgyzstan in their classic fashion, playing it very slow, not holding the back lines. There's the breach, that's why. Nice knock by Hamzi. But already losing a player is going to sting, and it's going to sting bad. Nades are very, very good versus this warehouse. You want to use the mollies as well. close out some of the angles. The group has to be there for Turkey. And, well, they've taken a risk early game, a reasonable risk at that, to split this 2-2, and they've already been punished. Even if they get these eliminations onto Algeria, they're going to be very, very sad about losing a member so early, because, again, the high point potential really goes out the window when you're down to 3. But they have to make sure to not lose another one here. They have to keep this clean.
That's going to hurt so much, because they just opted for the 2-2 split, and somehow Silas gets taken out. And that zone goes all the way down south. Good first knock coming in from Turkey, and I think they just want to clear this out. They need these points as well. If you do lose a player, you at least pick up all the points. Damsey's going to be jumping in. He should spot that first knock in just a matter of seconds. Pre-fire shots are coming in. Not going to happen for Peko. Peko gets taken down. 2 more frags for Turkey. That means they have got 3 elimination at the moment. And Turkey, once again,
look at that.
If they would have been here as 4-man, it would have been perfect. Now they're getting breached on the other side as well. It's just falling apart for them, and I can't even blame them on how, because everyone suddenly is playing so aggressive, breaching their positions. That's how they punish Turkey for it, and it works out perfectly.
We talked about this yesterday a little bit, I think, off stream, where we said, well, if you're used to the best lobbies, you're used to knowing exactly what your teammate, where your enemies are going to do. Yeah, sometimes you can make plays that just don't work in this, that just don't play out at all how you expect them to. And right here, they're not ready for the aggression coming out of this lobby. Morocco on the one side, Algeria on the other. Morocco has always been crazy. Morocco has always been aggressive in the way they play. And Turkey is playing a 2-2 split. That might work out for them usually in some of the leagues they play, some of the tournaments they've been in. But here, they get very well punished. And even though they get a few of these kill points, they're going to be devastated. That could have been the game for them. Same for Romania in the last round, Felix. They could have had their game, and they didn't.
No, they didn't. Argentina, on the other hand, on this one, have rotated off as well. They were on the far eastern side. And now they've rotated towards the western, south of Hospital Edge. We do have a knock against Kyrgyzstan, though, but it did get revived. So I'm not expecting anything to happen over there either, to be honest. Not with the compound they have. I mean, it should be pretty safe. It's almost unbreachable, to be honest. You can see them just stacked up in that little kind of yellow building. They've got kind of a garage building to the side there as well, where they can kind of play around off of. So let's see how this one goes. But yeah, circle-wise, we have seen these historically open up, kind of end almost always kind of this open field area kind of space. So that means Argentina's in a great spot because they have no one behind them in the circle. They can just play in and through the northern side. Also means Turkey still has some kind of chance. I mean, they will get breached sooner or later, I think, by Morocco. Morocco's surely going to play through this compound. And also Kyrgyzstan again. All these top 3 teams are again in the most centralized position. Yeah. This is not a coincidence at this point anymore. It absolutely is. And we could tell that by the time we got to maybe like the 3rd game yesterday as well. These teams are actively playing for it because it works in this lobby.
Yeah. And well, that's one way to do it. Argentina very safe, very quiet, very passive in their compound. Morocco, we saw tons and tons of space on the northwestern side, just completely clearing their edge, completely having everything they want to work with. A second until phase 4 pops, and we are going hard south, you can tell, as the first few rotations will be coming in. Kyrgyzstan, from the center of the circle, they're suddenly on the north side of it. They will have to hold their edge. You said it's an unbreachable compound. It's very hard to breach. It's still possible to aggress if you figure out the low ground around it, if you use your util smartly. And it's going to take a while until anyone gets involved. Next is Romania versus Serbia on the other side of that circle. That's a fight we can't miss. 4-man up for Nexus. It's a much better starting position than they had in the last game, but they have to hold on versus some of the best fraggers in the lobby here.
It looks possible for Romania, to be honest. Oh, that's a quick trade. Dorin, though, gets taken down as well. Malis is looking for that quick trade. Redux, though, he has to fight, and Redux does! What a shot with the DBS. That means it's just Biska left alive, and look at him. He should be known as well. His position should be given away. Either way, though, Kapahal has been flushed, and that means, once again, Romania is taken down to 3 players. And we saw that fall apart in the last game, too. It's just not where they feel the most comfortable.
And they have, I mean, Serbia is in dire straits here. They're happy Redux has gone for the res, but if he has an AR, he can whip that out and he can do so much damage right now. No, he's just going for the flushes. Doesn't even want to get the instant confirms. I'm not sure what he's going for. Oh, he's going for another res. I'm not quite sure if I read that situation right, but now they will get the flushes. Bishke, last one on that rock side, holding on. You've got Maxa right on his side. This is not a position you want to be in. This is not comfortable. This is not safe. This is not even survivable in the long term here. They're trying to go for another res, but as soon as that buggy blows up, they're in absolute trouble. This should be should be Romania cleaning up some of these kill points at least. Yeah, Maxa instantly back down to his feet. They're not going to go away with this with just 2 kills. They're going to clean up everything they can.
I think they have to at this point. Look at this. The entry into the circle is pretty much through Serbia. So the only real way in for Romania at the moment is reaching this hillside and cleaning up the rest of them. Now, what they don't know right now is Brunei is still around there. And look at the spread Brunei has. I love this. Brunei is playing so actively on that southern side. Very fast spread out. Not letting themselves get pressured from anywhere. They want to take as much control in as much space as they can. And that just goes to show you they should not be in 7th place either. Very well played so far from them. Let's see how much they can do with it. Octavian already breaching that ridgeline. Redux coming just behind them. Doran should have a buggy as well. Kind of just covering from behind. And there you can see it. Brunei should have that information sometime soon. Let's see how early they want to aggress because it feels like they want to do aggress this very early, actually, in order to have as much playing room up there as they can.
Good reposition from Shackle. Realizes he's a little bit out too far. He's a little bit left in the cold. Resets back to his teammates. Says, well, these guys got to come closer. These guys have to come towards us. We don't have to go all too crazy. So they reset that a little bit. 31 teams, 10 players alive. We also lost one on Kyrgyzstan, so that's good news for Romania here. But we've talked plenty about the leaderboard. We've talked plenty about the situation. Romania figures out the double oranges are free. They figures out they don't have to run into a Brunei. They're set up to keep them out. And that's a very nice bit of breathing room. That's a few seconds to relax, 25 seconds until the phase 4 locks in and we see where phase 5 takes us. Good amount of time for Romania to figure out what's going on. I think we had Kazakhstan as well. We had them on the radio tower earlier, but they've also lost 2 members. So they have gone into a much more passive position. And depending on where the circle goes, Romania can make a whole lot of plays here, especially when they figure out that some of the teams around them are consistently weakened.
Next circle shift is going to be coming up. Ooh, and we were talking about it. Most of the time, these circles tend to end up over towards the northern side, up in that open field kind of area. So that's exactly where Kyrgyzstan and also Turkey kind of positioned themselves. Turkey did make it out of there without Morocco breaching them, but I think at least now Morocco is going to do some kind of pressure towards them. You can see Kyrgyzstan actually is going to be the one to find Kalzi, though. That's a big knock, actually. Not sure how much they can do with that. Actually, it's going to be a flush coming in from Flyki as well. So good stuff from Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, they find one of Turkey, and Turkey, and the meanwhile, has pulled up to the radio tower, and they have mexes there. They've just barely beaten them through the punch. It's just Hamzi left. They've lost every single other member, but Nexus has, or Romania has lost one as well. They have to go for that res very, very quickly here.
They have to. Hamzi still looking around that open field area. Kyrgyzstan should spot some of the Moroccan players. But either way, I mean, Kyrgyzstan, if anyone's in a prime spot to take this one, it's Kyrgyzstan right now. They're sitting so comfortably. How did they lose effect, though? That's gotta hurt. They were all still
in the middle
compound.
of the compound. They had a 4-man compound hold. They cannot lose a player there.
That's just not. No, that's just.
They've got to be very happy that at least they were able to weaken the teams around them. They were able to weaken Turkey here, but they should have never lost a player in that situation.
No, that's the kind of round where you pretty much only need one win for anyone else in the lobby not to be able to catch up throughout the rest of this tournament, right? If you win one time here, Kyrgyzstan, no one's going to be able to catch up to you. That's just I think almost no mathematical way unless you literally do 0-point rounds, which is never going to happen with Kyrgyzstan. So in a situation like this, keep it smart, keep it cool. Don't go for any aggression that you don't need to. You've got the zone, you're in prime position. There's no better spot than this. What cannot be said about Chile at the moment, running across the street. I'm not even sure how he's still alive. Georgia should be able to see him. And there he goes, Asterix takes him down.
He's ducking and diving. Nexus, Romania, they're on the sweep. They're looking for Hamzi. 1 HP is all he's got left to deal with. There's the right peak coming out, and 1 HP is enough when you have a shotgun. Just 1 left on Romania. Wow. They're trying to clear this. They want this desperately. It's the team they need to take out as well. And the nade will finally do it. Can they hold off versus Morocco? Is Morocco going to pull one of their crazy plays? Not looking like it. Maybe they can get both of these reses. Maybe they can get back on their feet. They've done it before in this game. But again, down to scrambles. Can they reset? They'd really, really have to.
Rez might just come through. I think Redux is going to be picked back up. Looking for it at least. Asterix in the meanwhile taken now as well. Georgia on some more. Oh, no. Now finds an opening. That might just mean one more potential kill point for Kyrgyzstan at the moment. And the one new thing for the leaderboard situation is that Redux got picked back up. So that means they are back on 3. There is still the possibility for Kyrgyzstan to kind of falter in this round. I don't really see it happening. Let's be honest. With that kind of circle shift that's about to come up, it can't really go anywhere that's bad for Kyrgyzstan. They will still be on the edge at the very least, and they will still have the high ground in this position. That's like the prime spot to kind of harass anyone else in this circle.
The big problem is as well, their compound is pushable to some extent when it's on the edge. When one team has a free edge behind them, the blue behind them, it's possible, But all of these teams are tearing each other apart. None of these teams can really focus any sort of manpower towards Kyrgyzstan. That's Georgia down. Armenia has already lost a member. They'll have to make an open cross. Morocco, Romania on the north, and this is the south especially. Egypt, Brunei, tearing each other apart. Brunei has somehow come out clean with this. I think there was even a team knock involved for Egypt, making that fight a little bit easier. This is the team that could maybe mount some sort of pressure towards Kyrgyzstan, but they also have Kazakhstan waiting right next to them. It's going to be so hard to make any sort of move towards the center here with all these teams just ruining each other's games on the edge.
I cannot see this be anyone's game other than Kyrgyzstan. There is just no way. The circle is just too good for them, and they should be picking up massive amounts of frags as well, just judging by their position. I mean, Kazakhstan, they would need a miraculous shot to even get up towards the street. Maybe they can play just below them, and Kyrgyzstan can just let them be there to be able to focus on the rest of the circle. But for anyone else, realistically, where can they play in the next phase? I don't see a single spot that is potentially open for them, except for some dips on the northwestern side. But that is at most going to be 2 teams.
Yeah, you'll have the occasional water tower ridge you can hide behind. You have a few hay bales. You see those 2 water towers, both of them semi-playable, but it all depends on how much space you have on your edge. It always all depends on who you can take out. For a team like Kazakhstan, for example, they have this ridge line for themselves. If they're able to peek over into the field, none of that field close to them is playable for Team Romania. They shouldn't be able to, because Brunei is there, right? Brunei is going to pin them down. Brunei is going to keep that from happening. But again, everybody's getting into a deadlock around each other. Nobody can really make a move to the middle towards Kyrgyzstan.
Can we just talk about Brunei and how clean they've played it up until this point?
Yeah.
We saw them spread out throughout that kind of area on the southern hillside, almost down to the swamp area. They pretty much controlled all of that area as a 4-man, despite there being 2 other teams. That's how much control they took, and they did not get punished for it because they just played, as you said, the fallbacks happened exactly when they needed to happen. For example, the fight against Romania they were just about to take. So Brunei played this one to absolute perfection while still picking up the frags they needed to. Brunei in this game is playing a cleaner game than Kyrgyzstan by far, even though they don't have the position at the moment.
If they can take out Kazakhstan here, if they can take out Kazakhstan, they can win the game. If they can't, if they keep getting stuck on that ridge line, they can't make a free move out. The second they step up on that road, they're open to the swamp. So they need to clear that for themselves. Then they can activate. Then they can go crazy. If they don't manage that, it's going to be hard. Romania, beautiful. Beautiful rotation, right into the lower ground, next to the compound. Very survivable. Very survivable. While Morocco, while Armenia is alive. If everybody on the north is dead, Kyrgyzstan will destroy you. But for now, very, very good position. Everybody is so dependent on the other teams in the lobby right now. This is peak PUBG. I want to see Brunei keep doing what they're doing, clean out that swamp, and take control right now, because they're looking like a different team today.
This is so smart from all of these teams remaining. This is, you said peak PUBG Mobile. If you're through right now, look at all these teams and realize on why they can play the positions they play on and why no one is fighting at the moment. Everyone knows how each and every one on the opposing side is getting helped by each other. That is exactly how you need to play PUBG Mobile, and why you can play such, for example, why you can do such a rotation that Romania just did, just because everyone else is covering each other just the way that you cover, you are covering someone else for an opposing team. So great PUBG Mobile action coming in this second game of today. Redux going to find an opening. Not sure how much that's going to happen, much impact that's going to have, because I think that edge of the compound is still inside of it, so they should get this rest. But either way, it is one more timer in terms of knocks being taken down, so the next one might just not be revival anymore. I think he's been knocked 2 or 3 times at this point. Brunei still on the map for Kyrgyzstan, but
they don't have
very
the time.
close at the moment.
They don't have the time. Armenia, they have to res. If they take another knock, they won't have the time to do anything about it. Circle is moving in just a bit. They need to get these smokes out. They need to get their vehicles ready. Hopefully, they were able to conserve vehicles in a spot where they can use them. Otherwise, it's going to get very, very tricky here. They could pull up into Romania. They could try to go for something crazy there. They could try and pull up around Morocco. Whatever they do, it's going to be insanely hard. They're going to have multiple teams focusing their way. But even if you're in the center, even if you're Kyrgyzstan, and you have 3 shots onto a team in the north, the second you take a knock, Brunei is up there. In your ridge, in your compound, your game's over. You have to be so careful when you're in the middle of this. There's the knock onto Nod. Brunei loves to see that. Now they have to res themselves. There's a good nade coming out from Flyke. But again, damage instantly traded.
And it's been spotted. That nade has been spotted. Good cover fight. Look at his position. That is so smart from Brunei as well. Having someone inside that shack to kind of look up the ridge line. That is an angle I wouldn't expect to happen either. Oh, that can happen. No way. Kazakhstan is just now chiming in. Chewy tries to get up to the ridge line. He gets taken out just in the position where he's able to get picked apart from Flyke as well. That's another kill point going their way. That means 3 on the board. Unfortunately for Brunei, I feel like they've played it so perfectly up until this point, but there's just nothing you can do. Kazakhstan has gotten a closer position to that circle. So I feel like this has just been down to circles. You cannot fault Brunei for kind of faltering here.
We talked about this. If Kazakhstan has the swamp, you cannot play on the road, and exactly that has happened for them. They had to take the swamp when they could, and they didn't realize at the time, or they didn't manage at the time. Now they're going to get punished for it, and that's going to be good news for Kyrgyzstan, because that means, again, everybody on their edge, everybody around their circle is tearing each other apart, making it so much easier for them to stay alive. Siric, he's playing with fire here, but he's the one dishing out the most of it. No nades left, but the problem here for Kyrgyzstan is Morocco has everything on the north now. They have cleared out Romania, and they have made their way on in. They're looking poised to take this match now. We're looking at the south tearing each other to pieces, but Morocco, look at the minimap, they've got everything in the north.
Look at this though, Brunei, they somehow made it in. They even found an entry on towards, I do believe it was taken, and he just got shattered as well. Did Pubg just get eliminated as well? Brunei, they're actually making it in. Somehow they find both of these frags, and they do have original. I think now the nades came in though, and somehow Kyrgyzstan will find both of these frags also. That is sensational. They will have a chance at another chicken dinner in the second round of the final day. Now it's just Morocco.
Morocco and Kyrgyzstan, but there is the util. We talked about it. As soon as you're surrounded on that compound, as soon as everybody got the space around you, they can let the util fly, they can aggress your compound, they can make it very hard for you to move anywhere. The DBS has to come out, and it does. Kerry Boy sat down. Lazy Boy, he's trying to make it work inside the building. We're down to not a whole lot of manpower on either of these teams. Seric, he's still dancing, he's still ducking and weaving, but they're giving him so many 1v1s, they're giving him so many chances to come out with the shotgun here. If he lands one good shot, he could do it, but he doesn't.
No.
He doesn't. Morocco takes the win in the end. A nail-biter. That got way too close for comfort.
Oh, yes, it did. They did have the man advantage when they originally pulled up to that compound, but it was nothing short of amazing in what Kyrgyzstan pulled off in this game. They did have the circle, yes, but so many fights and so many good decisions on how they want to do it. I feel like if Effect wouldn't have died, I feel like that was Effect's game to kind of throw away. To be honest, we got to point. I hate pointing out individual players. But we didn't see what happened. But still, if you're a 4-man in that compound, you just cannot afford to die. Effect has been playing phenomenal up until this point. He kind of just lost in the round. Either way, though, Morocco back in the game. Brunei with an amazing game as well. I feel like they played it so unfathomably clean. I don't even think Kyrgyzstan would have played that cleaner at this point. So lots and lots of teams in the total leaderboard situation that will be having a change in position. But Kyrgyzstan, man, how many points was that again?
Too many.
Too many. I think at this point, too many.
Again, there was chances for Romania to do something there. There was chances for Turkey to do something there. Kyrgyzstan, in the end, pulled off the biggest game. And that's why we saw them as well at the end. We saw them arguing a little bit. You know, they weren't happy about how that went. They still want to win that late game. But I think it's a second place out of that compound is sort of reasonable. Like I said, once someone has control around you, you have no control anymore. You don't know what's happening because they all have low ground on you. They can peek up. But like I said, should have been 4-man up, could have had a chance. It doesn't matter. They got a lot of points that game. We'll see how that reflects on the scoreboard when we come back from the break in just a few minutes.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing moments.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets it advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1 true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
This is where I'm dreaming to be floating away. Beyond the mountains, the rivers, the colors, beyond time in all seasons. Only in this way could I embrace everything. This place does exist and is alive. You can feel it pulsating with life.
Morocco is just a little bit better that time. Just a little bit better. They take the first ERANGEL of the day. They take the second game. 4 more to go, but it's looking like the Kyrgyzstan train is not stopping anytime soon.
No, it's a train that has no brakes, apparently. It's just plowing through it. Even though it's just, do we have the same storyline now with Argentina coming up? Because I feel like they should have won this game as well. Are we talking about Effect just dying there really early? We got to go back in the VOD to figure out. Maybe just ask them in the pause, actually, on what has exactly happened. Because if they would have been 4 there, I think no questions asked. We all would have agreed on them winning that 4v4 fight. They had the positional advantage. Even though that ridge line that Morocco pulled up on is pretty good, I think just 4 players shooting you while you even rotate up there is going to be something that is incredibly hard to survive.
I think that's kind of what made the difference, though. The fact that they were holding out the South. They were focusing on Brunei. They were focusing on all the teams around them. We'll have a look at who was man of the match in that game, and it's going to be Senkai. 3 kills, 500 damage. Not, you know, you would say not the most efficient, but he's got 5 assists for his team. So he's definitely been putting in the work to make sure Morocco stays alive there as well. We said they had so much space throughout the game. They took good benefit of it. Took the field, took their time. They have a really good balance of when to be aggressive and when to take their time. That's something that I love to see from them. We have a few more stats coming up for you guys, and we'll obviously look at the total leaderboard in a bit. That's the one thing I'm the most interested in. But again, Morocco, super clean in that game. If they continue doing that, they pushed themselves into, I think, 4th or 5th place yesterday.
Probably.
If they can do that again, when we look at the total leaderboard, we might see them push even further.
Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at what changed. It's 171 points now. It is 41 points. That is even more than what we started on. We started on 38 points, in case you were interested, and what the difference was going into today. So, yeah, 41. I mean, we have 4 more games coming up. We just played the first ERANGEL game. 4 more games.
I can do the maths.
You can do the maths. That's about, you have to get 10 points consistently more than Kyrgyzstan in each of the rounds.
More.
Yeah, it's more.
That's hard. Getting 10 points a game is very hard. Getting 10 points more than Kyrgyzstan. Yeah, we want to hype it up. We want to believe in it, right? We're all believers here. But man, that's going to be hard. Yeah. Man, that's going to be hard. We're going to be starting to look a little bit towards that 2nd and 3rd place. We're going to be starting to look at Romania. We're going to be starting to look at Turkey, maybe in Argentina, maybe Morocco in the mix. Let's have a look at some of these team stats, the team summary, to see what has changed there, Felix.
Total number of kills, nothing really has changed except for them breaking not only the triple digits in the last game, but actually going further now. It's 107 eliminations. I don't know. Let's just cut Kyrgyzstan out of these stats at the moment, because apparently they're just dominating all of it. Survival time, though. Argentina, once again.
It's crazy, right?
They've had pretty good rotations again in the last game.
Yeah.
And they still don't manage to win these fights on top of it, even though it was a rather clear edge. I think Brunei had way more fights down towards south, and had way more troublesome experience down there of actually making it into the circle than Argentina. Yeah,
the thing with Argentina is we saw them in the compound, right? We saw them in the garage building southeast of Hospital. They play that compound as 4. They even they put a player in a shack, maybe just in case they get crashed, maybe as a surprise, something like that. But they have not a ton of information around them. They have not a ton of space that they can maneuver around. Circle goes southwest, circle goes south. Nothing they can do. They don't see anything. They don't know anything. That's what happens when you sit in a compound as 4 in phase 1. That's what can really happen. And it's the downside of playing so safe. It's like we said before, if you figured out when to play safe and when to play aggressive, then you figured out Pubg, and then you're going to be a top team, absolutely. Morocco, in my eyes, feels much closer to that right now. They have both of these. They have both of the strats. They have a wider strat book in that sense. Argentina, we never see them go crazy. We only see them take it slow, take it passive, take their time. Sometimes that just doesn't pay off. Sometimes that just doesn't work out.
No, we got to talk about Moroccan's path in there as well, because we did see them fight against one of our absolute favorites early in the game. Turkey, down towards the compound area. They were in the spot that Morocco won the game off of, essentially, earlier in the game.
Absolutely.
And they just got breached by not only Algeria, but kind of like Morocco at the same time as well. So it's very hard to defend these positions that they did have very early on. I feel like it could have gone very differently as well if Turkey would have been able to win these fights. But due to the fact that they got breached on 2 positions at the same time, simultaneously almost, just didn't give them the breathing.
Very good reaction from Morocco. I think they realized what was going on in the compound. They heard the breach. They heard the fight. Yeah. They saw there was knocks going on, and they instantly capitalized. We have another ERANGEL for you guys coming up. ERANGEL number 2, match 15 out of 18. Not a whole lot of matches left here, Felix. And like we said, it's been the Kyrgyzstan train. It's not looking like it wants to stop. We'll see if somebody can put the brakes on this game.
I don't believe so personally. Let's see. It is, once again, we have a leaderboard situation where you need to consistently in each of the 4 remaining games make 10 points more than Kyrgyzstan. So anyone trying to catch them, essentially at the moment, it is Romania, it is Turkey that is still able to do so. Both of these teams, especially Romania, had 2 chances as well. SANHOK game, great position, lasted to a solo of Chile, essentially. Not really too much you can blame them for. In the last game as well, good rotations, but also very early on losing a player, making it really hard to finish the game off strong. And yeah, Turkey, likewise, the double breach we were talking about just a second ago, the double breach in the last game kind of eliminated the chance of them winning it as well.
It's, I'm not comfortable with this position that you're putting me in. I'm always the rational guy. I'm almost the math guy saying, well, it's not possible. Now you're the doubter. I have to be the believer. I have to hope that somebody makes it close. But we come right back to what we talked to some of the Romanian players yesterday. You're getting to the point now where you're more worried about losing your second place than you are about reaching the first, because it's becoming no longer a reality, more of a dream, more of a wish, and that completely changes up the game. That means you're way more conservative. That means you're way more looking to make sure you get a few points every game. Yeah, sure, you can look for a 20, 30-point game now. You can go crazy. You can get aggressive. But maybe after this game, if it doesn't work out, at some point you're going to have to turn the switch and make sure that you're considering all the possibilities. And I've been there before. It's not easy to give up first place, but sometimes you got to be happy with second and make sure you don't drop down further.
Let's see. We can see Kyrgyzstan with a good circle again. So the first phase at the moment, not sure if you've seen it, it is a northwestern circle. It's way more northwestern than what we saw in the last game, but it is up there in regards to a centralized position for Turkey, even at the start of this game, and kind of also for Kyrgyzstan, depending on how fast they rotate. The center is around ruins area, kind of like the Mount Everest hillside. So Turkey will definitely have prio on that. Morocco as well, though. Imagine Morocco getting another win. They're definitely going to overtake Argentina, depending on how good the game is, come very close to Turkey as well. Both of these teams, Argentina and Morocco, we're talking about who can catch up into the top 3, who can get some of the prize money. Once again, do be reminded, we have $80,000 up for grabs. We have $40,000 in first place. We have $24,000 in second place, where Romania is sitting at the moment right now. And the third place is still going to take out $16,000. That's a lot of money. The rest of the teams, unfortunately, will be going home with experience only.
And with the way things are going right now, I don't think it's out of the question. I don't think it's out of the question that maybe a Morocco, maybe in Egypt, if they have a pop-off game, can get in there and can make it really competitive and maybe take away some of that money. Like you said, experience is one thing to take away. Pride is a big thing, I would say. Like representing your nation, it's different. That is different than just playing your everyday tournament. You play a lot of them. You've been playing online. You might have been playing online. You sort of get used to that. You don't represent your nation every day. So it makes a difference. Ending up in 8th place, ending up in 4th place, that sounds very different. That feels very different, even though neither of these two get prize money. But like I said, I'm not putting it out of the question. Right now, if I had to bet Morocco versus Argentina, I'm betting on Morocco. If I have to bet Morocco versus Turkey, I'm not so sure anymore. But they have not been looking too convincing too far today.
No, they've not been looking too convincing, to be honest. Not enough for us to say they're going to make big strides on the leaderboard. But we'll see. Brunei has been, though. Georgia has been looking pretty consistent as well. I got to be honest. They've had their downs, kind of like their downfall to some degree. Kind of between day 1 and day 2, essentially. Then they got their big win. The one that they really should have won as well. The one that is
the
really
Miramar.
The Miramar game that really made them have a big bump in confidence, I feel like. But then again,
they clawed their way back. Remember, they were 15th on day 1, I think, at some point. They looked. They were one of these teams that after 4 games they had around 7 points, something like that. The numbers are going to be wrong here, but that is essentially where they were ending up around the end of day 1. And they made a massive comeback. And put themselves in a position where they're suddenly in contention. I feel like they've been fairly quiet. I feel like they've not had crazy games except from their win, but they're getting points consistently. And when there's teams like the Philippines that you cannot stop talking about how good they are at fighting, but they're still 11 points behind, that means they are getting these points somewhere. And they are putting numbers on the board, even if they're not the most flashy, most crazy team in the lobby.
Yeah. First phase. Georgia is about as far as you can be. Kazakhstan is as well. So the most furthest teams from the phase 1, except for Romania. They're, I think, the absolute furthest teams. They're starting down in
as always
the military power area. They're going to have a long way to rotate in. But yeah, I don't think that's going to be a big problem either. I mean, so far in this specific circle, it is kind of a gamble on whether or not you're going to go south or north. So maybe being there in the center phase 1 isn't even such a good idea. It's not that important in this circle, is what I'm trying to say.
It definitely isn't. Because look at how Kyrgyzstan plays, right? Look how much they take their time. There is an aggression, though. Nice trade up the stairs for Georgia. Once again, trying to get these numbers on the board, but it's a teammate that slows them down. It's a teammate that stops that push from happening. Psych is looking to confirm versus Puncher. He wants to keep him away from his knockdown teammate. He's taking his time. That's a beautiful nade. Surely that does a whole lot of damage. He knows exactly where Psych is. Is he going to open the door? Is he going to try and get it through the window? There's a teammate covering Eleanor, trying to do his best, but the util is beautiful. Puncher rolling on through, looking for the flush. Doesn't have to go down to Eleanor. He has to make sure he slows things right back down. Don't overstep. Don't go too crazy. You found your knock, find your first aid, and slow things down. An aggressive push from Georgia. A good effort. Doesn't work at all.
No. Didn't work, unfortunately. Six got taken down as well, completely out and done about in this third game for today. And at the end, it was going to be the last one alive. I think he missed the play. I think he just about missed the play that was rotating out of the compound, right? No, okay. I think he does have an idea on where Axa is, and the shots are coming in. I think it's just a matter of seconds now before he's going to get taken down. In the meanwhile, we have the Philippines, though, against Romania. Both of these teams that have pretty much lose it all the way down the southeastern side will be running into the next best teams on the way towards the circle. That is crazy. Especially if Romania loses Redox now, who's been such a vital part of their success this tournament.
They're going to have to commit for this. They're going to have to fight for this. They can't leave. Turkey on the other side has found an engagement themselves. Octavian, good off angle on the top, making sure to take some of that ground away from the Philippines. But look at that. They haven't been able to consolidate on the knocked player. They haven't been able to help out at all. You see the lower ground members not able to do anything about this. Kapahal at 10 HP. He has to run for the hills. He has to try and get the hell out of there. He might even be getting chased down by the Philippines at that point. This is disaster for Team Nexus. Does he find a knock?
Wow.
No. He finds a bit of damage, but he doesn't find the opening. And Nexus, I said they have to commit. Now they can't. They cannot commit to this. And just like that, second place team down to 2 members.
And at this point, the question is, do you still play for first place? Do you still play for first place? I would say no. If I was Romania, that is the breaking point now, where the remaining 3 rounds will be focused on not going below second place. You do not want to drop down to third. God forbid, maybe even fourth.
Yeah.
Because at this point, you've struggled throughout this day. You've not picked up the chances you should be. Focus on getting that $24,000 in your bank account, or it might just be 16 or 0. Because at this point, Kyrgyzstan is too far ahead. You should not play for the winning more. Play to outperform Turkey and Argentina at this point.
You really don't want to be dropping any further than that. That is the point where you really start looking as well. If you have a coach ready and supporting you at this event, really start looking at how does Turkey play? Where do they like to be? Argentina, what are they doing? If you haven't studied them yet, try and do it right now. Figure out where they're going to be, figure out what you can do against them, at least be ready for them. At least don't let them catch you off guard. Circle catches almost everyone off guard, goes hard northwest.
Wow.
Beautiful circle for Serbia, and I think a beautiful circle for Kyrgyzstan, because that west bridge is looking mighty open.
Oh yes, I was just about to say, that west bridge is mighty open. They will have an easy and clean path up towards North Georgia Port. I don't see anyone else taking that rotation right now, and they will be sitting very comfortably there. I could imagine them rotating through north and then go all the way towards the eastern side of it and just play a couple of buildings there to maybe solidify yourself in the circle first of all.
Or even go out further north, play their edge. They love taking space on their edge. If they have the northwestern side of this, it's going to be a very open field to their east, which means pretty good info on teams like Serbia. You'll very quickly figure out who you're facing, and lots of chances for that to go very, very well.
Serbia, for the first time in quite some time, actually, in the middle of the center. Middle of the circle, kind of in the centralized position up towards
and
the
they
north.
haven't even fought anyone yet.
They haven't fought anyone yet.
It's phase 2 and they're still 4 up.
Happening?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. What is happening? That seems to be kind of an anomaly at this point, that we've seen them be so centralized that early. Either way, though, I do want to say, them trying to focus on the northern side of this circle, even though it isn't even completely centralized. I know I was talking centralized, but I'm kind of excluding the southern part already.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying centralized, because I feel like this is definitely going to shift the way of a northern side. Are you disagreeing? There's no way.
No, I'm not. I'm disagreeing
north,
with you definitely. There is an off chance.
I'm going definitely already.
Okay. All right. I mean, being wrong sometimes is okay, Fouts. But no, the thing is, even if there's an off chance of this going south, you're very well off committing to the northern side. You can't, not everybody in the circle can play for both sides, and you shouldn't. If you have a fantastic position for the northern circle, which is also the more likely one, you should make sure you keep that fantastic position and you don't try to do everything at the same time. Commit to what you have, commit to what you can do, and pull it off cleanly. That's what they're going to try and do. And that's exactly how you should be approaching these circles. Not everybody, not everybody can take a bridge position, something that will allow you to cross. What is going on with Argentina? Fraga is stuck below the bridge. Rema and Allende are on north. What were you saying about the circle? What were you saying?
I'll take it all back.
Definitely going north, guys.
I'll take it all
definitely.
back.
Every single time.
Good thing I'm not an IGL anymore. Good thing. Either way, still though, 9 out of 10 times this goes north. Don't tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, maybe 8 out of 10, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It was likely to go north.
Look at Turkey, though.
It's just a definitely, you know? You never know with Pubg.
Stop it now. Let's just, we'll forget. Look at Turkey now, though.
Yes.
With this circle, they are in a prime spot to pick up the points they've just lost in the last 2 games. Not only that, Kyrgyzstan has kind of opted for this as well. Maybe they know something we don't. Because apparently all of the top teams, except for Argentina this time around, has actually opted for a more southern approach.
Yeah. I mean, you're playing your odds. I think Kyrgyzstan, they could have gone north, but if the bridge is free, it's very likely to still be free in the next zone. So maybe they were just trying to take it very, very slow, very safe, which is something they like to do, right? They don't want to rush anything. They're not rushing any center of any zone. They're always taking their time. They figure out what's going on around them. They play off what they can see, what they can do, and it's worked out so well for them. I love to see it. It's a game style that can be extremely consistent because you're just not gambling. You're not saying, well, the circle's going to go north. We send it there now and we hope something's free. No, we look what's good in George Pole.
Yeah.
If there's nothing good here, we'll go somewhere else. If this is good, we'll stay here for now. We'll play what's in front of us.
Now look at the southeastern side. We've seen plenty of teams that are inside the circle, inside the current stage zone. They are sitting quite comfortably and they probably won't have fights. I mean, especially in the container kind of area and South Georgia Pole kind of area. You won't have fights there. But there is the complete opposite happening on the southeastern side. There's only so many positions you can play. No one's up on Mount Everest right now, but I do see 2 teams looking to take this position. It's Colombia and maybe Romania, who could just now currently rotating towards the southwestern side of things. Also, Egypt is coming in through the eastern side as well. All of these teams will eventually, next zone at the earliest, but I think actually most likely the next zone already, will have to fight their way in. There's only so many positions you can have on the southern side.
It's going to be very interesting because of that amount of high ground you can get from Everest is pretty wild. I want to quickly touch on Nexus here, Romania. Doran, you see him coming in on the southwest, going straight towards Kyrgyzstan. Not what you want to see. But if they just take their time here, if they don't go too overly crazy, they can get a hard shift towards their position. They can play that as a 2-man on the empty side of the zone. And they can get a pretty reasonable game out of here. Just don't overstep, don't go too crazy. And there is a good chance they can pull off something. 30 seconds until we see where the zone takes us. I'm not even going to go 100% south on this one. I think this one's maybe 95% south. This is almost definitely in my book. But again, good chances here for Romania to at least scrap something together. Because if every north team has to cross south, a lot of them will not make it. And then you're in placement points much quicker than you thought you would be.
Oh, yes, definitely. Romania. So Romania opted for a southwestern rotate, but they just tried to cut on through, essentially just straight on through. They did find one hardcover position, that is like the 2 buildings that you see right here, but I don't know. I'm not so sure if that's the position you want to take. I mean, even just below Mount Everest at this point is a better position of him, has more survivability, more placement potential than that position right now. We can look for a deep southern, maybe deep southwestern circle in the upcoming zone. That's a possibility, but other than that, I mean, it's going to be tough for them.
It's going to be tough for them. They could have had a better zone 4. They could have been a little bit more lucky with that. The thing I'm saying is why I like this is much easier to play as a duo. Playing a dip around the south of Everest requires you to pay attention to a lot of things. You can get overpeaked, you can get breached. You really need all that manpower that they absolutely do not have. Egypt right now making aggressive moves towards Colombia. Lots of damage exchanged, but oh, they're getting torn apart by the wayside. 3 knocked already. That was looking like they had the opening, but everything else did not go their way. Colombia holding strong, a little bit of help from the northern side of things, and just like that, Egypt, they looked like they had a good approach. They're absolutely in the bin and really not been able to keep up the pace again here.
Not really. Egypt, it's been a matter of ups and downs really for them. Whenever you think they're going to be back up top, whenever you think they're ready for some big points, you just see them take early fights, you just see them lose these early fights as well. And just like that, you will be stuck in a top 6, top 5 position, no matter how skilled you are. Koa gets taken down as well now. Serbia, just when we think they have kind of flipped the switch as well, they'll be kicked back down to the ground as well. So yeah, it's tough for all these teams down there. So far, it doesn't seem to change in terms of storyline and who's going to get the big points. It remains to be Kyrgyzstan, remains to be Romania and Turkey. And Romania has been struggling now as well due to the fact that the Philippines have been kind of looking for them so early.
Keep an eye on the minimap. Argentina, remember they had Fraga stuck below this bridge? Remember all 3 of them were way up in the north? They have managed to get into the water and group up through the river lines with their teammates. They now have 4 players there. They might find a solo Moroccan player under the bridge troll, and suddenly they'll have a pretty respectable position out of one of the most uncomfortable splits I have ever seen. Thank you for showing that, observers. They have come from all the way north, sent it into the river, and swam towards Fraga. Beautiful stuff from Argentina, putting themselves ahead of all these teams on the northern side and giving themselves a good chance to continue playing the game out of there.
Absolutely. More shots coming in towards the Armenian buildings. Everyone's on that northern side now. That is going to have a problem. I don't even see a way out of there. Look at this, though. I quickly want to point out Argentina. They were so split. They had one player down below that bridge. I'm not even sure if that was intentional. I don't think it was, by the way. Nice spray. Don't think it was. But now they suddenly just grouped up, and they rotated through 3 teams to group up at that bridge. How crazy is that? Well, that's one hell of a rotation from Argentina. But then again, if they keep on playing as passive as they have been up until this point, they're not going to reach top 3. They need to change something. I want to see them aggress this. In the meanwhile, we will see the Armenian push finally come through.
DBS is out. The BX brothers are looking for it, and Serbia not up to the task. Viking gets stuck there, gets the DBS out though. He's taken out. Biscuit making the stand. He's got a sliver of HP. He's got nothing left to work with. Maybe Koa from the backlines can group it up. They're looking to clear out that building. They're looking to get the hell out of there. No HP at all. You've got to run from the zone. You can't even get a first aid off at that point, Biscuit. He's got to get into the back room, survive, and just hold on. Morocco already on the outside of that building. That molly is going to say goodbye to Koa. I don't think he can get into that corner safely. And I think that might just be it. Serbia once again taken out. Morocco taking good initiative. They still have their bridge player alive as well. Argentina has not been able to do anything about it.
No. Morocco is going to pick up 6 frags and still has the opportunity to get some more depending on how they're going to play against Argentina. Quick look into the container area. Kyrgyzstan, they've played through South George, have now rotated and opted for the container positions, and they have found a way in as well, which was to be expected since as a 4-man, Turkey did have to at some point make the decision where they're going to hold, whether or not they're going to hold at all, actually, the edges of it. And they decided to, no, just take the center positions. The way this zone is shifting right now, let's just take center. Let's just not give away any of the points. Or let's just not go too greedy too early, which is the problem that, for example, Romania has had plenty of times. So they're opting for the safer route. Let's see if they're on the same boat right now as we hope Romania to be now, and that they're looking for the second place instead of the first one, because that seems to be the play. If they would still look for the first place, I feel like they would play more aggressive in that container area, and they would have looked for these fights on any teams rotating on in earlier.
I think they're playing this well. I think this is a good mix of aggression. Now that they're being breached, they start activating and they start looking and they start trying to collect. Because you go too early, you'll have teams around you breaching the positions you just left. You push into the south to clear that solo, somebody might breach your north. Now another breach is going to be coming in. You see that on the minimap as Kyrgyzstan picking up right where they left up, collecting these kills onto Colombia. They cannot be making it down that mountain by the looks of things. And oh, that's bad. The solo from Kazakhstan. I said it's a solo, but the rest of the team has arrived. He finds the first one. He finds the opening. I think he's found the flush as well. This is disaster for Turkey right now. They get one back, sure, but they need a whole lot more than that. And once again, they cannot stay clean.
No, they cannot. This is disaster, to be honest. We're talking about them maybe not even playing for the first place anymore, but even the second place is something that right now doesn't look as clean as it should be. Razy goes down as well. Axer with that DBS right close range. I mean, even the best individual players might just lose to a DBS close range. There's nothing you can do sometimes. If the timing is correct on the opposing side, you're just not going to win that. And all 3 players are now stacked into one container. Turkey has been pushed back inside of it. And even though they're the first ones inside the container area, they're some of the most struggling teams now in this remaining late game show.
It is just, it's not an easy position to be holding. Silas, reasonable nade, should do quite a bit of damage, I thought, but apparently it's missed the mark just slightly. They will reset this. They will calm things back down. 4 kills, not too bad. But there is that fight we hinted so many times. There's the fight that should have happened so long ago. Argentina is looking for Morocco. The first one somehow doesn't go their way. Marshall, how is he still alive after all that? They usually comes out, Lazy Boy, completely out in the open. Should be taken down, and Argentina does realize that they have to take these kills. Now that nade could be absolutely massive from Octi if he does land it onto Casito. He's overstepping though, he's going crazy with it. Oh, it lands!
Wow.
And just like that, Philippines out!
What a triple nade. That's just what you love to see. These are the best kind of feelings as a player if you get these kind of nades, if you even get into these kind of positions. So Octi did everything correctly there. They will still stand strong, to be honest, and they fought so hard now to get into this position. The question is, can they make it towards the container area? Because they will need plenty of smokes to do so. Will they have the time to even lose some of these bodies? Because I saw them earlier use some of these smokes that they have.
Yeah, I think they should be okay. I think they'll have a good chance just because Brunei is not looking out to the north, and Turkey, you can see them so stuck with that last solo that they couldn't clear out. And that's exactly the problem with the container area. You see how segregated that is? It's very hard to take a fight on one side of the containers and still take control. Colombia has gotten all the reses, by the way. Kyrgyzstan had 2 of these players knocked. Colombia has gotten all of them back up. And oh my, that's potential to now push into Nexus. I don't know if they realize there's a knock. I don't know if they have understood that there is a knock towards Romania. There's a chance for a res, but it's not looking good right now for the Romanian squad.
No, it really isn't. Revive is going to come through. Octavian is looking for it. And meanwhile, Colombia, one of the only 2 teams, I do believe, outside the current stage zone, they still have to make their way in. And they are playing S4 as well. There's not a single team besides Kyrgyzstan that hasn't at least had a knock so far. And it's still standing 4 strong. So Colombia, with some of the best chances, but just positional-wise, at the same time, one of the worst.
Yeah. They should be getting held out here by Kyrgyzstan. There should be a lot of support coming in. And there's still a few nades on the Romanian roster. Meanwhile, Argentina has made the move on into the north. They've lost one of their members. Turkey able to pick that up. And Turkey also, if you watch the minimap, they have shifted towards the north. Colombia, their time here is ticking. They've got to get that move on. They've got a vehicle, but the pre-nades could be massive. Doran seems to not have any meds anymore. The man's on 10 HP and has not healed back up. So definitely a lot of struggle on the Romanian side of things. All they can hope for here is take some of these kills from Colombia, because then after that, your game should be over.
Absolutely. They did make it across now. Only Ender has been taken out. One knock has already been found. Question is, who's going to get these flashes? There's going to be lots and lots of people looking at it. One more. I think that's Aquila. Should be flashes as well. Look at these. They're immediately going for the flashes because they just didn't know, but they're not. They're going to get the last frag on this.
Yeah, very played. They get all these flushes. Very important for Kyrgyzstan. Again, they're trained, not stopping. Not stopping. Instantly Doran back to his feet. Instantly knocked down. You can see Zeric. He wants to run for this. He's smoking that. He wants to get these bodies. He wants to maybe take some kills towards Romania. At this point, their confidence is over the top. This is too crazy. This is not smart anymore. It doesn't matter. They're so dominant. They can do that. Zeric could literally smoke his path across and dominate Romania right now, and it wouldn't even matter.
And meanwhile, Argentina is still looking for the last player who's kind of stuck on the ridge line right now. But we got to shout out Octi, by the way. He's 6 frags already. He's got all of the 3 frags against, I believe it was the Philippines, that he just naded out of existence on the eastern side. So absolutely massive performance coming out from him as well. Brunei, by the way, still with 4 players left alive. I didn't even see that. Still with 4 players left alive as well. In the meantime, they did have 1 knock, but he got revived back up. But yeah, Doran is going to get taken out by the play zone. No further kills so far for Kyrgyzstan. They will sit on these 4 elimination points they were able to gather so far.
And again, they would have picked up more here. The only reason they did it is because Romania didn't even have meds, so they didn't even want to try. If Romania is full HP there, they might get out of that shack, they might start pushing towards Kyrgyzstan, and it's 2 more points. But they didn't even have the meds to heal back up. They decide to deny to the blue zone. 4 eliminations on Kyrgyzstan, 5 on Turkey. So in theory, technically, they've caught up by 1 point. Realistically, Kyrgyzstan is winning this one, and the tournament winner will be decided.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Quick question. Who's got the best position right now? Because I feel like... You think so?
Yeah. They have their own... Listen, not because of their position, but because where the other teams are. Everybody's going to be fighting each other. There is a Kazakhstan solo that Turkey can trip over. Kyrgyzstan could trip over that as well. Sure. But this fight on the north is going to eliminate so many players out of the equation, while Kyrgyzstan sits, waits, controls the space, and cleans up the late game.
Let's see whether or not that's going to happen. Kazakhstan still as a player in the midst of all of this. Very interesting positions as well from Kazakhstan. If you deep dive into this, you can see southwestern side, Flyke was looking for that northwestern container area pretty much the whole time. He wasn't even in the circle. He was just looking on whether or not anyone's going to rotate into the side. And just now, he rotated off, knowing no one's going to come into the western side. That means Kazakhstan is pretty much the only team on the southern side that they don't know about, I think. The rest of it should be completely clear. They know this. This is the important thing. Container areas is always an information play kind of area. If you know where the other teams are, it's pretty easy to deal with them. But if you don't, you might just get surprised and there's going to be a jumping DBS right in front of you.
The DBS on the solo is the only thing I'm worried about. That is the gun you want to have as a solo. That's the gun you want to have in a container. And he's been quiet for so long. It's going to be very easy to forget about him, especially when Turkey starts engaging on the north, when maybe Brunei or Argentina gets eliminated and the other two teams get in a fight. It's very tempting for Kyrgyzstan to just run over there and get aggressive and try to clean up the last bits. You walk past the DBS, suddenly maybe one or worst case, two of your players done, and suddenly you've lost control over the game. That being said, I think Kyrgyzstan, they could lose a member to the solo here and they'd still be fine, as long as they don't lose two. I still think they're in a very reasonable position to take this away.
Let's take a look. Turkey is still sitting very cramped up in that warehouse, but they're going to have to deal with plenty and plenty of players now coming their way. It's going to be Argentina. It's going to be Brunei. It's going to be, well, not Kazakhstan, but at least Kyrgyzstan having some kind of angle towards them as well. If they make any kind of misstep, if they show themselves left or right side of the warehouse, they're going to get shot from them as well. So, man, it's going to be tough. I think Turkey has the most kill potential, but also the most dangerous position at the moment, just because of where they're positioned inside the screen safe zone.
Especially because when they get out of the warehouse, when they have to get out of the warehouse, if they do, they still might walk into that solo. There's effect. Yeah, sure. All right. Just like that. Game over. Just like that. Two different angles that you weren't ready for. Two teams with insane shots. Kyrgyzstan, another kill, another placement. Brunei pushing themselves closer to that top four. That's going to be a story of the day. But for Turkey, it still matters. They want every single point they can get here.
Brunei's been playing so clean today. I just want to highlight that last round again because I'm really surprised. I went over there in the break as well and told them that was a great game. Keep on going. And the way they have fought themselves into this one, just as much actually. But they just haven't gotten the points to back this off. They need... I want to see them in the top 5, but they're going to need big chunk of points now to back this up in this round to actually make this worthwhile. They're sure they've survived until now, but what is this? Like 4 placement points now? It's just not enough.
The reason they're not in the top 5 is because Morocco was so good in that last game, because Morocco won that last game, right? If Morocco had 15 points less, they'd be in the top 5 to this, very likely. But the competitors don't sleep. Nobody in this lobby is giving up. Nobody in this lobby is giving up points for free. That's a big knock. That's an opening for Brunei. That's Turkey going down to 2, and they are in a warehouse. There's lots of nades that could come their way. The question is, can Brunei even get any of the crosses going? Because they will need a whole lot of smokes if they want to go that way.
Looks like the smokes are already coming out. I love this. This is a good smoke work coming in from Brunei. They seem to be very coordinated on this. But Turkey, in the meanwhile, they've just found their way out. Look at this. Flyke even gets spotted. Maybe Effect is going to be able to trade him. But Sadis has to be so careful. He's running around there with the DBS. If he gets shot, he can't even return any of the shots. But look, as I said, Kalsi, he's going to be eliminated. Turkey, though, has made their way out of this warehouse. So whatever Brunei is looking for, they're not there anymore. Now comes in the nade. Serik is getting the first one. Do they know about Turkey, though? This could fall apart by Kyrgyzstan before it's even begun.
They know now. I think they just realized. I think they've just realized. They heard Silas, at least. I don't know if they're aware of Razy. It felt like they had an inkling. It felt like they had a clue. And just based off these nades, yes, they do. They also know that this is what matters. This is the team that's more dangerous to them. This is the team that doesn't have to cross through the open. So they instantly reposition, refocus their efforts. Serik is the solo player. He's the anchor, just laying down low. Flyke on top. We've seen him do this time and time again. Can he do it? There's a good chance. The shotgun on the other side. Of course, Flyke from the top wins it. And there's a DBS coming out. Newbies, he can do a whole lot of damage. He could get a second one. He does! He's ruining Kyrgyzstan right now. Traded out in the end, but it's just Flyke on top. 2 players knocked, 2 players still up versus the 2 of Turkey. Look at the HP on Silas, though.
And look at this, he might have just ruined them. They're
he's in the blue.
He doesn't find a way, though. He gets taken out by the blue zone. And that's going to be it. We do have another win.
No
from no one else
way.
than Kyrgyzstan. I think at this point it is clear to say who's going to win this tournament. That is one hell of a performance throughout all of these days. They barely missed out on the win in the last game. It could have been a back-to-back again, starting day number 3. It is not. But they're still getting massive points on the ball. Look at them. I mean, they're as chill as it can be. I don't even want to know what their pose is right now. It's probably around the 60, 65 area because they should not be worried at all. They have, I think, solidified themselves as the best team in this lobby by far at the moment.
Obviously, there's no one arguing, right? There's no debate. There's no debate anymore. I think we came into this, we talked a lot about Turkey, we talked a lot about Romania, we talked a little bit about some of the other teams in the lobby. We said maybe a Serbia can pull off something crazy. Lots of things we talked about. I don't think we were talking that much about Kyrgyzstan. That was wild, that was super controlled, and they didn't have to do all the things, but they still went and did them because they can, because they absolutely can.
There was this one scenario
if they can, they do.
But they pushed out of the container area. There was no reason for it. I thought they were going to try to loot the bodies. But I think they were actually
they wanted to get the kill
frags.
points.
Yes, especially since Romania. I think they knew there was Romania as well back in the little shack outside of the container area.
2 kill points.
So crazy.
Give them over.
Good thing though for them. I do got to start off saying if this zone would not have gotten south, if this would have gone north, lots of these teams would have been in trouble. I don't think it would have been the same route. Turkey would have been in trouble. Kyrgyzstan would have been in trouble. The only team that wouldn't have been in trouble in the top 3 was going to be Argentina.
Remember we talked about the Western Bridge and Kyrgyzstan having a great way into the north?
True,
I think they would have had a good game regardless,
I'll take that
but
back.
we're taking way too long. 5-minute break. We'll be back to you in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
the top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets it advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1 true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
This is where I'm dreaming to be floating away. Beyond the mountains, the rivers, the colors, beyond time in all seasons. Only in this way could I embrace everything. This place does exist and is alive. You can feel it pulsating with life. You would really like Romania and the Romanians. These streets, shrouded in history, have been an inspiration for many a story and legend cozily narrated by the fireplace. This is the place where people are a story in themselves. A story to be told to everyone, whenever possible. This is the place where Count Dracula and the vampires were born. You could fall in love with our healthy lifestyle in the countryside, our traditional food, our music, and zest for life. Our towns are abuzz with life and colors, vibrant with people and light. Go to the Parliament Palace. It is the largest building in Europe. Visit our museums, art galleries, and memorial houses. Watch in admiration the architectural monuments. The fortified churches and the monasteries so deeply veiled in spirituality. The palaces and castles built on a rocky peak. A petulant mixture of history, culture, and pleasure. Dive down. We have reached the center of the earth. Climb up. We have reached the peak. We will be smiling to you wherever you might meet us. Romania is humming with life. Discover the land of parties and electrifying music festivals. Romania never sleeps and never tires. We love sports and we go for top performance. The first #1 in the history of tennis is Romanian.
Please visit Romania. For me, Romania is #1.
We have everything in the world. You have all the time in the world. Come to Romania.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing memories.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game itself, right, there's a lot of fighting games out there. This is the one true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că Iesi o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
This is where I'm dreaming to be floating away. Beyond the mountains, the rivers, the colors, beyond time in all seasons. Only in this way could I embrace everything. This place does exist and is alive. You can feel it pulsating with life. You would really like Romania and the Romanians. These streets, shrouded in history, have been an inspiration for many a story and legend cozily narrated by the fireplace. This is the place where people are a story in themselves. A story to be told to everyone, whenever possible. This is the place where Count Dracula and the vampires were born. You could fall in love with our healthy lifestyle in the countryside, our traditional food, our music, and zest for life. Our towns are abuzz with life and colors, vibrant with people and light. Go to the Parliament Palace. It is the largest building in Europe. Visit our museums, art galleries, and memorial houses. Watch in admiration the architectural monuments. The fortified churches and the monasteries so deeply veiled in spirituality. The palaces and castles built on a rocky peak. A petulant mixture of history, culture, and pleasure. Dive down. We have reached the center of the earth. Climb up. We have reached the peak. We will be smiling to you wherever you might meet us. Romania is humming with life. Discover the land of parties and electrifying music festivals. Romania never sleeps and never tires. We love sports and we go for top performance. The first #1 in the history of tennis is Romanian.
Please visit Romania. For me, Romania is #1.
We have everything in the world. You have all the time in the world. Come to Romania.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets it advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against Mo.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
This is where I'm dreaming to be floating away. Beyond the mountains, the rivers, the colors, beyond time in all seasons. Only in this way could I embrace everything. This place does exist and is alive. You can feel it pulsating with life. You would really like Romania and the Romanians. These streets, shrouded in history, have been an inspiration for many a story and legend cozily narrated by the fireplace. This is the place where people are a story in themselves. A story to be told to everyone, whenever possible. This is the place where Count Dracula and the vampires were born. You could fall in love with our healthy lifestyle in the countryside, our traditional food, our music, and zest for life. Towns are abuzz with life and colors, vibrant with people and light. Go to the Parliament Palace. It is the largest building in Europe. Visit our museums, art galleries, and memorial houses. Watch in admiration the architectural monuments. The fortified churches and the monasteries so deeply veiled in spirituality. The palaces and castles built on a rocky peak. A petulant mixture of history, culture, and pleasure. Dive down. We have reached the center of the earth. Climb up. We have reached the peak. We will be smiling to you wherever you might meet us. Romania is humming with life. Discover the land of parties and electrifying music festivals. Romania never sleeps and never tires. We love sports and we go for top performance. The first #1 in the history of tennis is Romanian.
Please visit Romania. For me, Romania is #1.
We have everything in the world. You have all the time in the world. Come to Romania.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment de până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets it advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1 true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
This is where I'm dreaming to be floating away. Beyond the mountains, the rivers, the colors, beyond time in all seasons. Only in this way could I embrace everything. This place does exist and is alive. You can feel it pulsating with life. You would really like Romania and the Romanians. These streets, shrouded in history, have been an inspiration for many a story and legend cozily narrated by the fireplace. This is the place where people are a story in themselves. A story to be told to everyone, whenever possible. This is the place where Count Dracula and the vampires were born. You could fall in love with our healthy lifestyle in the countryside, our traditional food, our music, and zest for life. Towns are abuzz with life and colors, vibrant with people and light. Go to the Parliament Palace. It is the largest building in Europe. Visit our museums, art galleries, and memorial houses. Watch in admiration the architectural monuments. The fortified churches and the monasteries so deeply veiled in spirituality. The palaces and castles built on a rocky peak. A petulant mixture of history, culture, and pleasure. Dive down. We have reached the center of the earth. Climb up. We have reached the peak. We will be smiling to you wherever you might meet us. Romania is humming with life. Discover the land of parties and electrifying music festivals. Romania never sleeps and never tires. We love sports and we go for top performance. The first #1 in the history of tennis is Romanian.
Please visit Romania. For me, Romania is #1.
We have everything in the world. You have all the time in the world. Come to Romania.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice.
3 more matches to go, and the Kyrgyzstan train has absolutely no breaks. We looked at that game, phase 4, phase 5. We said probably good chance they win it, depending on how the circles go, depending on how they play it. They go out there, they go crazy, and they still take the win home. They are just insane right now. Insane. And we're going to start talking a lot about 2nd and 3rd place here, Felix.
Yes, we kind of have to at this point, because I feel like if any team is in a spot right now where it's as safe as it can be on what position they will finish on, it's got to be Kyrgyzstan. We've got to talk about them. I mean, we were just talking to them as well. I mean, how sure are you about winning this? I mean, it's pretty sure. We got to see the total leaderboard on how big the difference actually is. But that opens up a whole nother bag of questions. The question that we actually got to ask already after the 2nd game. If you're Romania, if you're Turkey, do you focus on 1st place? I think the answer is 100% no. Kyrgyzstan has 179 points, the 2nd place 133. We have 3 maps to go. Do be reminded, there is no chance.
I want to believe. I really want to. 46 points in 3 games. You gotta start wondering. I think we'll see how this game goes. I think Romania, Turkey, they're gonna play their own game and see how many points they can grab. They're gonna try and win it. They're not gonna go out of their way to go for a crazy game. If they can get a win, if they feel like they have a comfortable position they're good in, they'll just play their own game. They'll probably not worry about any other team right now, because we still have 3 games to go. When we come to game 5, when we come to game 6, that's where it matters even more. That's when the situation is a little bit more clear. Right now, the situation is very clearly in the hands of Kyrgyzstan. Nothing should ever happen to them anymore. They've proven time and time again how insane they are in this tournament. And again, Romania, Turkey fighting for that 2nd and 3rd place, but maybe, just maybe, Argentina, Morocco, they could still get in there too. They still have a theoretical chance of breaching into the medal spots, into the prize pool spots.
Yeah, I mean, especially Argentina. We're going to be focusing on them in the next game especially. Turkey has been kind of lackluster today. Romania has been kind of lackluster today. Both have made good points, but just not to the degree of Kyrgyzstan at all. So I think Argentina, they could have already been up there. We're talking about this a million times. But yeah, it can still very much happen. Argentina is always the one that we expect to go into the late game. So if the sun does align, if things do align, it could very well happen. So it's around 20 points. Argentina.
It's still in the realm of possibilities.
Yeah, you're in the realm of possibilities.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we talked about it plenty, right? All the other teams, they're so stacked. Brunei tied with Egypt, Georgia essentially tied with Kazakhstan, the Philippines 2 points behind. Tons of stuff can still happen, tons of movements can happen on that scoreboard. I'm still sad to see Serbia in 12th place. They can still pop off. We have a team summary as well, where we can look a bit at the stats of all the different teams. Tells us a little bit about the game styles that they play. And the one thing we've always talked about when we've seen that is Argentina, right? Survival time, crazy. Rest of the other stats, not so hot.
No, I mean, we have to...
they've been passed.
Oh,
for the first time.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Now, due to the fact that Romania has been in the late games of almost everything, except for the last game, I do believe, on other games today as well, they have been surpassed by Romania. So Argentina not in the first spot anymore. Doesn't really matter, though. Interestingly enough, we do have Morocco in damage inflicted and number of kills as well. Once again, showing us how heavily they rely on the frags so far, and how few of the times they could actually make something work in the late game. Have we seen a win? I think we've seen one win from Morocco.
One
but
or
other
two.
Than that, it's just
one
been,
or two. Yeah,
they have made it into the late game.
Not that many.
But the fights getting there have been rather clean, but not clean enough to get there as 4 players most of the time.
I think Morocco is a team that struggles with hard circles, with hard rotations. They're not the most creative, not the most elaborate at moving into circles that are really far away from them, and they're really good at fights. And that's where we first saw them pop off in that ERANGEL game around the church. Interesting as well to see Romania. I think they got 5th place in that game, so rather late game still. And that is able to push them up the standings when it comes to average survival time. But as we can see, average survival time alone is not that effective, right? It's a stat that sort of tells you a lot about your play style, but just because you get into late game doesn't mean you get big amount of points. Doesn't mean you push yourself into first place. Look how far Kyrgyzstan is away from everybody else with only 3rd in survival time, right? And look how Turkey and Romania absolutely tied, even though there's a big gap in survival time. It's an interesting stat, but it's not one that's just representative of your performance in this tournament.
No, it really isn't. Interesting to see the cutoff as well from Kyrgyzstan to Turkey, because Turkey has, I feel like that surprised me the most, because I feel like Turkey has been in almost all of the late games in recent times as well, but apparently it's 2 minutes difference. There must have been...
That's a lot.
Because they went out, I think, 2 times up to phase 3, so relatively early on. Other than that, I can't really explain that any other way, because I feel like Kyrgyzstan, just as much as Turkey, has had rounds where they had early casualties, but apparently the whole team as a whole just didn't go out as early. Either way, damage inflicted. Quick touch on Argentina, because 15k, that's a big difference as well relative to their actual leaderboard position. That goes to show you they do it in the late game, but they just never fight up until that point.
Yeah, you see the philosophies, maybe the different game styles, the different skill sets between some of these players, and well, it's still good enough for them to be a contender here, right? It's still good enough for them to be very, very close to 3rd place, and even though we've been not talking them down, but we've been sort of hesitant about giving them all the credit, and we've been sort of disappointed of what they do with their chances. They're still extremely good at getting themselves those chances, getting themselves into those late games, and you have to give them credit for that. Plenty of teams in this lobby struggle because they can't consistently get there. We just talked about Morocco, right? Fantastic in team fights, but they do not get into those late games nearly enough. Whenever they get into late game, they're looking good. Remember that? Remember the ERANGEL game, Kyrgyzstan 2nd place, Morocco in 1st. As soon as they got into a circle position where they had space, they punished Turkey a little bit, took a lot of space on that northwestern side. They take control and they run away with it.
Let's take a look at the man of the match of game number 3 of today. And we have no one else than Akti. His nade play to take out, I think, the whole Philippine squad, actually, on that northeastern side. That surprised you. I'll give you enough time in a second to explain that. But his play over there secured them not only 3 frags, but allowed them to get further into the circle. And they did make it. To me, I was surprised they did make it into the container area as well, just because of how many teams were in there, and they weren't all able to focus on Argentina.
Yeah, I was wondering which Kyrgyzstan player was man of the match here, but Okti absolutely deserves it. Like you said, massive play on that ridgeline. Crazy that Argentina was able to get there. We talked about it. Both of us talked about it. How crazy it was that they grouped up there. And like you said, not only the 3 kills, but also the time it gives them, the space it gives them to rotate back around, get into those crates. Sure, they lose a player there, but I think losing 1 member there is very expected. You're almost happy to only lose 1. To make that cross, get themselves into the late game. They got absolutely torn apart from both sides at some point. It wasn't ever going to happen because realistically, too many teams focusing them, not enough manpower, not enough utility left, but that still gave them a 4th place, plenty of kills, and that's how they keep getting there, right? That's how they keep getting into these leaderboard positions where we feel like they're falling short, but their falling short is still better than the majority of this lobby.
Now, looking at the next games, we will have a change in scenery sometime soon. We do have one more ERANGEL game obviously coming up, and then we have MIRAMAR finally showing us the way the rest of the day, actually. Historically, MIRAMAR should favor the frag-heavy teams again. Now, we know Kyrgyzstan is so far ahead, but are they going to stop now? What's your prediction now? Are we going to see any change in play style? Are we going to see any hard drops, maybe? Because we were saying, if anyone wants to stop them, Kyrgyzstan has to go out with 0, 0, 0, 0 points, 100%. They cannot do anything else. Do you think we'll see a hard drop from the 2nd and 3rd place team?
I doubt it. I doubt it, because those are the teams that have a lot to lose. The teams towards the bottom of the scoreboard, they have a little bit less to lose, right? That being said, you see it down there, right? Match 16 on ERANGEL, and then we go to MIRAMAR. The teams that have less to lose, maybe maybe. But even those teams are still so stacked on the leaderboard. They can push themselves so far up. They can really make a difference still. And we saw Hot Drop yesterday on Miramar. We saw how that went. I don't know if anybody wants to mess with the Kyrgyzstan right now.
Maybe not Kyrgyzstan, though. And that's the question I was hoping you were going to ask.
Exactly.
But maybe Romania and Turkey. If I were Argentina right now, if I see them in game, I would. If I can locate them in game, I can realize who's standing in front of me. I would 100%. There's no doubt in my mind. I would maybe even drive across the whole circle in order to take them down, because the difference is $16,000. Essentially between 4th and 3rd place. Are you going home with nothing? Or are you going home on average with well, more than $4,000 per player in your bank? So I mean, it is kind of a given.
And the thing is as well, the way Romania plays, right? Extremely late. They love to be in the blue phase 1. They love to be coming super duper late on their edge. Everybody knows where their edge is. They're coming from Milta Power. Almost every circle, you'll have a good idea where they're coming from. They'll be coming weakened because they will have taken some blue damage. They're a team you can camp. They're a team you can ambush. Turkey a little bit harder. Turkey's a little bit less predictable, but on eastern circles, on ERANGEL, when they loot around the Gatka area, we've seen them clash, we've seen them get caught. There's a little bit more variety in the paths they take. But both of these teams have weaknesses and have predictabilities that you can try and exploit. And those are the teams you want to exploit because they are realistically possibly overtaken.
I do have to say as well, if I was a coach right now of one of these two teams, Turkey and Romania, it goes both ways. Not only Argentina should focus on them, but also Turkey and Romania has to be careful of knowing that these unexpected pushes, these overly aggressive pushes, things that you wouldn't see in the first 2 days maybe, are gonna happen. You're gonna get focused more so now towards the end of the tournament with 3 maps left, and you being the only teams inside the prize pool area. So
You gotta have a plan B. It's part of the preparation for events like this. You want to have a plan B, and your plan B can just be to land somewhere else because you're instantly unpredictable. As soon as Turkey is not in Gatka, who knows what they're gonna do? As soon as Nexus is not in Milta Power, who knows what they're gonna do, right? So that's always a chance. But again, those two, they still want to play their own game. They want to get the max amount of points. They're not safe. None of them are safe. If Romania had a 10-point lead over Turkey, then they maybe would say, okay, we'll play something different. We'll make sure nothing grave happens, nothing tragic happens to us. But the way they're stacked against each other right now, they probably still want to play their own game, at least for one more match. And again, I'd love to see someone try. I think there's a chance you can catch them. I feel like that might be for the later matches. I feel like that might be for Miramar.
Maybe. But I still think the focus has to be starting now. If I was Argentina, I think Argentina is in the prime spot now to make something happen on both of these teams. And I hope they're gonna, because we were talking about it so often. I can't stress it enough. They need to stop fragging out. They're getting into the positions, do some decisions, realize when you can isolate players, or whole teams even at that. And when you can actually get these elimination points earlier than just maybe phase 7 when you're finally activating. You need to get in there earlier. Third-party potential has been out of this world for them, but they just haven't utilized that.
No more waiting. Last ERANGEL is coming up. We've got a game ready for you. We've got a plane in the air. We've got the teams locked and loaded to be jumping into the last time of the good old faithful, good old ERANGEL. Planes on the eastern side of things. Turkey, I'm not sure if they're going to reach Gatka at that point. That might be some tricky positionings for some of these teams.
Tricky,
and it's one of the rare planes we've seen that doesn't cross through the center. So we'll see what they do with it. We'll see what the decisions are. And maybe someone can throw us for a bit of a loop. Maybe someone surprises us.
We'll see if we have some surprises in this one. Maybe even some hot jobs. I can see Morocco going kind of the same direction as Argentina. I don't expect there to be anything too out of the ordinary. Not for these two teams. They should be focusing on someone completely different. I think they both know it. The worst thing that could happen to these teams is now that they're getting into an early game skirmish will kind of diminish both of their chances, to be honest, depending on how these go, obviously. But it would definitely be a risk in terms of catching up towards the top 3. Once again, we do have $80,000 up for grabs. First one's going to take 40,000, second one 24,000, and the third one will take home 16,000 out of the 80,000 that we have up for grabs in total.
Look at the Southwest. Look how stacked that is. Look at Kyrgyzstan, Colombia, and even Algeria. Even though they have Picaro here, they do somehow want to take some of these cars away, but Colombia is not messing around. They are the Ferry Pier team. Kyrgyzstan is the Primorsk team. So Colombia not giving up that, not respecting the lobby leaders right now at all. Kyrgyzstan instantly finds a bike, so that's at least 2 players out of there. But not a position you want to find yourself in at the start of the game. You don't really have control over where all the vehicles are going to be. You don't really have control over what guns enemies might find. So that's a risk. When you feel like you're the best team in the lobby and you win in a fair fight, this is not a position you'd like to be in. But it's looking a little bit like they're going to get away with things right now. Colombia looting up. They found a car from themselves, and most of Kyrgyzstan seems to be moving away peacefully.
Let's see. First row take. Come on now, Kelsey. We have seen better than this. Not going to be a problem, though. They will head over to Milta. Interesting decision to get all the... Gaka area. Interesting decision to see all these cars being taken towards the eastern Georgia Pole area. But they will be, on the other hand, they will be the first ones inside the center of the new zone. We have Western circles every single game today. At least on ERANGEL. We didn't have that on SANHOK. SANHOK was a far north circle. But on ERANGEL, every single round has ended now towards the western side. I mean, even the Georgia planning that we just had could be interpreted as a western, northwestern circle. So, I mean, that is just prime position for Turkey. So, even more wonder for me that they haven't picked up the big double-digit wins that we were expecting them to see, expecting them to do, even today in day 3. After it has happened yesterday and on the first day as well.
Yeah, again, it's not as easy as you'd think when you get phase 1 on your face. It can be a little bit deceiving. Yeah. It's the later circles that matter way more. And oh god, this is not good for Kyrgyzstan. Look at that. I think Algeria have surely spotted this. It doesn't matter. It's a rare SLR popping off. Not something you see all the time. Good damage with the M16 headshot as well. It's an absolute mess on the southwestern side. As we saw when the plane was coming down, it looked messy. Now it's proving to be messy. And it's one team that is taking the brunt of the damage. Well, it's Kyrgyzstan that loses a member. Armenia versus Algeria. These guys are fighting for 13th place at the moment. But Kyrgyzstan losing 1 is nice for the rest of the lobby.
Absolutely, it is. Algeria very aggressive, though, in that early game. I think for some of the teams down low, there is going to be that switch that's going to be flipped now in terms of just going for some more crazy play. I said it before, I don't expect there to be some completely out of the ordinary, crazy kind of stuff, but just the normal aggressiveness that we do expect towards the end of the tournament, where teams do have that do or die kind of situation. Right?
Yeah.
So for these teams, I mean, top 8 has got to be the goal, at the very least, for like Kazakhstan, Philippines, even Serbia, to finish this tournament. Anything else would be a disappointment. Talking about not disappointing, Brunei in the last couple of games.
They've stepped it up today. They've come back a little bit, and that is something you love to see from them. I felt like they were looking very lackluster on day 1. Day 2 was all right. They got that 1 win that really pushed them up the standings, that really made us say, oh, these guys have come here to play. They went, I think, from about 12th place into 7th in 1 game with that big win in prison. That realistically, all right, I'm getting tired of talking about it. Argentina should have won. And Brunei was able to overpower them, clear them out of the prison, and take that away from them. Now, they haven't been nearly as consistent. They haven't been in late games as much. But sometimes today, they've looked really, really clean in some of these fights. And maybe able to reward themselves with a top 5. But again, they're still one of the teams. Top 4, completely in reach. Top 3 is going to be tough. We talked about them at the start of the day. They said top 4 is super realistic. Top 3 is going to be very, very tough. Somebody has to really slip up. And so far, Romania and Turkey, they haven't been impressive, but they haven't fully given up. Slipped up.
I mean, giving up at this point is kind of the worst
thing
you can do.
Absolutely.
We're talking, we saw the Romanian players as well after the last game being very disheartened. And it was kind of sad to see. And I don't know, I was going over and telling them, like, this is do or die now. Maybe it's not going to be the first place anymore, but you'll be even more pissed, and then you should be pissed as well if you give away the 2nd spot, I guess. Yeah. So, especially we know with the home crowd out there here in Iasi, since we are live from Romania, you have the WEC World Esports Championship, the 15 version of it. Then, you know, at least pick up the 2nd place, and they should be 24,000 US dollars. I mean, that's going to make a difference in the bank as well. Make sure to focus on that. Turkey's right behind you. It's just 2 points. That should be your main goal.
That is the fight for second place. No surprise, Romania in the blue. No surprise, they are very late on this. Turkey, a little bit of a closer split this time. A little bit less extending to both sides of the zone, playing it a little bit more secure. I hope they don't give up their playstyle. I hope they don't just fully commit on one compound very much early in the game, just because they've been punished once. But they have to be a little bit careful about this extra aggression, right? You talked about it. Algeria going a little crazy. There's lots of teams that can afford to take big risks here. They have very little to lose. You don't want to get caught by that. You don't want to get punished by that. So it's a different balance to strike, and we'll see how well they can do. Argentina as well in the blue, but not on the southeast side. They're on the northeast. They loot around the Kameshki area in planes like this. And again, we'll have to see where the zone takes us. Morocco has tons and tons of space again around that Georgeport area, because nobody really went to loot there except for them. But it's phase 1. Everything can happen.
With 3 games left to go, it is time to once again hype up the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in the chat right now, which I guess all of you are, make sure to support your national team. After all, this whole tournament is about unity. It's about getting your national teams up and ready and motivated to, you know, perform to the best of their abilities. So once again, it is time, whether you're a Turkey fan, whether you're Kyrgyzstan or even Chile, all the way down there, make sure to spam your national flags in there. Make sure to support them on social media as well. And make sure to check out all the socials from, obviously, from Iesf, the International Esports Federation as well.
Shout out to Iesf for organizing the competition. Nexus, you don't love to see a friendly fire run over when you're in the blue, but at least they should be able to get the reses back up. They're barely outside the play zone. You can see that on the live leaderboard as well. Everybody that's a little bit lighter blue is in the blue zone. They're going to look to get the res onto Redox, as Dorian is the one that picked that up. But, ooh, that's big. Turkey has found themselves in the hands of Chile, and the first knock goes their way. The first kill and confirm. It's another point for Turkey, and they're just 1 away from catching up to Romania.
Oh, yes, they are. 3 players left alive, left standing for Chile now. I think...
Nice aggression.
Since you're not going for the first one anymore, I think you shouldn't press this if you were going for the first one, if the difference would be less great. I think go ahead and pull up. Right now, I feel like it's too early for this kind of pull-up, but they're going to do it anyways. Look at this. Turkey might just fight themselves in this breach here. Dreams he's going to be the first one to greet them. Shotgun in hand. He's getting the first one too. This is a disaster at the moment. Silas is immediately taken out as well. And the rest of the players, they're falling one by one. Shots from the distance as well. Turkey, what is happening? Second player to go down is just Razy and Kalski at the moment left alive, standing in this compound, fighting for their dear lives.
Oh, that's a good nade, but it was so good. It was so clean. They were pulling up to the east side of the compound that was entirely free. They had that building, but then they decided to crash on the building that they know is taken, where they have been taking shots from. A little overzealous, over-aggressive, overconfident. I don't know what it is. We're not in their comms. We're not in their heads. But that is a big problem. That could have been a clean fight. That could have been a clean 4v3 in the compound for a really strong compound too. And they just went a little overboard with the aggression. They went a little crazy, and they're instantly punished.
Still, though, that is such an aggressive move to be doing that in one of the last games of the tournament, when you know it is single-digit difference between you and the second place. And you need points, sure, but you don't need them that desperately. You're not catching up to the first place either way.
I think it's a little bit about the circle position as well. It's a really good compound. The circle has shifted a little bit east. They did want that compound, and they did take one of the players out, right? So they are aware this is a 4v3. But take it calmly. Take your time with it, right? Don't over-aggress. Don't go all too crazy. Sometimes that can work out, sometimes that could pay off. We've seen it from Morocco plenty of times. Now Argentina, though, they've already taken 2 casualties. He's looking to finish it up. Rema, he's got to hit these shots, though. He's got to connect something, and he doesn't.
Oh, NASA.
NASA gets him from afar. It's disaster for Argentina. Look at the right side. Look at the live leaderboard. 3 players knocked. They just got a res up. They still got to get the MVP of the last game back on their feet. No, Octi is the one healing. He's got to get Fragger back on his feet, but they've already just taken so much damage. And any team around them, even Egypt, if they see this in the kill feed, they could try and get in there.
Oh, Peko is down low, and he's going to throw another nade. That is so good for Argentina, because at the moment, even the player that got knocked from down far, from Egypt, he's not flushed at the moment. Peko's going to get found out. This might just be perfect for Argentina. Rama is going to get picked back up. I'm pretty sure he's inside the building at this point.
Yeah.
And that means full frags. And a very decent spot. I'm not saying it's impossible.
Yeah.
Not at all, because at the moment, Argentina is looking more decent than Turkey in this round. Turkey, unfortunately, I'll take it all back, by the way. That was a good play then in the end, because you were right. That compound is in a very good spot.
Absolutely.
And they just wanted to fight for it, especially since they got the entry.
The execution
was just messy.
Absolutely. The execution was the problem. Same thing for Argentina there. They're fighting for a really good compound, and you can't call them too passive the whole tournament and then complain when they get aggressive for a good compound, right?
Yeah.
It's a good play to make. It wasn't risk-free. They were down to 1 member at one point, right? But now, looking at it, 4 members up, and nobody went to third party. If Brunei, the team that was their neighbors there, flew into the compound, cleaned them up, we would have said, well, too aggressive. But the way it's worked out now, it's looking pretty good for them, and they can fully reset, get all their util back, get all their meds back up. They have 4 body salute. They should be just fine.
Wow. What a start to this... what a start to this game. Are you kidding me? Kyrgyzstan losing a player, Turkey losing 2, Argentina getting a full-on squad wipe despite a massive knock from Egypt from all the way, I don't know, what is that, 400 meters maybe? It felt like it was really, really far.
Yeah.
But yeah, they'll make it work somehow. And the only squad left standing not having anything is Romania. They're just chilling inside the booth, and they're just now rotating in. Kapahara hasn't even reached the safe zone at the moment.
Yeah, they are taking it so slow. And there's the circle, phase 3 reset. It was really good for Turkey. It was really good for Chile in that compound as well. And just to give you an idea, right? That was the 3rd place team versus the last place team. And that fight was not looking easy for Turkey either. The shotguns came out and they instantly lose 2 members. The skill gap is there in this lobby, but the skill gap individually, not that crazy some of the time. So now both of them holding out, both of them just holding their ground, not trying to make any mistakes. As soon as a team comes knocking on the door of that compound, they are going to be very, very surprised to see 2 different teams just sharing that compound.
Slakimo. That's going to be the breach. Serbia is trying to get this compound. It's a breach of only 2 players. Was he that correct? Maybe even 3, because there's still 1 in the distance for Serbia. They have found 3 frags already. That's the kind of aggressiveness that we wouldn't see if it weren't for the last 3 games of this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, we might just have Serbia with a massive, massive task at hand. It is Egypt, after all. They have dropped down to 7th place, but they're definitely one of the teams still looking to touch that top 4 position. They need a good round too. Nessa up top, massive knock. Maybe that's why he couldn't actually finish the knock as well, because I feel like he would have had LOS on the player from Argentina that he did not.
Oh, look at the aggression. They want to sweep around this building. There's shotguns inside. Inside angle's always a little bit awkward. Bishke gets found from a different team far, far away. Egypt wants to speed it up. The util's there. They've been utility for a while here. Now they want to return the favor. Shotguns in the hand of Koa. He's got a 5-second res to try and pull off. Maxa just trying to delay as much as he can. Mohamed is the one to fall to the nade. It's speeding up. It's getting messy. It's getting dirty. Knocks traded. Flushes collected for Egypt. They know these players in these buildings. They're looking for them. They're hunting. They're trying to clean them out. This might just be Serbia once again. It's getting the shorter end of the stick. And just like that, a player in the bathroom is all they have left. Bishke is out. Serbia is out. They're not making the comeback this game.
No, they are not. Egypt, what a performance though, what a defense as well coming out from the Egyptian players, holding that compound down very, very strong, and they will do so incredibly convincingly. But also, I want to touch on how good that compound used to be and how good it is now. You can see the circle shifted all the way up north. Now you have positions to the north, the ridgeline you can play down south, but look, Argentina is playing the compound down east. We have 2 teams inside the compound that Turkey originally breached. So there is barely any space for Egypt to find space in the upcoming season. I'm looking through the map stream right now. I'm not sure where Egypt is going to be rotating off. The only thing I see, but they will need information to do that rotate, is far east. No one's on the far east. I think that's where Romania is going to go.
Exactly. that rotation, super hard to pull up for Egypt, very possible for Romania. Get up to the yellow houses, figure out, all right, we've got some space here, we can work with this, figure out Everest is free, move on there, leapfrog each other, and suddenly you're in one of the best positions in the circle. Way harder for Egypt to do. What I would do in that situation is either go west around or east around. You kind of have to make a gamble. Right in front of you is so taken. It's going to be really hard to work your way on in there. So many teams. But, hold that thought. Kyrgyzstan, lose a member. And again, it's effect. Out early. Not. Wow. And Zirk are the two remainders. And they're not in positions where you're okay as a solo. They're not in positions where they have hard cover. They are absolutely in trouble here.
Yes, they are. Not even is going to be taken down. Trouble doesn't even... Look, they have got so much survival time. They've had so many eliminations. At this point, who's even going to care if they go out early in this one? I think even you guys out there supporting Kyrgyzstan in the chat, and there's lots and lots of you, I think even you guys won't even care about this one. You'll just be like, it's all chill. They've gotten their performance down so far. Doesn't matter. We'll just support them in the next 2 rounds, and we'll make sure they'll be up and motivated for yeah, you know, Miramar.
Absolutely. Shout out to the observers. Everest circles are probably the hardest thing to observe in this game. So many different teams sitting next to each other looking for angles. You can see Serich just hiding on out. Then there's another team, Brunei, right on top. I think that's Kazakhstan coming in from the north as well, saying hello. It's incredibly complicated. So many different angles. Morocco stays high as well, because why not? And then as soon as that compound on the south resolves, we'll have either Turkey or Chile moving out of there as well. This is good for Egypt. They take that slow, they take the approach. They'll either have to leapfrog the compound or they'll have to make a breach into it. Once they breach into it, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble, but they have plenty of time to figure out what's really going on here and what they're dealing with. And they're going to get a whole lot of passiveness back from the compound, and hopefully they don't make the wrong read. Hopefully they don't make the read that nobody's in there.
Hopefully they're not. Morocco will be kind of okay with that shift, to be honest. I think Morocco is one of the best spots, actually. Sure, they have to fight uphill, but that's totally possible since Georgia can't focus on all of these angles. They still have to worry about Serich down there as well. Big shots on towards Romania. That's Argentina. They need exactly these kinds of points.
Yeah.
Now, Turkey, troublesome spot. Romania, troublesome spot. Argentina, just judging by, you know, manpower right now, is in a prime spot to finally close that gap. But then again, we haven't even reached late game. We can judge on how well they're going to, and how aggressive they're going to play this one out. It's not an easy circle for them either.
No.
Just based off the position they are in right now, they've got chances.
Not an easy circle for them. On the eastern side, Romania taking a whole lot of the Everest area that we expected them to go into. On the western side, it's Morocco versus Egypt, fighting for the western edges, fighting for the western approach of the Everest. Argentina, we said their position was decent. They still have to get up that mountain at some point in time. Never going to be easy. Beautiful stuff from Egypt this game. They've been a little bit absent. They've been a little bit slow. We haven't really seen them pop off to the standard we wanted to hold them to after that they won. But they take a convincing fight here, if they push Morocco away, if they take a few angles around them, wrap around them, figure out what position they're playing, how you can aggress them, this is a super possible fight for them to take, and it's one of the best positions in the circle. You see that here. Morocco, not safe, sitting behind a few smokes, a few rocks. If you clean them out, all the western side is yours, and you can figure out how to hold the other teams from a much better position.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're trying to go for. Chui gets knocked down, though. That's Romania with 2 big entries. Oh my goodness, Romania might actually get more than just these 2 frags. I think it's just Newbie left alive, and he's been spotted out behind that vehicle as well. He's going to go the safe route, apparently. Redox tries to go for that nade play, and he should spot him out either way. Oh, he does get the revive immediate. Redox, Newbie behind that smoke, gets spotted out. It's just a matter of shots now. Surely he's going to take him. Yes, he does. Redox with 4 frags on his low and sum. 9 teams left alive, and they have a very good spot up towards that eastern side to make more and more points happening. You can see Argentina down below. They're trying to look for a spot. They just missed the timing.
Big frags, because if you don't take those, if Redox goes down there, their game is doomed. Argentina is instantly up in their grill, getting up the side of that hill, and absolutely providing a nuisance there. So really big frags from Redox there. You can't stress enough how important these were. And they're going to keep them safely in the game. Classic Argentina. Don't go too crazy up the hillsides. They try to figure out what was going on. They very quickly pull back down, play it slow at the bottom. That's going to make them survive without any risks right now. If that's a risk in the longer run, because maybe you don't have a good enough position in the late game, well, we are yet to see. Right now, lots of space for them, lots of space on that southeastern side. Kazakhstan, a little bit further off to the west. We saw Morocco and Egypt still trading knocks here and there on the west as well. As tons of space for Argentina, but the big dogs are going to be the ones on top of the mountain.
Yes, they are. Georgia has, in the meanwhile, been reduced just to asterisks as well. That's got to sting too. Morocco now rotating in, just bit by bit, making sure they find a good footing inside their next zone without overcommitting. Same goes for Romania, kind of. But look at this, Kapahala has been knocked down. That might be a massive opening, actually. Now that I see it, that is completely... that's amazing, actually. Whoever did that opening, that's such an important frag right now. That's a massive, massive impact frag. But look, Argentina does not have the confidence to just straight up pull up there. And I feel like that is what they're missing. That's one of the top three. Just pull up there. Come on, please, Argentina. Make sure to get this fight. You've had the first knock. Where are you going?
They are trying to figure out what they can do, what they can get away with. They don't want to overstep their mark, but if they do pull up, if they do start the fight, they have such a good chance there. Even if they slow it down, they don't have to flood over that hillside. But just going into the next circle, just going into the white zone, is going to put them in a horrible position here. They're going to put themselves in between two teams again, because they are a little bit too scared of the direct confrontation. The second Kazakhstan activates, the second there's knocks on that eastern side, whatever team comes out of the eastern fight is going to be the one swiped up by Kazakhstan. So putting yourself in between these two teams is not what you want to be doing. You had the knock, you have man advantage, 4 versus 2 in that situation. Go get it.
I do not understand this, but let's see if it still works out. I mean, they do have massive space up there due to the fact that Kazakhstan is not a full team either. But he is taking so many risks right now. Oxy, he loves to do that. But look at this. In the meanwhile, it's not even, Frankie's not even close to the circle right now. He gets caught off guard. He might just be done and dusted for. I think Arcti's playing kind of disconnected right now from up top. But maybe now they're doing this 2-2 split. Maybe now the players up top will be making a move on towards the Romanian players, and that could work out perfectly in the end. Ray's going to get found out. That's a massive shot. Chile is going to take down Turkey. Only in the top 8 teams, Turkey's eliminated. That's going to mean Romania and Argentina. Time for catch-up.
Oh, that is big. That is big news for Argentina and Romania. But again, they're both in such precarious positions. One of them could come out victorious, but I just can't help but feeling like Octi's going to get caught here at some point. Romania doing just the right thing, chilling on the edge for as long as they can. Chile backfilling the eastern side, trying to move in there where they can, moving it away from Morocco. But that northeastern ridgeline, Felix, it's not looking good. Argentina can't get their way out to the edge. They're trying to wait for Romania, but Romania doesn't have to come for another full circle. Frag is completely caught out. And the second 6 activates, the second Kazakhstan comes over that ridge, I am so concerned for their tournament life.
I'm more concerned about Frag at the moment. If he's going to get found out, and I feel like his teammates, once again, due to the fact that they're so passive, are just going to let him die. I mean, as soon as he gets spotted out, he's 100% dead. But what have you gained through this? You should have pulled up there. I feel like we're gonna talk about this continuously now throughout this round. Because I feel like it's gonna absolutely bite them in the ass, to be honest. We'll see. Frega might have just found the correct timing to actually make it in.
Yeah.
Nexus with a knock. Mex is gonna find 1 onto Andy, but I don't think there's gonna be any move being made.
Kapahala gets knocked to Kazakhstan. Somehow, with Argentina dancing around the front edge of Kazakhstan, they have still found Nexus instead. They have still found Romania. Now Frag can get the nade out. He should be caught here. Just a few pixels spotted. Should be enough. He's so out in the open door with the M4. Wrong timing. Doesn't quite catch it. The nades are coming out. It's not looking good. Somehow Argentina prevail. They've dodged a bullet and a half to stay alive here. Nexus going out, opens the door wide, but Kazakhstan is right there.
Oh, yes, they are, but they need to fight Kazakhstan as well. I think there was not a single knock going against Argentina, so it should be that 3-on-4 situation right now. Frega, you can see him on 3 elements. In the meanwhile, Georgia, the solo! Oh, Asterix takes down 2. He might have the chance for a 3rd one. That is falling apart for Morocco on the other side of it, just like he did for Romania. And we can see 6 opening things up on the other side. Laserboard finally tries things out. Asterix goes down. There's 1 team eliminated as well. We're down to the top 3.
Just like that, Everest explodes. The mountain is on fire as it's gonna go down to 3 Kazakhstan, 1 Morocco, and of course, who's the last solo? Of course, Kyrgyzstan, still in this somehow. Hero play coming out of Georgia, not gonna be enough. Almost stopping Morocco in their tracks, and well, it's 2 teams from, well, not the bottom of the scoreboard, the middle pack. Morocco really still struggling for a top 4, maybe top 3 position, probably not. but they are getting close here. The only problem is that Argentina has pulled away. Look how long the overlay took to keep up with all these teams going out. Because,
yes, understandably.
Oh my, that was quick. That was fast.
Wow.
We're going to have a tiny bit of calm before the storm now, before Kazakhstan plays Don't Step on the Snake.
Man, I feel for Argentina. This has been another... This whole tournament could have been so different if they were able to just win these late game scenarios. They just cannot win these fights. Kazakhstan able to take advantage of that kind of discrepancy in getting these important frags. And now they've got 10 frags. Morocco's got 11, but I think...
He's got 6 more
I think Kazakhstan is going to make it 11 as well. By the looks of it. Lazy Boy, 3v1.
Love that.
Might even make it 12.
Love the reposition. He's made his presence known. Realizes, maybe I can nade one of them. Realizes, well, they can easily nade me as well. So he repositions. The problem is, he might think this is a 4v1. He might not realize that there's another solo waiting. And, well, Kazakhstan doesn't have to step on the snakes because Morocco does it for him. Oh, he's taken a little bit longer than he should have. But Zerek gets it in the end. 2 kills.
How is he top 2?
2 kills. And I wanted to say a second place, but I'm not going to count him out. I'm not going to count him out at all.
No.
There he is, you know. He doesn't have the zone. He doesn't have the manpower.
You would be stupid to do so after everything we've seen.
They should absolutely not give him a single chance.
No.
Right? They shouldn't give him a single chance. They shouldn't give him a single 1v1. He shouldn't get a single knock in this, Felix.
Well, he already has.
I know!
And he's got enough flush, and it's a 2v1. He's got time to heal. I don't even know how he got into this position. This is absurd. Once again, I think that's the word that describes him the best. How is he getting into this? You do realize they fought pretty much from phase 2 onwards and had to fight their way into the southern side. It's not been an easy rotate. Sure, the loot spot has been kind of okay for them, but the rest of the game it's just been a tough one. It's just been a really tough one. Let's see, the zone is in their advantage, but Serike, he just needs to hit that one headshot on towards Puncher. M6, the way he's rotating off right now, might just give it a glimpse on whether or not he's going to give, whether or not they're going to give him 1v1s.
Well, the thing is, they have such a big advantage in either of these 2v1s. Just don't go crazy now. Just hold your angle. You've got him fully under control. You know exactly where he is. He can't move out. 6 has a different angle on the exact same position. There should be nothing Zerek can do. If he goes down left, he can isolate a 1v1, but the thing is, Puncher doesn't have to take the 1v1. He can wait for his teammate to come back up once the enemy's position is known. Just don't give him any more singled out fights. This, again, even now, even in the 2v1, this should not be possible. The angles are so good, the Pika's advantage, the information they'll have when he steps out into the open. There shouldn't be any chance here. But just the fact that they gave him a 2v1 already makes my PUBG heart bleed a little bit.
Kobo is disappointed.
Yes.
Let's see.
I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
The angles are pretty good right now. I mean,
there's no chance.
I was thinking about, is there a way where he can rotate off without LOS from one of the players?
No.
I think if he goes around the west-hand side and he hits a nutty shot with Puncher, I don't think 6 can trade him. He has to go towards the west-hand side. I think that's the one that he least expects to rotate off to. Yeah, look, if he goes to the left-hand side, he immediately singles out 6. Maybe that smoke is for bait. I really want to see that smoke being for bait and then him fight Puncher.
Yeah, I think that's...
6 already putting in shots because he knows where 6 is at this point.
Yeah, it's no chance. It's over. It's over.
Okay.
They've done it.
Okay. I mean, a small sliver of chance was still there, but the Smokes have not secured his place as the best team in this round. No. It's been going the way of Kazakhstan, and that is the first game for them as well. A hard-fought one as well. They had to fight all the way throughout that northern side. They had to fight at the hilltop. Plenty of teams, and it is certainly so. They will be, I wouldn't say too happy about this looking at the cameras, but they will surely be happy in terms of making their way up the leaderboards.
A much-deserved win. They really took control over that Everest side of things. They bounced at the right time, right? We said they were always ready to pounce on whoever comes out on top, Argentina, Romania, and they instantly did. They instantly cleaned them out, instantly took the space, and then were able to run away with it. A little bit of help from Georgia, maybe just tearing apart that Morocco squad, right? Asterix going completely nuts on that. But still, beautifully played by them until the very end, where Takeoff just jumps down the rocks and makes me a little bit more scared than I maybe should have been. Yeah,
but in the end, it was enough to win this game. We're going into a short 5-minute break, and we'll be right back for the last 2 remaining games.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing moments.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets it advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator, and obviously, but this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there, but this is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against them.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Welcome back to the 15th WEC, the World Esports Championships, live from Iasi, Romania. We are getting right back into the last 2 remaining games of this grand final. It's going to be 2 times MIRAMAR after we've seen an incredible performance once again from Kyrgyzstan. This time around, not winning it though. That's the one crazy thing, I guess you could say, about that last round. It's going to be Kazakhstan picking things up right where they should be. Big points, big eliminations. But yeah, the big storyline is Argentina, Romania, and Turkey. Who of them is going to finish outside the top 5 at the moment? It looks like it's going to be Argentina.
Well, I think they did a little bit of work catching up there, right? They should have gotten more points than Turkey has gotten. They might have gotten a little bit more than Romania as well, but not enough to really make big strides. I think they've pushed themselves closer, which is fine when you still have 2 matches to go. But they haven't really been able to close the gap just yet. We'll see. Top 3 still completely up for grabs. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are fighting very heavily for it. I don't think Kazakhstan was able to make a move towards it. But again, we're not going to make you wait a whole lot longer because we have 2 more Miramars 2 more Miramars, 1 and 2, and we're going to the first one of those in just a few seconds. We can already see the plane path. The plane is in the air. The players are ready. I think we can almost hop over there.
Man, Miramar has been in this tournament one of the actually the craziest map, I want to say, because we've seen more individual plays. Let's just remember back to the Flykey play, the 1v3 that we had from him. That's a play that I think we will just never forget. That we will always identify as the play of the tournament to some degree. If you haven't seen it, you can check it out in the story on Instagram. So Flykey deserving these. We gotta shout him out. He's been such a key fragger for Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah.
And the reason why at the very top place. So if you want to see some absolutely crazy stuff, the headshot to back it off, the M249 plays over there.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, please, as a PUBG Mobile fan, you have to check it out. It was a 1v3, massive stuff, especially since he was without the support. Either way, we're going into the second to last game, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Miramar, and this time around we have a playing path that plenty of these teams will love to have, differently. We'll have to have differently. It's so far down south.
Yeah.
It's going to be, I guess it's going to be kind of fun for Turkey. It's going to be actually not that fine for Argentina. Argentina's probably going to have to pick up some cars. But yeah, I'm trying to think. About Kyrgyzstan. They should be completely fine as well. No, I think actually for the very top teams, it looks kind of okay.
It's all right.
The only thing I could see is happening is Argentina and Turkey.
Vehicle problems can be very real here. We just got a glimpse of Turkey there. They're very close to Argentina. We see a similar thing around the southwest, where we do have Kazakhstan very close together with the Philippines. And we have this hot drop that we've seen time and time again in El Pozo. So, in a way, that hot drop is safer than what some of the other teams are doing here. What is that? Hamzi says, well, you've got a UMP. I've got headshots with my M4. You're out of the lobby. Chile losing the first. Turkey not messing around. No armor there on Hamzi. He picks it up from the dead body. And just like that, man advantage equalized. There's 2 here of Chile. There's 2 here of Turkey. And if you make me bet, I'm betting on the second place team and not on Chile.
That is a rude prediction, but an understandable one. Excuse me. Yeah. Then again, Turkey is the second time so far today where you would think Turkey is going to play the early game safe, but they're opting not to, and that might just cost them. Last game, they're opting for a very early push, and I can see the decision making behind it. I think it was the right decision as well. But it's just not happening for the other top teams. They're taking the early game slow. Right now, it's a one-on-one trade. Good thing that Dreamsy got taken out. They have to be careful though. I don't think they're expecting Unico to push up from this side.
Look at Franco as well.
And MC might just be flushed. Kelsey actually gets taken down. He's not going to opt for the flush. Oh, this is falling apart for Turkey. So fast.
Oh, now they have to pivot to this other side. They have spotted Franco. They have taken him down for now. Razy's looking to confirm that kill, at least get one of these points on the board, but they were not ready for the flanks at all. They didn't have control over the area and still chose some rather open positions. Now they have to drop off someone off that buggy. Surely they're not going to be drive-bying from a buggy, surely, but they can go for some flanks here. Razy could take a lot of control from this position and they could get the res, but by the looks of things, they're deciding not going to hold that long-range angle. We're just going to be falling back to the cigar building, and we're going to be hoping to pick up the res from there. 2v3, we've reset it almost completely into the 2v3. Not a fight that any of these teams would have loved to take when we're looking at how early in the game they're losing players.
Definitely not. It's been a recurring thing for Turkey, as I've said. Man, that's going to be a problem if they want to still take the second place. That's going to be a problem. I mean, Turkey in the last year has, I guess you could say, underperformed as well. This time around, it is a different team. It's not Fireflies anymore, but it is different. It's still the same kind of breed, I guess, of players.
Yeah.
The players that you expect to be so solid, especially in these under pressure, end of the tournament kind of scenarios. These scenarios where they've been in millions and millions of times, it feels like. Because at the end of the day, they barely ever have a tournament where they do finish down low. Sure, this year has been kind of has had lots of ups and downs for them, but still.
Yeah, it's weird. not a team you would expect to fumble towards the end, but they've really just changed their playstyle completely. We talked so much about how calm and collected they were, how good their early game splits were, how good they were at keeping 4 alive. Now look at that. Silas is driving 3 circles to try and find Trimzikski, gets his car stuck, has to jump out. They're committing to a very early 3 versus 3 in that compound. Not the Turkey that we were used to seeing. And a good opportunity for a lot of the other teams to get inside of the top of the leaderboard. Circle, meanwhile, has gone far southwest. We're seeing it on the minimap. We're seeing the northeastern edge of the circle is power grid, so it's a southwestern zone. Very nicely fitting for that plane. But yeah, just watching these troubles that Turkey is having, they're looking like a completely different team, and I hate to see that. I would love to see them continue playing the way they are. They were the most consistent, most reliable team. They aren't right now. They're a completely different breed.
Yes, they are. Chile, though. Same thing for them. I think this is the second round, or maybe the third round today, where I've seen them fight in the early game. And they're always picking kind of like the hardest enemy to fight. So, I don't know. We'll see. We've also seen them already around that power grid area.
Have they really picked them, though,
today.
or have they just been crashed by Turkey 2 games in a row?
I think they picked this fight, to be honest. I think they picked this. I'm not necessarily picked, but they weren't shying away from this either.
No.
It's like,
definitely not.
Sure, you get pressured into it, but you still have the chance to like go away.
Yeah.
And they just said no. I mean, while we're at it, just why not? You know, we've got nothing to lose at this point. Which is a dangerous thing to fight against if you're in the top 3.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm not liking it. I'm not going to say it's bad or anything. Obviously not, and obviously these guys know what they're doing, but it hasn't paid off so far, and I would have loved to see them continue on their recent trajectory, because it looked very promising, especially on Miramar, coming out of power grid, lots of high ground, lots of information. Their game plan looked very solid, their gameplay looked very solid. Doesn't really right now. Rocello, he has to be careful, he's not biting off more than he can chew. Marshall is ready and waiting for him. The SMGs ring out, he's in a 1 versus 2 right now, he's toying with the angles, he's trying to play with them. Nice pre-fire around the corner. But he's so ready for it, and so is the rest of his team. There are already 4 guys here. Morocco doesn't know what's happening.
No, they don't. Looks like they're going to dodge this, though. Looks like they're just going to dodge this. Gary Boy and Marshall, I think they've realized that this situation is anything but perfect. And the Philippines, as much as I love them, of course they're not giving up. Of course they're not giving up. Of course they're not shying away from this. Marshall immediately gets taken down, and Gary Boy is just a matter of time at this point. 2 quick points for Philippines. I love seeing this. This is such a Philippines thing to do. Just rush on out there. You know they're running away. We're not going to let you get away. Immediately. Oh, everyone's on the same page as well. Immediately, everyone was rushing that direction. Everyone was ready to trade each other as well if they would have still been close, but they weren't.
You have butterflies in your stomach when you say that? You sound a little bit in love.
I do have butterflies. I love the Philippines team.
Yeah,
I love every team.
You're going to start blushing very soon.
Okay, it's not that. Stop it.
They're good pickup. They're going to get the second kill, most likely. I'm not sure if they're going to go confirm it, but they should be able to grab that kill point. And not just the kill point. Really good position in the zone as well. I don't know. They haven't made the move just yet. Morocco is starting to think about it, I think. Morocco is starting to realize, oh, that's why Casito gets stuck on the fence there, losing a vehicle. Struggling to get out of there. Kazakhstan making a move on a similar side of the circle as they are moving into Algeria, southern side. Again, aggression coming out. Teams not shying away anymore here in the last few games.
Quick headshot. Oh, it wasn't a headshot, actually. Ooh, now. That was a good body hit, though. Back towards Puncher. Has to be careful of picking this one again. Gets the first aid off, though. And Kazakhstan find themselves in a fight with Algeria. The Algerian guys, they have not shied away from any of the early pressure they've had. And most of the time, they do get frags as well. They just never do it cleanly. Let's see if maybe this one is going to be different.
Oh, Peko here so singled out. You're taking off so much more than you can. You're biting off more than you can chew right now. 1v2 taking off, losing out on that battle, though. Almost gets taken out in the process. Such a good clear in the compound. And then just a bit of an overstep on the outside. Makes this more complicated than it should have been. But Kazakhstan as well, taking their time with it. Not flying over these ridge lines just because they got a knock. They're looking for utility. They're looking if they can catch a second player on the res, maybe. And they are taking their time with it. Fight on the edge, so they have a little bit of time, but I've already seen a bit of third-party fire come in from their south as well. It's nobody but Romania who come out of the blue late and decide to be a part of that fight. Another knock towards Falcons. They're traded. It's not going well for either of these two teams. They're bleeding members right now. Answer pulling up with the DBS. 1v2 absolutely on the cards, but there might be another team third partying this as soon as he does, and he's not landing the shots even. Algeria send the winners of the last game home, packing, and they will have to wait quite a while to get into the last match.
Oh, yes, they will. Iron, good shots. Game 2, good shots. That's quick 4 frags. Fortunately for Romania, that fight has finished too fast for them to do anything about it. Otherwise, that would have been brutal now with Turkey losing players early, then picking up 4. That would have almost been the perfect scenario to set themselves up for the last game. Because at this point, I think we'll have to take a look at the scoreboard. But even for Argentina, it's getting more dire and dire. Argentina needs a good game now, otherwise it's mathematically going to be impossible in the next game. A double-digit game right now would keep Argentina on the run, definitely.
Absolutely.
But it's, as I said, it's not that easy. That zone is a pretty good zone for them, though, in that spot. Argentina, pretty good compound. These zones always... I know I'm talking about circle patterns a little bit too much in the last recent games, especially since I've been wrong a couple of times as well. But I haven't always been wrong. Look,
not always.
I haven't always been wrong. I've been right plenty of times as well. But this one tends to either go deep south or deep northeast. So we'll see what it is.
Legal finds a knock back towards Kazakhstan. Marion has a good angle on this as well. Not a bad fight for Colombia, but hard cover is still very prominent here for Georgia, and they have a good off angle as well. That's a good knock. Psych takes one out. And, well, again, Georgia, they're surprising us. Their fragging has really stepped up in the last few games. They were looking quite weak. They were looking like a team getting pushed around by the big dogs at the start. Not anymore, not anymore. They've really reconsolidated, and they've become a big part of this lobby, pushing themselves into the top 8 in the last few games. Circle has gone northeast. Circle is ending very closely.
What did I say? What did I say?
Very closely towards all of our top teams. Kyrgyzstan on the southeast side of the new zone. Argentina taking a high ground spot as well. And then Turkey, hopefully they realize that above them, the Heaven compound, the one that oversees everything, is free. But it's not looking like they know, and it might just get taken away by Morocco.
What did I say, though?
The one time you're right. You're going to repeat it 7 times.
Are you kidding me now? Oh, my goodness. Stop it. Give me a new co-caster, please, ASAP.
Get him out. Security.
This is disrespectful at this point. But yeah, northeastern, that's perfect for Argentina. Argentina actually repositioning onto what's a compound area where 2 teams are around them. I'm not so sure if that's the play they should be going for. I'm going to call it out again. These circles, now that they have gone northeast, tend to go even further north. They do end north of La Gilera, I want to say. Almost always. It's never ending on top of the hill. It's always ending kind of like northeastern of that. So I'm interested to see if that play is going to work out for Argentina. Nevertheless, good scouting. And meanwhile, we see Georgia picking up a couple of frags. The last frag is actually from Colombia. They will have to reset for the last game as well, because they're not going to do anything else in this one. 58 points is going to be their starting area for match number 18.
The thing is as well, even if that circle goes somewhat central, even if it doesn't go north, there's still so much space on that northern side, so much that they could garner. Next, both these teams are taking knocks, though. Everybody's fallen by the wayside. That's 2 for Romania already out of the picture. Caught in rotation by Serbia, out of all things. 4 kills already. Oh boy, that was quick. That was caught, coming out of the blue, coming out late. I don't think that was planned, but that's the downside of these late rotations they've been running.
125 points for Argentina, 120 points for Morocco. It is as close as it gets down there. And do be reminded, $80,000 up for grabs. The 3rd place is going to get 16,000. The 4th place gets nothing but experience. So you want to get that 3rd place. It is 16 points different from Argentina to Turkey. That's a good game, we were saying, to keep them in the run. They need a double-digit game, and that's absolutely possible.
Oh, Egypt as well. Another team runs into the open arms of Georgia. They're really making a stand this game. They're on 7. 7 already. Egypt down to just 1 left alive. Georgia is making a stand, really making a statement in the end here. Turkey's the one that has to hold on, though. We talk about it so much, but it is what matters the most here. They have a good chance to push themselves into 2nd, but they really don't want to fall down. Argentina, high ground position, surrounded by a lot of strong teams. But again, as every time today, Kyrgyzstan has lost a member early.
Wow, nice shot from newbies coming in. Brunei could still very much have a chance at the 5th place, but it's going to be really, really tough. They need an absolute banger of a game. I feel like it's almost too late already with the way Morocco and Argentina have just consistently have gotten points in the last games. So, yeah, we'll see. Next shot's coming out. It's kind of only Psych who's trying to get found out, essentially, right now. And he's going to get found out as well. Pia is going to be able to get him on the board. 2 eliminations now for Brunei, starting it off pretty decently as well. Look, they've created so much space on the western side. Even Monte is clear, except for Nasser from Egypt, and he's a solo. They have so much space, pretty much the whole north side. As soon as they peek downwards, they should get this information too.
And a very smart caster said there was no reason to give up the north, right? There was no reason to send it to the center there.
Look, that's 2 zones in a row.
And
I'm just saying.
Just imagine, right? That's why you shouldn't over-rotate all that much.
That's
because
what I'm saying.
A lot of the times the circle can come back to you and you have control of all that space. All that space is completely open. Nobody is going to realize. Chile has a chance to realize. Kyrgyzstan has a chance, but it's very unlikely they make that move. Argentina, they should have full sightlines, but they're tunneled. They're tunneled on keeping their neighbors out. They're tunneled on killing Algeria and not going for the center spot.
They should rotate back down.
Obviously.
They know it's clear. And
well,
I was saying that before. This tends to end towards the northern side. If it does shift northeast, it tends to end towards the northern side. It tends to end north of La Chilera. So why are they not already driving down? It might just be too late now in order to get shot on the back.
The thing is, they can still get
they can
still get the high ground compound.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. There's so many good positions around that as well.
But this is also pretty reasonable. This is still pretty good. As long as you don't get stuck on that edge, you don't have to fight multiple teams at the same time. This is still okay for them.
Would you rather play this than the
no, obviously
compound
not.
down low?
Depends on the circle. In this circle, probably not, but only because of what we see. They don't know that Monte is free.
They should, though.
They don't know that north of Monte is free. No.
Because they had that information earlier.
Yeah,
but
that information is 6-7 minutes ago, and they've been busy fighting off Kyrgyzstan, pushing away Algeria.
Maybe.
They don't have all the information we have. Obviously, it'd be better.
But knowing the teams
way better
and the
if they were way down
and
there.
the fights they should have seen, well, depends. But yeah.
We'll see. I think that compound is still. I think that compound for them is still massive, but it's not.
Good, yeah.
It's not free. It's not an easy game out of there by any stretch of the imagination.
I mean, it's good that Morocco is kind of diminished towards the western side. It's not good that you have Serbia creeping up.
Yeah.
It's good that you have Armenia with the 2 players only down low, and it is good on the other hand that we still have 2 essentially full teams, Kyrgyzstan. And to some degree also Chile on the eastern side. They will have to eventually fight. They might find sidelines onto that. So kill potential is massive up here for Argentina, but it's the more difficult game. But that's maybe the test they should have right now in order to break into the top 3.
Maybe they need a double-digit game, like you said. And well, the only thing I'm a little bit afraid of is Serbia pushing in around them. But we'll have to wait and see how the other teams fold up around that compound. Like the rest of Kyrgyzstan, they haven't figured out that there's so much space in front of them that's free. They might still go for the shack that's a little bit more central and then scout their way in from there and realize nobody's ever peeking from that warehouse. But right now, there's a good chance that stays free for a lot time longer. I think Brunei from the top of Montenuevo had the best chance, and there's Serbia that I was talking about. If they get space, if they manage to sweep around the southern side of the compound of Argentina, suddenly they're in trouble.
Let's see how these fights on the eastern side are now going to play out. It was saying that Argentina might have sightlines on that. We can see the next circle. Yeah, this is crazy that there's no one on the northern side. I hope Brunei is I hope at least Brunei is going to realize that.
They could.
They should, yeah, they could, but there should be no way. No one is going to play this northern side except for Solo, obviously. But essentially, that no one's going to play this northern side in this circle. That would be criminal almost.
Yeah.
That should not happen. Someone should have that information and play off of it.
And that's why PUBG is not as easy as rotating to the middle. Because you're on an edge and the circle comes back to you, suddenly you're in a place that was very empty before, but is now very good. You rotate to the center and the circle goes away from you. Now you're not in a good spot anymore, and you put everybody around you. You're stacked between multiple teams. It's going to be very hard to leave, and it's going to be very hard to make moves. So sometimes that edge play can really, really pay off, and it's something that a lot of beginners struggle to understand, because you look at the map and you're like, you want to be in the center, right? You have the best chances. It's not always that easy. Brunei right now, they've made their way down the hill, but making the way down the hill also means a bit of information being gone. They still have Chewy on top. He might still figure this out. And you can see even Nasser, even coming out of Monte, had no idea that compound was free. Drives right past it, crashes a compound that's taken because he just doesn't figure out that warehouse compound is still up for grabs.
It's kind of crazy that he's just rotated past that compound.
Yeah.
And he's not rotating back now.
No.
Instead, he crashed on the one team that's on the top half
look
of
at his
this
POV
complete
right now.
zone.
Look at his POV. He's surely figuring out there's nobody peeking that.
He should. He should. I mean, if anyone, I mean, at least give it to the solo player. That position is just too good to be open.
You can spin that even further. Kyrgyzstan sees a player rotating around the edge. They should assume the compound's taken, right? But why wouldn't he be going there if the compound was free? There's no reason he should be
On the other side,
there
were no shots taken, so that's a lot of information given towards them as well. I mean,
is the thing as well.
If they should take, I mean, I don't even blame them for just fighting the southern edge. For them, it doesn't even matter at all. They've cracked 200 points in 17 games. Or 16 games, excuse me. It doesn't matter for them. But any other team, I would say, maybe you should have had the information that the compound down low is clear.
This is about to get wild, by the way. Look at everybody on that southern side. Look how stacked everybody is together. As soon as that next circle pops, it's going to blow up. And this is exactly what I said was scary for Argentina. Serbia has made it onto that ridge. They haven't been pressured by Armenia at all. And Armenia has been reasonably busy with Algeria making a push on that compound. So far, it's been free roams for Serbia. And if they can get the util into the buildings, if they can get all the angles on the compound, that is suddenly a very possible fight for them. Brunei on the west, making an approach towards Turkey, extremely safe in that compound. But there it is. There's a pop-off, there's a blow-up. It's Pekka who falls, and it's Kyrgyzstan who is about to wipe the rest of Algeria.
Dutro's coming in. Brunei is going to opt for that fighting kind of position on towards the eastern side. I think they did realize, actually, they would have more space towards the northern side of it. I mean, they didn't get shot until now, so they should kind of realize that maybe towards the northern side of things, it's kind of clear. But even then, does it matter? No, you should take the fight right now on towards the western side if you do realize you can isolate some of the players and you do have the man advantage, which I think they're doing right now. Look, that is a breach on towards Kalsi, and one of the Turkish players may be Razy. Yeah, I think Razy's still left alive and Salah's in the back. So there's the breach coming in. Salas, though, picks up the first one, equalizes things.
First knock comes their way, second knock comes their way. Utilities coming in from Shako, sure, but so much damage has been done already. He's called out now. He's still got the knock before he could get spotted. Razy has a shotgun, though. He can push this down. He can get aggressive on it. One pump should be enough, but there's a shotgun on the other side, and he one pumps him back. Silas, last one for Team Turkey. Piasau and Shako trying to make things work for Brunei Darussalam. They're doing so much work there now. They're posing such big issues, and look who's there to greet them as well. Morocco's pulled up.
Yes, that is such good timing. I love that they're still playing active as a two-man right there. The race is going to be happening on the Turkish side. Brunei is just not aggressive enough on it, and it might just fall apart for Brunei even earlier because Pia has just been taken out. Senkai in the backlines picks him up. That's DBS being used to its fullest, and now it's a 2v2v2.
Argentina has made the move. Argentina has figured it out. They sent it down the hill. They took the compound. They're taking all the space in the world right now. And while Turkey is getting aggressed on, struggling, losing members, Argentina has just picked the best part of the zone for themselves. This could be massive.
Man, if you're an Romanian fan right now, you have to be sweating. Yeah, I mean, even the Romanian players have to be sweating right now. Argentina in prime spot to take this one home. There is no other team except Serbia, and they have a pretty difficult path in. They're not even inside the safe zone to make something happen. There's no other full team, essentially. Argentina, they win this game. They have overtaken Romania, maybe even Turkey, depending on how well they place.
Wild, wild stuff. Turkey doing their very best to hold on. They get a few kill points there. They lose only one member. Still Morocco to deal with. Brunei out of the picture. Another good game from Brunei, but not going to be enough. Koa finally coming alive for Serbia. They get the kills that they've so dearly missed throughout the rest of this tournament. But look again who's in it still. It's Kyrgyzstan. Okti, oh, he's in deep trouble. Oh, Morocco. They have come to say hello. There is another player on a similar angle there. Vrema has to get up that hillside, has to help Okti out, surely, but no, they're just going to fall away from it. They're going to try and play it safe, and he barely makes it over that ridgeline. One more bullet would have taken him out.
One more bullet and it would have been over.
There it is.
Though, gets taken out. There it is, yeah.
Bullet from afar.
Man, Okti, please don't throw this again, Argentina. You can only hurt my feelings so much before I start crying on broadcast. Like, there is no way Okti should be flushed here. Where's the rest of them? Where are they focusing on? If not this, they have to realize that is the biggest threat. Depending on if Kyrgyzstan is going to breach the Sergei. No, he's only going close. He's not breaching this. Okti, please get rest up. Please, Argentina, for the love of God, actually finish around well.
They're getting in there. Okti's flush. Rema is falling. Allende finally gets the trade from afar. Frege and him work together, but they have just lost a member, and they're about to lose a second. Rema has to crawl so far. He's trying to get to safety. I think he's done it. But who's holding against Lazy Boy? They might just lose Fragger again if they play it like this. He's out in the open. No utility at least. Gives them a little bit of reprieve. If Lazy Boy can pick up a nade here, this is dire straits for Argentina. Fragger is the one that has to peek on over. And the res has to be from his teammate. Koa is popping off in the distance, but Argentina, they're struggling for that third place.
Carlos, in the meanwhile, takes himself down. Unfortunately, I think that was a vehicle explosion he just caused on his own. But yeah, the sidelines are pretty good to get this res. But now Lazy Boy is actually pushing. Lazy Boy, there should be no way he's going to destroy Argentina on his lonesome. Second player goes down. Argentina is falling apart once again in the late game scenarios. That was their game to lose. That was their game to catch up to top 3 and get themselves into the prize pool positions. And they have not done so, unfortunately. Allende is going to be the last player left alive. The possibility, I guess, somehow is still there. But he's going to need his teammates to get revived. And at the moment, Lazy Boy is not going for the flashes. That's the one good message, I guess you could say.
He's pre-firing. He's letting them crawl. He's letting them get close. He doesn't have a single smoke grenade, Falix. He doesn't have anything to slow that down. If Lazy Boy gets another peek over, it's done. But look at this. He's out of options. He doesn't even know where to go. He's trying to survive himself. He's given up his teammates almost at that point. That's one flush coming on in. And look where Fragger is crawling all the way through the open. I'm not even sure if Lazy Boy knows, but Lazy Boy knows if he gets that one kill. Surely you stay for that one kill. No, he doesn't. Oh, he gives them the timing to cross. He should still be able to peek over. Surely going to take that kill. And the spray's not clean. Last bullet does it. Argentina fumbles again. 10 points behind Romania, but Turkey is still in this. Turkey's still kicking.
Look, maybe even Morocco can do like a top 2 placement right now, and then they would be in a good spot as well. That is sensational, actually. We haven't really talked about Serbia so far, but 12 LMs as well. They're cleaning up the southern side. If they get a good position as well, they might even fight themselves up to 7th, maybe even, 7th, 8th place, depending on how many frags they're still going to get in this round. Still amazing, though.
Amazing round for Serbia. It comes in very late, but finally they're there. Finally they're popping off. Finally they found their footing, and it's Turkey who suffers at their hands. They're not stopping. Bishke's on the push. Koa is on the pull-up. They're looking to clean this up. Don't overstep right now. Don't overheat. Don't give him a free knock. There's the first. Koa should be on the trade, but he's not clean with it. Kalsi picks him up. Might get himself at least one, maybe the second here. And these points, they don't matter as much for Serbia, but they're so crucial for Turkey.
Yes, especially since Morocco is the runner-up team as well, just behind Argentina. If they get a second place, this becomes possible now to even get a first place. Look at this. He's making a move on this. Max, he could very well still lose this 1-1. I mean, it's Kalsi on the other side of it. He gets the spray. He gets the knock. Bishke is not finished. That means it's a 2v1, potentially a 3v1 now in this late game ending. We'll see what Lazy Boy does, but I think at that point, you got to give it to Serbia, right?
You got to give it to Serbia. They have all the space. They've got the numbers. They've got the 3 gear. They're ready to take this one. But just that 1 point, that can decide a second or a third place. That can decide a third place or nothing in a tournament. And that's big. That's big for Kalsi to get it. That double kill, that double knock, giving him 1 kill, could be massive for Turkey. You never know if it's going to matter, but just getting 1 more point out of that situation is beautiful for them. Again, calm before the storm. Lazy Boy, he's working his hardest. He's trying to get another kill. He's trying to get another frag. They're still in this for third place as well. Oh, that's a big nade. I don't want to count him out just yet. 8 bullets in the DBS is all he's got. He's got 1 more nade where that came from. Could try to line that up. He doesn't know how much damage he's done on the first one. He's waiting to get the DBS out. Bishke is giving him the favor of pushing in the open. There's a chance here, but no. This is all but done for. He's dancing around the open. Surely taken now, but Serbia's going crazy. They're going in the blue. They're giving him a chance.
What is happening right now? How is this? How does he have a chance in this one? If Morocco picks up this round, I mean, I could see them even going very close to Romania. They are definitely going to be very close to Romania. There should be no way in hell. He's going to get the medkit off as well. He's going to have 100 HP. Malice, he's only got that rock. That's not a lot to play off of. And I don't think he has to move at the moment.
He's got smokes as well. He's got 2 smokes to get close. He's got a nade to pressure that rock. If he figures out where the enemy is, sure, 4 nades, but he's now been spotted. Smokes out, he can move with that. He can try to put another smoke down a little bit further. He can try and make Melas guess where he is. He doesn't have to let him know. Nades are coming back either way. 3 vests as well for Lazy Boy to work with. There's a chance. There's a chance he gets these pre-fires out. Look as well how much that's working out. Melas doesn't even know. Melas doesn't even know. He knows now. He's on the rock. He's got the high ground. He's got the cover. He should be winning this, but you know he's sweating. He's tripping. The peaks are not clean. Damage advantage, cover advantage, everything in the hands of Melas. But there's another reset coming out. That molly is not gonna spread just then. And that's no more util. UMP versus M4. Lazy Boy, he's done so much for the Moroccan squad. I don't know if he can pull it out. He even whips out the pan. He's looking for everything he's got.
Pan is not going to hit anyone just now. He's found that cheeky little ridgeline. The pan is going to be thrown back. That's the unity we want to have at the International Esports Federation in that tournament. Well, one more thing gets thrown over. Even trading meds now.
Why does he have 2 melee weapons? Can we talk about that? Why does he have 2 melee weapons? What's going on?
He's pick one up. He's trying to pick one up. That's actually smart play in the end there. But look, this situation has changed now.
He's got zone.
He's got
zone.
He might just go for the 1v3.
Oh my God!
Boy, he's just stunning. What is happening? The crowd is going wild. I mean, they are going wild. Everyone's just looking at them because that did not look possible. But they've done it somehow. 1v3 to back things up. And that changes everything. We were going for Argentina in this round. But it is the runner-up. Morocco going very close to prize pool.
No way. We didn't realize he had zone. He had all the time in the world. He's throwing melee weapons out there. He's going to take this, catch that one. It doesn't even matter.
They were throwing medic at this point. They were throwing meds at this point. What is happening? Morocco, they're still in the run to get some placement, some prize pool.
There's no way.
They're not even close to Romania only. They're close to Turkey as well. Turkey did not have a great game in this one, points-wise either. They're going to be very close. It's going to be 10-point difference between 2nd and 4th, maybe even 5th place.
We've been so focused on Argentina this whole time. We didn't think it was a thing. Morocco was down to 2 that entire match.
It's so close.
Morocco was down to just 2 that entire game. Jesus, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we're going to have to take a breather.
Yes.
After this one, I think the players are going to have to take a breather. I mean, all the players were just screaming after this one. Not sure if you could hear that, but yeah, even the little crowd out here.
We need crowd mics on this one.
Yeah,
writing that down for the next event. Crowd mics.
7 minutes break. The last game of the 15th World Esports Championships, live here from Iasi, Romania, will be starting very shortly. Stay tuned. Make sure to support your national teams in the chat. And yeah, continue to support them on social media as well. We'll be right back.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țară la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Yash, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Yash offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Yash is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Yash is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Yash are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Yash is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Yash Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Yash municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Yash. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condant, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Yash, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing sector tripled, reaching over 20,000 people, who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings. A good example in this respect is the Palace Complex, a city in the heart of the city, which boasts new, spacious and modern office rooms, with many leisure and fun areas. What are our plans for the future? We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform for all kinds of investors. We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Iași. Innovation and creativity are the key words of our city development strategy. We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Iași. Come here and get to know us better.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is the one true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against MOMA.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
This is where I'm dreaming to be floating away. Beyond the mountains, the rivers, the colors, beyond time in all seasons. Only in this way could I embrace everything. This place does exist and is alive. You can feel it pulsating with life. You would really like Romania and the Romanians. These streets, shrouded in history, have been an inspiration for many a story and legend cozily narrated by the fireplace. This is the place where people are a story in themselves. A story to be told to everyone, whenever possible. This is the place where Count Dracula and the vampires were born. You could fall in love with our healthy lifestyle in the countryside, our traditional food, our music, and zest for life. Our towns are abuzz with life and colors, vibrant with people and light. Go to the Parliament Palace. It is the largest building in Europe. Visit our museums, art galleries, and memorial houses. Watch in admiration the architectural monuments. The fortified churches and the monasteries so deeply veiled in spirituality. The palaces and castles built on a rocky peak. A petulant mixture of history, culture, and pleasure. Dive down. We have reached the center of the earth. Climb up.
One last time. We're ready. Game number 6 is on the cards, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we're hopping into another Miramar. Kyrgyzstan has been the absolute MVPs of the last day, the absolute MVPs of the last 4 days. But Morocco has just pushed themselves so close to that top 3, Alex.
Yes, it is. It is a different storyline to some degree that we have at hand right now. Kyrgyzstan is already at the very top, and no one's going to be able to rattle that. No one's going to be able to kick them off of that first place, that's for certain. But the rest of the places, we're talking about second, we're talking about third, we're talking about the rest of the prize pool especially. We're talking about 4th and 5th place, both of them now. Argentina and Morocco both have a very good chance of making it happen in this game. Everything can still happen. We're waiting for the last Miramar game to start anytime soon. And obviously, after the game, I can already tell you guys, we do have a little bit of a winner ceremony, so stay tuned. You might not see your team unless you're a Kyrgyzstan fan, but either way, it is a big one coming up.
We have an interview as well with the winners. Yeah. Whoever might win this tournament, you know, whoever might, we'll see. But yeah, we have a winners interview coming up as well, so don't go anywhere. But first, we have a few seconds before we jump into the game. We have a few statistics we might want to look at. Have another look at that leaderboard. Have another look of how that last match went down. Someone in the break said to me, clutch of the tournament. I can't disagree. That was absolutely crazy coming out of Morocco. The flying Serbian making that a little bit more possible than it maybe should have been.
I guess so.
But a big step of performance from Morocco there.
Yeah, I mean, the way he played around the smokes in the end there as well, it just goes to show you his individual skill is pretty damn amazing. Let's take a look at the total leaderboard really quickly to give you guys an idea on who's going to need to score and who's not going to need to score anymore because they're out of the run. Morocco and Argentina, that's the 2 placements we're talking about. Morocco goes up to 3 points on a top 3 placement. That is crazy.
Yeah.
Just off of that one game, essentially, sure, they've had like good, consistent performances throughout the last days as well. But that is their time to shine, and they did shine. As bright as it gets, essentially. 138 points, just 3 points. That's like nothing. That's almost tied.
Yeah, that is very, 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 very close. 3 points, like you said, there's another 8 towards Turkey. That is still in the realms of possibility, but that is a bit of a cushion.
Yeah.
That being said, we've just seen them pick up an insane amount of points in that last game, and also Argentina, don't forget about them. Yes, they didn't shine like a diamond in the last game, but 131 to 138, they are very safe towards the 6th place. They do not have to care about falling down anywhere. They have to care about pushing the top 3. All of these countries, all of these nations would love to get themselves a podium finish, and they would love to get themselves a part of that prize. But we've talked about it. This is money that means something. This is a big chunk of cash you're taking home if you make it into top 2, top 3 here.
Yes, it is. I mean, 131 points. So that is pretty much what we have at hand. That's the one team that can still very much make it. Yeah. I mean, last round, let's quickly talk about the MVP of the match, because I feel like we have to give it to
Crazy Boy.
I think
Crazy Boy, Lazy Boy.
Crazy Boy, Lazy Boy. All the boys have just been shining through in that last game.
Yeah.
We'll have one more Miramar game just coming up any second. But yeah, it's interesting. I didn't expect it to be 5 teams in the end, potentially still in the run for that top 3 for that prize money. Do we remind it? Top 3, 16K for the 3rd place, 24 for the 2nd one, 40 grand for the 1st one. Now, 1st one is out of contention, but the last 2 places still very much up for grabs. Once again, let's be reminded, Argentina right? Romania, Turkey, and Morocco. All of these 4 teams in the run for 40,000 US dollars. Ladies and gentlemen, bring some hype in the chat. Make sure to support your national team. Put the flags on the socials, pretty much anywhere you can find us at Iesf official on most of the socials. And yeah, because if you don't do it now, whenever, when are you going to do it? Right? When? There's no time left. There's
it's
no
the
time.
last
It's the 18th
game.
game.
It's the last chance. It's the last game. It's the last flight path we are going to see. 17 games have led up to this situation we are in. Morocco in that last game. Fantastic pop-off. Crazy. Considering especially how long they were struggling with just 2 members alive to make it that far and to keep taking out players, to keep grabbing space, to keep somehow surviving. Nutty stuff. I can already see we might have a bit of hot drop around Crystal Valle. Seems like there's 2 teams around that area. Nexus towards the eastern side for Team Romania. They have been struggling to keep up the pace today. The position that they were in at the start of the day was slightly better than they are now, as they would have to catch up 8 points onto Team Turkey. So forgive us, we'll be talking about scores every now and then, but look at that, Felix. No player that is on their feet is in this zone right now.
Look, this is specifically amazing because that just gives even ground to almost anyone. That is the perfect last game. You don't want to have a centralized circle on top of Turkey. You don't want to have a centralized circle on top of Argentina or anything like that. Because that gives us the best idea on who can adapt on ugly circles as well. And that is one. Let's see how Romania is going to play this one. We're talking to them as well. They seem incredibly down. They were demotivated to some degree as well after that initial 2 rounds at the start of the day just didn't go their way. But they have brought it back. Wow, what a trade. Pre-fight didn't work out, but Kyrgyzstan is still going to make it happen. 2 downs immediately. Serbia, after that amazing last game, this unfortunately still lost. We'll get 1 trade. We'll get 2 trades. Still not cleared out. All of the Kyrgyzstan players, though, not as approaching.
Not looking good for Kyrgyzstan. Not a damn in the world that they're giving about winning this last game. They're clearing, they're coming. Melas is stuck in a corner. Can he make it work? He's got good pre-fires. He needs Mashka to come around the back, and he does. That's a 1-1 trade. 1v1 scenario. The burst M16, not what you love to be having in this situation, but it is 4 kills for Serbia, 3 for Maksha himself, and he keeps them in this round. Kyrgyzstan, they're going to be the winners, but they're also the first team eliminated in the last game. As irony might have it, they're going to watch that last game. They're going to be chilling. They're going to be laughing. They're going to be enjoying their time, enjoying the show.
Yes, they are. I can't blame them. They just want to chill. They just want to walk around now. They just want to take a look at the trophy at this point, right? They can maybe put some socials up already. Guys, we want the tournament. It's amazing to be here. It's great because they've got all the time in the world. 207 points. It's mathematically impossible to catch up to them, and they still made 2 more eliminations in this game. I mean, that's the best way to end it. Just get a couple of frags.
Yeah, I mean, I think all you need is a 48 kill win. Maybe 38. I don't want to do the maths, but I think it's 48. All that Turkey needs is a 48 kill win. Mathematically, absolutely possible, but we all know
I'll take it back, I guess. I didn't go that far. I'll take it back. It is mathematically possible.
Let's not talk about it because we all know it's not happening. That's fantasy land. We don't live in fantasy land. We live in the Iasi right now, where we have the 15th iteration of the World Esports Championship. Next fight on the cards, your favorite team, the Philippines, versus the comeback team of the day. Brunei gets the first knock there, looking to find an angle through the bottom of the car. Rocello comes around with the shotgun, though they're not ready for it.
Did he miss that?
Oh, it's gonna be tricky. You never want to over-push the DBS. It's just, you can feel the threat in Piasao's hands at this point. Beautiful nade. Beautiful nade. Makes the fight a whole lot more easy.
Yeah, he's going to get 1 finish and knocks down another one. Shako with these nades. He might just find another one. Actually, with this one bouncing off the window frame. In the meanwhile, though, isn't even necessary. Another knock going the way of Brunei. They just seem to be unstoppable today. They're going to hit the triple digits as well, just with that flush. And I think the last one should surely be found as well. Casino sprays. Only hits 1 of the bullets, unfortunately. The drive-by, on the other hand, worked out way better. Didn't amount for the last frag.
No
though,
meds.
But it has to be a matter of time at this point. They know where he is. Flush comes through as well. That's another point for Brunei.
No meds for him, and Nate comes in, and Nate clears him out. 4 kills for the Philippines, and we're already down to 49 players. We're already down to 13 teams. They're falling by the wayside. The teams we care about, Turkey, northwestern side, outside of the zone, not in position. Nexus, we talked so much about how late they come to circles. We talked so much about how they love being in the blue. They're not even going to get a chance here. They are in Impala. They're almost center circle. Not something an Impala team can very often say about themselves. But if they've been dealt a hand to come back in this last game and claim their second place, this is the run. Morocco, on the other hand, on the map, we see they are down to towards that southwestern side, where we've just seen Serbia eliminate Kyrgyzstan. They are quite stuck in between a few teams, so I'm a little bit concerned about them.
Still, look at how all of these teams are rotating in so late. Usually at that point in time, sure, it's phase one, but we saw so many teams already opting for centralized positions. At the moment, it's only Romania. Really on Romania. And that's because they saw this first circle and immediately rotated off. They knew exactly, with this kind of playing path, with this kind of table situation, they should be the first ones to immediately dodge their drop spot and just strive as deep as they can. And they found Impala just wide open and free, and that's what they opted for. Should be enough vehicles to easily give each of these players a car for better rotations as well. And I would be surprised to see them stay in phase one in Impala as well. I think as soon as they've looted up, they're going to be spreading out.
Look how empty that zone still is. Argentina is one of the teams coming on in on the northern side. Nobody in their vicinity. Wherever they look, they'll find no opponents anywhere at the moment, as they make a very free approach, very easy way into the circle. Things they love to see. Again, though, you have to question their mentality at this point. You come into a late game for life, time and time again, they've thrown it away. Can they keep it up? There's Morocco on the southwestern side. You caught a glimpse of them. They're quite stuck in between a few teams. They have to be really careful here. Argentina, completely different game. Completely chilling.
Let's see. This might just be the first encounter in the deep circle center, and it might just be Romania actually in a bit of trouble. Exactly the one team that actually did rotate as fast as they could immediately as the circle was shown. But it looks like they're rotating off. Doran thinks about this twice as well. I'm not even sure if he's aware of this, but he thinks about it twice, peeking the other side of the rock. Right now he'd have pretty good timing, but oh, he's trying to make it all the way up. Okay, so he's in the red setting off, actually. He's just trying to make it all the way up.
Yeah.
It should be possible. Let's see if Doran is going to make it.
Both of them are climbing.
Yeah, should be possible for Doran. Let's see. Might just find an easy frag towards Kimo, but Kimo hears him as well, so he has to be careful. I'll take it all back. He's not making it.
We'll see.
He's not making it.
Bit easier on the bikes usually, but we'll see if he can make it work. Georgia in the blue. Turkey very, very close by. Eliano is going to be down to half HP when he crests over that ridgeline, but I doubt that Turkey would stop to try and take that frag. He realizes now, he sees them, slows things down. Silas has just changed the car, so he's slowed down considerably, but Eliano doing a good job to dodge that. He's severely outnumbered right now, and I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised to see Turkey take any crazy risks here. I'd be very surprised to see them stop for a solo in an area where they have zero information, zero control. They've just moved in. What's just moved in as well? Phase 2, shift, has gone exactly to the north. You see the edge of it on your minimap. You've seen it hard shifted to the north. Rough shift for Nexus in Argentina. Beautiful for Turkey.
Yes, and that's the exact kind of circle where you want to have a centralized position. Otherwise, you might not find a way in late in the stages of this game. You see, Minas Generalis, the compounds to the east of it, close to the roads. These are the exact kind of positions that you want to have. And look at this. Argentina realizes that. Argentina is exactly timing-wise in a perfect spot to take these, and they just did. I'm hoping Romania is going to realize that as well, to keep having this game as interesting as it can be. They need to be fast on it. As we said, rotating in as soon as the centralized center is up, and it does very often center it up. I'm not going to make circle predictions again, but it does center up normally around that Minas, South Minas road side. And at that point, like, it's all open field. If you don't have a compound there, you're going to have to breach someone. At that point, you're open to pretty much the whole circle. It's most of the time, it's just impossible.
They're doing exactly what we criticized them for not doing last game. They're very quickly rotating back after they've realized we just gone through this area. This time much easier because they've literally just come down from the north, not seen anyone around it. They know something has to be free. They go back north, they find something free. Perfect compound to be played out of. So much playability, so much circle favor. Love to see that for them. Similar stuff for Turkey as well. Going into Minas, They have a really, really good approach to the circle. I think some of them are still looking a little bit deeper. You can see Selassie still sort of drive scouting, seeing what else could be free, what else could be up for the taking. They're not taking the high ground rocks. That's one thing that comes to mind that they could have maybe done, but they are considering 4-man in Minas. Play it simple, play it safe. You see Romania there, slightly off to the east as well. Really good spot for them. So all of these teams are in really good spots, and then Morocco is driving into a southwestern edge that has quite a few teams on it. They're the one team that really has to worry about getting into zones. And if we're being honest, the thing they're good at is fighting. The thing they're good at is rolling over teams, not getting into tricky circles. So we'll have to wait and see.
Wait and see. It's just what Turkey's doing right now. Sitting pretty comfortably in Minas. Georgia just below them. Argentina has found a compound that I think is by far the best compound at the moment. And look, if I were a betting man, right now, I would bet on Argentina having a massive game and making it to the top 3. Just off of this position. It's by far the best position inside the circle. It never shifts down low towards Las Leones. Just never does. I mean, at this point, okay, it still could, but it's never shifting all the way down to Las Leones. It never goes to La Medina. I think that's the one thing we can completely exclude. And it always never goes far east either. Up towards Junkia, not a possibility either. It has to end somewhere around that roadside. I'm so certain that it would almost guarantee at the moment that Argentina's going to have a great positioning in this game throughout the next 3-4 phases, maybe even. Romania, though, they found themselves such a sneaky rotation, and they found themselves the second best spot, in my opinion.
Well, circle goes north. And I don't disagree, circle can very easily come back to Argentina.
It is going to come back.
I'm a man, I say never, but you were, I mean, you're sure about the things you say. That is also a quality, you know? Confidence is also a skill, as Argentina is very deeply aware.
It's like half of the job you have as an IGL.
Nice little punch there onto Rema from his teammate. Not sure what's going on with Octi. He's making him wake up. We've seen one of the Kazakhstan players sleep before the game here. Well, we'll see what they can pull off that game. Romania, very, very good spot. Not as easy, though. Not as unbreachable as the spot Argentina's in. Brunei has already revolved around them. They're not quite sure what they want to do with it yet. I'm not sure if Romania is just hiding out here, but I feel like somebody must have done that damage to Brunei, and I feel like that must have been them, because nobody else is in the vicinity.
I'm not so sure. Look at this. Armenia is just entering this whole skirmish as well. Where is Armenia going? Are they just scout driving? Viking has exited this kind of forest landscape just south of the compound, and I think they're pulling up as well. This is perfect for Romania, though, because as soon as they fight Brunei, and look at this, Argentina's even found the first frag, completely different place. As soon as they fight this, I think Romania might have an entry in this. First frag goes that way, though. Chewy does not have to reposition at all. That means Romania doesn't really find an opening.
Exactly. No third-party opportunity where there is no fight. Brunei already on 5, picking up kills, picking up points this game. Strongman is going to have to try and hide on out here somehow, but he's well known. But the thing is, unless all of Brunei leave this, Romania is not going to have a chance to really just go all too crazy aggressive. That being said, Viking is stepping into their territory, making it easy for them. Redux is going to try and clean that up. I was going to say get some help from a teammate, but that's newbies stealing the kill away. A very nice point for Romania that they do not end up getting. And there is the breach now. So they've just driven away. They've just gone a little bit more north. Now they're coming right back into it. They want to fight this. And they're a team that doesn't mess around. Beautiful. Beautiful from Shako. He's got the DBS to make it work as well.
I love this so much. Yeah, you were saying it as well. That is such a sneaky spot. Someone could have easily been up there. Hoshin goes down, almost burns himself. His feet.
He gives so much info away there too.
Hard. But yeah, he's not gonna damage himself, fortunately. Now, either way, though, Romania under a lot of pressure. This is do or die at this point. It is do or die for any of these teams inside the top 5. So Romania has to win this, and they're scared of it. You can tell they're scared of it. No single peaks, no individual actions at the moment. They want to get cramped up. They want to get grouped up. This might be a little bit too passive. You can see Octavian just there on the side, playing the only kind of spoiled position they have. The good news is Brunei is only there with 3 players.
Yeah, and the good news is as well, there's lots of utility expended now by Brunei, right? So they've put a lot of their effort into this, and they haven't really gotten anything out. PSL flushed by Serbia on the other side of things, right? That is again another bit of pressure relief. Phase 4 pops on in. We've seen it go northwest, not the shift back south we were hoping for Argentina, or the Argentinian fans were hoping for, but still a very possible circle coming out of that compound. This compound, the jungle compound, the garden compound, whatever you want to call it, this is a tricky one. So many different angles, so much cover, 3 teams inside of it right now. you don't want to overstep anything. You don't want to make a single mistake, because your game will be done just like that.
Just like that. We have approached phase 4. All of the top 4 teams, outside of Kyrgyzstan, of course, all the top 4 teams that actually matter in this leaderboard situation right now, are still with full squads left alive. And the first team to pick up any frags has been Argentina. Now Romania finally is able to find 1-2, and they might have the opportunity for 2 more. They've played this very patiently, waited for Brunei to lose one.
Beautiful
Now
nade.
they've got the second knock, and now they realize Armenia is not close, and they want to get this last one as well. Chewy. He's in a very dire spot. Just don't get flushed out of this one. Please make it as a team. Otherwise, this situation is
he's taking the
just
1v1.
as fast over as it has started. Chewy gets spotted out, but he gets taken down immediately. There should be no way for Doran to get flushed.
Good trade, beautiful trade. Now, try and get that res, get players back out on the extremities. Make sure you're not bunched up in that building. Octavian, instantly running for space. Things you love to see. Brunei, beautiful stand, pushing themselves into 6th. They have a good chance of staying there with a really good last day. They have put themselves at least in the top 8, probably even 6th place. But Romania, these points were so important. And the more important thing, keeping 4 alive. 3 points, sure. Keeping 4 alive in a circle like this, massive. Teams like Serbia, teams like Algeria, they all have to move in on that same side of the circle. Algeria, sure, they can swing a little bit north. Serbia pretty much has nowhere else to go. You need the manpower. You need every advantage you can get. Morocco, by the way, we said they weren't good at getting into tricky circles. They have gotten themselves into Minas. Very centralized position for them. Very possible that they explode from this point.
Very possible. What a shot. What a shot from Kelsey. Takes him down. Oh, he's playing both action in the last game. Both action in the last game, where it's about whether or not you're going to take him 24, 60,000 or nothing.
And a Tommy gun.
Come on, man, Kelsey. That is just disrespectful. I love it. Kelsey with some really good shots to back that decision off as well. Salah's actually maybe making a move on this. That's a lot of information. That he's just driving around this freely means they've got plenty of information on who's around Minas and where they're playing it.
Yeah, they know that they can take some space. They've seen the runaway from Morocco, just completely resetting that one, making sure they keep members up. And this is something I've hinted at before. Morocco very good at dosing their aggression, not sticking around when it's not beneficial. We'll have another circle in 40 seconds. We see a lot of control for Romania on the east. We see Argentina with 2 frags right now. But usually, I'd say, I'd be a little concerned for their next move if they have to leave the compound. But the shacks to their north are entirely free. They have a fully free move out of this compound. So if they can realize that, if they can trust the information they see, they have a really good move into the circle. Now, Turkey trying to pick up whatever frags they can, whatever kill points they can while they're still in zone, as teams like Chile and Kazakhstan just struggling on these edges.
It's interesting because I could totally see it happening, that the last 4 teams we have alive are the 4 teams we have at the very top. Look at this zone right now. If you look at the zone right now, we have Morocco pretty much with a free entry in towards Minas. They might have to fight against Colombia, but that's a fight they can definitely win without being third-party by Turkey because they're down low. If you can see Romania, they're not going to have any trouble staying in the zone. If you can see Argentina, they have a pretty safe spot on this one as well. Now Turkey moves out of this as well, so even Morocco's in a better spot than they would normally be. All of these teams have the best positions inside the current safe zone. If that happens, I'm going to lose my mind, because then we have a 1v1v1v1 with all the top 4 teams, whether or not you're going to take home $16,000 or $24,000.
Yeah, the one thing that I loved seeing there for a second, and that they have now stopped doing for Romania, is holding the compound still, making sure you don't get pushed from the south, but also flexing out towards the north, seeing what they can grab, seeing what points they can gather. And that compound that I called was free has now been taken by Turkey. So very central position. They realize it's free out of Minas. They instantly reposition. Classic Turkey positioning as well. 4 guys, close compound. That's going to guarantee them late game. They're going to be in that top 4. There it is, Romania again. I said I wanted them to flex out. They do. They take the kill point, and they take so much space. There's so much control. As long as they get to keep the southern compound, as long as Octavian does not get surprised by someone coming back up from the south. Remember, there is a Serbian solo that could walk up into that compound anytime now. I'd love to see him make sure that doesn't happen.
It is getting to a point now with the amount of frags that Romania has, and it can potentially still get through the fact that, look, we have Peko up there, we have Colombia up there. All of these players have to move somewhere, and they might just be LOS to Romania, depending on depends on the shot that Turkey just puts out. But it could very well happen that Romania is getting more frags than everyone else. And right now, look at the difference. Sure, it's not that big to Morocco, but to Argentina, definitely. Argentina has to think at that point, it's only 27 people left alive.
Yeah.
Even if you win the game, it might just be short of a third place. We'll see what happens. But that's the downside of Argentina. Sure, make it a late game, but it's the story of the tournament so far. Argentina, if you don't pick it up, if you don't get the frags to back it off as well, you'll be in the position that you are in right now. It's not going to be enough for 16K.
It's
let alone
really,
24K.
it's really, really good that you're not a gambling man, because you would have gambled on Argentina getting into third place. I'm not fancying their chances right now. I think it's still entirely possible. But with the positions Turkey and Romania are holding right now, they're going to keep putting points on the board. They're not just going to fall flat here. Nobody has a reason to die in this circle, right? But that also means they're going to get further towards the late game, and they're going to be able to work that space. If they figure out Pekko is in the shack here, if they manage to clear him out, massive, but they shouldn't over-aggress that.
I'm hoping to see Argentina get the 4 frags on Georgia to spice things up now in the late game. I can see that happening. Look, we're already seeing the shots. If that happens, it's... Look, everyone's got the chances again. I want to see that happening. I want to see Georgia. They have good options, though, to do something else.
Yeah.
They have good options to fight their way into Minas. They also have good options to reach Argentina. That's something that's definitely a real possibility as well, because there's limited third-party potential coming up top from Turkey, because they need to be inside the buildings.
Georgia has to figure out that Minas is free, and that's easier said than done. You don't just peek over that ridge and assume it's free. You don't know that it's free, and there could just be a Turkey team sitting there just holding you and waiting for you to peek on over, so you can't just send it in there. Now, the circle has a little bit forced their hand. There is slight bits of terrain that you can see in front of them that are somewhat playable, but I'm not a believer. They need to go north, but it's very hard for them to figure that out. It's very easy for us. It's very hard for Georgia in their current position.
Yes, it is. Next circle.
Good for Argentina.
Morocco. I think Morocco has the biggest problem right now. Even Georgia, in my opinion, has a better chance of making it in, to the fact that I think they will run into Minas than Morocco.
Where that drop is,
where does Morocco play?
Where that drop is, there is a bit of low ground. You're a little bit lower than the road. The only problem is they have to deal with Colombia first. If you just send it down there right now, you get destroyed from the top. They're already under risk of getting destroyed by Achilles, who is on that mountaintop, I think, right above them. So that's scary. That's scary thoughts. But they can still survive here. The question is, will they be able to make a push later on towards Turkey? That's going to be very hard. So again, these circles, massively impactful, right? If it goes hard south here, it's a massive, massive win for Argentina. If it goes hard north, they might be in dire straits. A lot of this can really just flip around where phase 7 goes. But don't forget, it's not just this last game that decides it. These teams have fought 17 games to put themselves in the positions they are in right now. And, well, if you just look at that leaderboard, they're going to make it exciting. They're going to make everyone fight till the last second.
The only thing that could have been more exciting was if, obviously, if Argentina would be in the spot Turkey is in right now.
Yeah.
Because the position is just too prime to say that they're not at least going to pick up huge placement points. Good knock. Achilles is going to take down Kerry Boy. That's got to hurt for any Moroccan fan.
Can he make that jump?
Yeah, I think he's going to get away with it, though. I think he's going to get that res.
Yeah.
I think that's not going to be a frag for Colombia. I think Colombia is actually going to be the first team to go down here afterwards. Turkey should have insane sights on this. Let's see where Morocco's going to play. That's the thing that we were all worried about. Where can they play? I know there's this little bit of a dip here. Actually, it's way better than I thought.
Exactly. This is completely playable.
But wait for Georgia. That's what I'm saying. It's way better than I thought. Oh, it's safe for Turkey.
Yeah.
But what's Georgia going to do? So Georgia already wrote it up. Look, they have to play the same position.
They figured it out.
Yeah.
And they have a chance to clear this. It's all going to come down to the angles that the other teams have on this. If Turkey can look over the top and Turkey can see Morocco, that's a problem for Morocco. If Turkey sees Georgia first, it's very, very good for Morocco. But that's a knock, a flush, and that's almost to confirm onto Senkai as well. They should get that first hit off with the smoke. But that's the time where Georgia could maybe strike. But we've seen it time and time again. Where they had the timing, they didn't take it. Now Alvarez comes through. Morocco back up to 3. They're still in a horrible position because they're getting pinned down on their way down into that dip. But if they can land the shots, they can make the miracle work. They've made it work last game. Yep. They've gotten away with murder in that last game. This position, though, it's making me doubt it. This is just not looking possible.
I don't even know how they just salvaged having 3 players left alive.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure how that happened. But it's good that it has, because that's going to keep things interesting. Couple of pop shots from Argentina over to Romania. Nothing too crazy happening, though. Let's remember, Georgia still has 4 players left alive. Colombia 3 up top. Somehow they're still in this run as well. Maybe they can ruin things for Turkey as well. There's a good ridge line for Romania to be played on the eastern side of this. There is a chance Argentina's going to push up towards the eastern side, we might see that head on.
I think
that's the only chance for Argentina.
Yeah.
I want to see that happen.
I think it's a 4v4, Romania versus Argentina. And I don't think Argentina can play straight up to Turkey. No. That should not be a possibility. And while we're going to see that, the northern side should tear each other to pieces. The only problem is, what if Turkey does get breached by, let's say, Georgia here? Then there is a chance for Argentina to make a move based off on that and get close below them before they can react. But until then, they'll have to delay and they'll have to keep playing that eastern side. Doran is still looking for the solo. He's still looking for Colombia as well. He wants to grab a few kill points before Argentina becomes the big problem.
Shots from Kalsi. It's not
3 bullets left.
This is the one position, kind of,
3 bullets left.
Is good with the bolt action. He couldn't have planned this, but it couldn't have gone any better for him in terms of weapon choice. But yeah, 3 bullets. Let's see. First fight from Colombia gets kind of shot out of the vehicle, not just yet, but at least he's going to have to exit the vehicle. Surely he's going to go down. There it is. Doran gets that with the last 2 shots. He could have actually shot off because the zone was coming.
They want to play north.
But he just got his vehicle inside.
Oh, this is so good for Argentina.
Look, he doesn't know Pecco's there, though. He doesn't know Pecco's there, though. There could be a big difference in whether or not Argentina's going to make inside. Argentina is going to play the eastern side, but they're not going as deep as I thought they would have. Argentina's getting picked apart. Who's getting these frags? That's going to be impactful on the total leaderboard. So far, it's been Turkey.
Morocco's in there, too. Morocco's sending it the same way. This is not the play for Georgia, but Morocco is trying to pounce on the back of it. Argentina's gotten themselves 2. Turkey's gotten themselves 1. Maybe Morocco was able to pick up one of the points. I'm not sure, but they're definitely falling by the wayside right now. Romania, well aware of what's going on around them. They lose Kapahala, but they grab a lot of these kill points. They push themselves into the top 4. Remember when you said the top 4 teams might be the ones in the top 4? It's paid out exactly like that, but look at Morocco's numbers. They're trembling. Romania really has any chance to close out that top 3, but can they pass Turkey? Can they have any chance to get into the 2nd place?
I'm not so sure, especially since if Argentina wants to get into top 3, they need to take out Romania and Turkey. They need these frags. It's top 3 right now. Romania is definitely going to pick up at least 5 placement points. That means Argentina pretty much has to eliminate everyone in this lobby for this leaderboard to change. They can overtake Morocco. That's still not the $16,000 they want to get.
The question is, what can Romania do? Nothing might change on this leaderboard. If Turkey wins the game, if Turkey gets a few kills here, that might even lock it out. Romania needs that win. Argentina is helping. So many of these Turkish players have pushed out to the rocks, maybe to try and get some loot, try and get more equipment. Remember, Kalsi had no bullets. He had a Tommy gun and a K9 with no bullets left, so they were desperate for the loot. And they have made it back in without losing a single member. Lots of damage coming through. That card's about to blow up. Rim has to be a little bit careful. But again, no space, no opportunities. Nothing obvious here for the side of Romania.
Nothing just yet. Doran's still in that dip. Zone. It's been shifting for Turkey time and time again. I think this is the 3rd shift they had. Redux going to be the first one to move. Argentina, as I said, they need these frags now. Argentina needs that. But it's going to be Arctu and Fraggle both going down. Octavian with a double, quick double actually.
If they make it down that hill, they have some sort of chance. If they just clear out Argentina right now, they could try and win the 3v4 in the end to close things out, to actually get themselves into 2nd place. Maybe one res has come through with the drive-bys. Is there any util left in their utility? It doesn't look like it. Vehicle blows up. They're down to half HP. They're down to nothing. 1 kill already stolen away from them. And that's it. Turkey gets in. Turkey says no. They slow that push down, they're third-partying it, they're taking control of the game, and they're holding on to their 2nd place.
But it's not over yet. Turkey can still lose this 3-on-4 against Argentina. That would still mean Argentina has a chance at 3rd place. It's going to be a miraculous run, but that would mean 14 points on top of what they have right now. It is possible. Silas gets taken down. It's down to a 3-on-3. Argentina, can they do this?
They're looking, they're trying, they're looking for every avenue, but Turkey has just taken all of the circle. They still have whatever they want to do with this circle. Rema goes down. Turkey is looking strong in the last one. There's still a Tommy gun in their hands. They're going crazy with the weaponry in the last one. Another res attempted, another crazy play out of Fraga. That's beautiful repositioning. If he makes it over to Silas, that could give them a chance in this. Yes, he makes it over the ridgeline. He's got a beautiful off angle now. 1 first aid is all he's got left, but that might just be enough. I've seen a nade cook there. I've seen a nade that looks absolutely disastrous for Argentina in the hands of Razy. But look at the angle Fraga has. He can do it all from here.
He's trying to get Razy down. Razy still stands on the ridgeline. Their ammunition just runs out, unfortunately. And Turkey will pick up the last chicken dinner of the WEC 15th World Esports Champion. Life from Iesf Romania. It will not be enough, unfortunately, for any of these teams that try to play catch up throughout the rest on the end of the tournament. And look at those, players are clapping, crowd is cheering, I mean deservingly so. It's been some time since we've seen them up top, and they will not take first place either.
But
they
deserve
to be
everyone clapping. What a way to lock it in. We were so doubtful. We weren't sure. Romania was in the position to do something with it. Morocco was in a position to try and clutch it away. Turkey hold on. They get the right timing out of the compound. They weaken Romania just enough, and they make it work. We have to talk about the winners, though. Kyrgyzstan, they were dominant throughout the whole event. They were untouchable. They were points and points away from second place. No doubt in my mind they were ever going to make it. First day, first place. Second day, third day. They have never given up the first place. Insanity from these guys.
It is absolutely crazy, Serike. Flaky effect and also not. These 4 players have dominated this tournament. They have cracked 200 points. Even that alone is an achievement on its own. And I mean, just look at the players behind us. Everyone's standing up, everyone's clapping. It deservingly so. They have, I think they have broken Iesf PUBG Mobile records with this tournament run.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And it's not the team we expected to either. We talked so much about them. We said, well, they've got some good fraggers. Other teams, they're here with their full lineup. They're here in their home country. They're here as world champions. Nobody could touch them. Nobody got close. Nobody got in reach of these guys. Look at them. Happy, confident, cheering, and they deserve it.
They so do. I mean, from rotations, sometimes centralized position, sometimes edge play, depending on the circle.
Yeah.
Very good adaptation throughout all of the rounds that we've seen. Almost never having a 0-point game. I think I'm going to have to look back at the games. Maybe once they had gone out without any points. I don't even remember a single game. They've not at least made a single point. Their fighting style so far has been impeccable. I do believe Nod has been an amazing supporter because the rest of them know themselves quite well. I just know Nod has been kind of the newest addition, kind of the I want to say less experienced addition to that team. And the rest of them, I mean, these guys are fraggers in Europe already. I mean, they're some of the best and the most individual skilled from the region that's just received this big upgrade with Sis coming into it. So yeah, I mean, it was to be expected that these guys are going to be fragging out this tournament. As much as they did, I'm not so sure, though.
No, and I don't think anybody expected anyone to run away with this. I think we said, again, Romania, Turkey, well, they end up in the top 3. We expected them somewhere up to the top. Kyrgyzstan, top 5, top 3 roster. Craziness because they really looked on a different level. Like you said, lots of edge play, lots of slow play, working out for them. Center position, working out for them. Team fights, I think we've seen them badly lose a team fight once or twice in the 18 games.
If anything.
It's crazy.
If anything.
And usually, you know, they'll still get 1 or 2 kills out of it. We've never really seen them fall to completely...
No, I don't think there was a single situation, to be honest. Now, looking back at it.
I think back at the Pachinki game on the Pachinki Hill, that Turkey ends up winning, right? They lose a fight to Algeria, which we didn't expect at that point, because they had been dominant for the last 10 games. But
I think that was the only situation we ever thought, how is this happening?
How's that happening?
The rest of the tournament, without a single exception. We saw them just steamrolling and picking the fights when they need to. And I mean, Algeria, they did have some of these kind of more, I want to say, random pushes on edges that I can totally see that just being the exception because they just didn't expect that to happen.
Maybe.
But on that, we got to talk about Turkey as well. Turkey standing strongly on the end, finding themselves centralized positions very early. And they're not going to be happy about this. Still, I'm pretty sure. But it's the second place, $24,000.
I think they're going to be happy about it in the end.
That's beautiful.
Like coming into that last day, they're happy to go away with a second place. Coming into the tournament, they said everything besides first was a disappointment. But when you come into a last day like that, you know you're realistically playing for second. Morocco, crazy tournament from them. Argentina, crazy tournament from them. Teams we didn't have as much on our radar. They have really impressed. And they just barely fall short of the podium there. But the one thing I want to talk about is how awesome is it that Turkey wins that game and everybody just starts clapping. All the players are there clapping in union together. Everybody respects these guys. Everybody respects the winner. Everybody respects Turkey here in second place, Romania in third. This is beautiful stuff. Look at them. Look at them all happy and smiling. Some of them have had a tournament to forget and they're still up there on that podium celebrating with each other. Things you love to see, fellas.
You can see Kua and Bishka, even these guys are just smiling through this. Smiling through the pain, I guess.
Yeah.
Looking back at the leaderboard situation. But yeah, also, Romania. It's their tournament.
Yeah.
It is... I mean, we are live from Iasi, Romania. So to some degree, they did have the home ground advantage. And they showed us that they were always in the run for that first place. Up until, I mean, Kyrgyzstan just powered through the lobby and were just unstoppable, especially with the chicken dinners today. But as I said yesterday after the games have ended, they came to us. I want to just quickly touch on that as well. They came to us and said, do you believe? Because we do. And I totally believed that they believed in themselves. And they, unfortunately, very unfortunately, just didn't make it happen the first two games. Enough of that, it just kind of fell apart. Either way, we will have a winner interview with one of the Kyrgyzstan players. So we'll let you guys know on who that is. We do believe it is not, but we'll get to see that in a second as soon as they're finished with... lifting the trophy, obviously.
I'm just hearing.
Winner photos.
I'm just hearing it's one of the top fraggers. It's Flake coming on over. So we have been deceived. We're getting one of the more known faces, one of the big dogs coming to join us for the interview. I think I'm gonna have to rethink some of my questions. I'm gonna have to figure it out. Get in here. Get in here. Get a microphone.
First of all, congratulations. It's been an amazing tournament. And I mean, how does it feel to be $40,000 richer?
I can explain now it. So I need some time to understand that we are champions now.
Yeah.
Take your time. Take your time.
You've had 3 days. Every single day, you finish in first place. And you started off with an insane SANHOK game. You kept it on. Before the tournament started, if you had to gamble on one spot where you end up, what would you have expected? Would you have said top 5? Top 3, what was your expectations?
We came here only for the win for first place, so we got it now. We didn't prepare it good because we have another one offshore tournament, so that we are first, it's like not to say that news, but we came here for first place only.
Yeah.
That's all.
And you really showed that off. I have one more question for you as well. 3 of you, we all know, strong fraggers, European region. You guys have had massive performances in the PMPL, Mad Balls, Major Pride. Nord was a little bit of an unknown factor for us. How did he come into your roster? How has it been playing with him?
Naft is a good captain. He started to play offshore tournament before us, before me, Effect and Zeric.
Okay.
So he has a lot of experience. So because of this, he is now captain of our team.
Oh, so he was leading you through those games. He was IGL. Oh, that's fantastic.
Now, I quickly want to touch on the moment that you guys knew you were going to win, because you have been ahead in points for quite some time. When was the point you realized you've got this tournament in the bag? Was that today or maybe even yesterday?
Today, second and third team had a chance to come back and take first place. So because today, after the third game, I think we know that we have become the champions.
Yeah.
After the third or after the first game.
Yeah.
Very surprising. I would have thought you guys were going to be more confident after yesterday already. But then again, strong teams. I was asking you beforehand, before the tournament started, who was your biggest competition? And you said Turkey, I believe. Does that still ring true? What do you say about their performance?
Turkey is a very strong team. The champions of PMGC, the 2022 years. So Turkey and Team Romania showed a good game. Respect to Turkey and Romania and all other teams.
To follow up on that question, because that's where I want to go, what do you think was the difference on why you guys won and they didn't?
We started good, and it gave a lot of in mental. So
confidence.
Yeah, start was good, and this is I don't know how to say in Russian, in English. Excuse me, for my English is not the perfect.
I think you're totally fine.
You're doing a great job.
No one's going to worry about that one.
No, that's all.
Yeah.
I mean, confidence, the mental game. What's your way now into, because you still have a lot of tournaments coming up? You think this tournament in itself is going to give you a lot of confidence? Now, also in respect to the PMPL, for example, that's going on in your region, is that going to be something that impacts your performance elsewhere as well?
I think it will give a lot of confidence for me and Zeric. My teammates, Frozen Cannons, play this tournament, and Tulikas left from this tournament. So I think it will be good for me and Zeric, and for an effect in Major Bread, so also.
Amazing. I mean, I think at this point, once again, massive congratulations to you and your team. We're going to go over there after the broadcast is ended and obviously congratulate them as well. Zerica, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for coming here and agreeing to this winner interview as well. I know you've been worried about your English, but I think there's nothing to be worried about. Thank you so much again, and congratulations on your performance.
Is there anything you want to say to your fans, Russian or English?
Yeah, sure.
Anything you want to say, any shout out you have to give?
First I want to say Alhamdulillah, and thank you all for your support. Your support is really important for us, and Cup is going home. Alga Kyrgyzstan, that's all.
Thank you so much.
Love to see it. Beautiful tournament from you guys. We've seen the fans in the chat. You have a big fan base cheering you on from home. Great performance, insane stuff from you guys. You deserved it.
Enjoy the win. Wow.
Woo.
I mean, the confidence.
Yeah.
He said the confidence, the mental game was the biggest difference in him winning the tournament.
Remember when we were here at the start and we were saying any team, there's a lot of teams in this lobby, they get off to a good start, they get the confidence rolling, they can take this home. Kyrgyzstan has done exactly that. Let's have a last look at that leaderboard and just think about the difference they were able to achieve. They dropped the last game, they're still over 30 points ahead. Just to put that into perspective, 30 points is what a mid-table team has gotten on a single day. Yeah? Egypt, 30 points per day, 30 points difference between Kyrgyzstan and Turkey. That's how big the gap was.
Yeah, I mean, it's sensational. Once again, massive congratulations to all the top 3 teams. Once again, Kyrgyzstan is going to take on $40,000 here at the WEC, the 15th version of it. After Kazakhstan has won the last year, it is a new winner at that. Yeah. $24,000 to Turkey and $16,000 to the Romanian boys as well. They will be happy about that one too.
They will be happy. I don't think they're going to be happy about how it went in the end, especially Romania, right? You were so close all the way up to that last game, up to game 16, 17. It always stings a little bit. The second place is always a lot less happy than the first, and it keeps on going downwards. But they were able to establish a good gap for themselves as well. Romania, 12 points ahead of Morocco, very clearly stating that they are a top 3 team. And I'd say Turkey, Romania, we expected them to be top teams. They're going to be okay with taking home such a big chunk of cash. It just always stings a little bit to lose it on the last day, I feel like. If we talk to Romania later, I think they're going to be quite a bit less happy than Turkey here, ended up here.
I think so. I think so. Either way, I think we couldn't have asked for a better ending, just generally out of a Pubg Mobile Esports perspective. We had all of the 4 remaining teams that had a chance at this fight it out until the very last second of the very last Miramar game. I mean, there is no better way to have anything more exciting than this. It really came down to the very last of the 18th game that we have played. And that also means we're coming close to an end here in Iasi in Romania. For Pubg Mobile, at least. I mean, it is going further with a couple of more esports esports games in different titles.
There's other games,
but at least
there's
Pubg
other
Mobile,
titles.
unfortunately, is going to be coming to an end. It's been an absolute blast. Once again, my name is Felix. Koa has been standing by my side here, fortunately, throughout all of the 18th game. Man, final words. Kyrgyzstan ain't crazy. I want to see them next year in a similar spot, because if they perform just like they did here, and I don't see them getting any worse. I mean, these individual players, they do have massive experience, and they're going to keep on having massive experience because they're playing in their respective pro leagues.
Esports is a very fast-lived industry. We'll see what happens next year. I know Kyrgyzstan will be back because they'll get the invite slot. I know they'll bring a very strong roster with all the talent they have available. Yeah. I was super surprised to find out Nott is IGLing them. That makes a lot of sense with the way he's been playing. We're saying he's laid back, he's the support player, but him taking that on his shoulders, great stuff, because honestly, I think their macro game, the way they slow play these games, was fantastic. That was the 15th World Esports Championship hosted by Iesf in Pubg Mobile. That was us. You've already said all the words. You've already said all the fancy stuff. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Thank you so much for supporting all your teams in the chat. We hope you enjoyed the show. We hope we'll get to see you next year tuning on in for the Iesf. So keep your eyes tuned. My name is Kowo. That was Felix. Hope you have a good rest of your day and see you guys very soon.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the Pantheon of Champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment de până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing moments.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Iași, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here.